All right. Good morning, Sydney. All right. To kick off today, we're going to start off with a few words from Uncle Alan of the Gadigal people. So put your hands together.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Alan Madden, Gadigal Elder. For my first song? Nah. Only kidding you, fellas. I was just looking around on the way in, and I see a lot of my mob here. It made me feel good, the old grey-head mob. First of all, two apologies for the terrible weather we're having outside at the moment. Sorry. And not being able to welcome you to my country, my language, as we were forbidden to talk our language a long time ago. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge our Aboriginal elders, all elders, past and present, and pay my respects to all our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters. From whatever Aboriginal or island nation you may have come from, welcome to Gadigal. And to all our non-Indigenous brothers and sisters here today, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. No matter where you've come from, whether it be across the seas, across the state or across town, once again, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. As I've mentioned many times before, was, is and always will be Aboriginal land. Only three things surer than that: coming, taxation and going. It is an honour and pleasure to be here today to welcome one and all to Gadigal. Gadigal is one of 29 clans of the Eora Nation. The Eora Nation is bounded by nature's own, the Hawkesbury River to the north, Nepean to the west, and Georges River to the south. And in between those three mighty rivers is the Eora Nation. And in that nation, there are 29 clans. And the clan's land we're on today is Gadigal. On behalf of members of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council and of the Gadigal mob, once again, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. There's an old saying out there, and I think it's very appropriate for you mob here today. You fellas heard it 1,000 times before. They say where there's a will, there's relatives. So once again, on behalf of Land Council and of the Gadigal mob, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
All right, before we kick off proceedings today, I wanted to introduce how today will work, and also give you a little bit of an update on Blackbird and how we're thinking about our investments and how that has evolved over time. So I should have said that my name is Nicky Shivak, and I'm a co-founder of Blackbird. And at the heart of what we do at Blackbird really is just one thing. So founders helping other founders. I think the magic of Silicon Valley is when founders who build successful technology companies help the next generation succeed. And so everything that we do at Blackbird with our investing and at the sunrise is really based upon this premise. So there's kind of two parts to that today. One is the amazing founders we have who will be retelling their early days and how they built their first product, won their first customers, and really got started. The second part of the founders helping founders is in the middle of the day, so something new this year we're doing. We're spending 2 hours, so from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, we'll move outside for group conversations. We've got 50 founders who we love and respect to lead conversations about SaaS and space and everything in between, and really gives you a chance to meet in a kind of small conversational setting other people just like you. Today would not be possible without all of these wonderful partners. I want to give a special shout out to AWS and Google. This is the 4th time we've run the Sunrise, and they were the original believers and have supported it every single year. So please put your hands together for these wonderful partners. Bit of housekeeping. So the Wi-Fi password is Blackbirds. Please tweet #Sunrise17. If you haven't already, download the app, search for the Sunrise Conference, or if you just go to the website, thesunrise.live, it has direct links there. With the sessions today, we wanted to make it as interactive as possible. So if you'd like to ask a question, either tweet it with the #Sunrise17 or ask a question in the app. When we started Blackbird 5 years ago, it was with the hypothesis to invest in Australians who wanted to be the best in the world, so who were attacking a global market from day one, who had customers all around the world. And that really meant SaaS, marketplaces, e-commerce, these kind of traditional of what we think of as software companies. I wanted to spend a little bit of time. I think we're well known for the pink, but not as well known, and to go a little bit deeper on the yellow of what we sort of term loosely as science nonfiction, things that look crazy on the outside, but are actually imminently possible when you look at them under this framework that we've come up with. So a few years ago, we met a wonderful person, Tim Kentley-Clay, who's the founder of Zoox, which are developing a Level 4 autonomous vehicle network, so a car without a driver and a car that doesn't look like a car, so no steering wheel, no rear view mirror. And since then have invested in a number of other businesses in autonomous vehicles. Today you will hear a little bit of a preview of some space companies that we've invested in. We've invested in a 3D printer of human cell tissues. And I just wanted to spend a moment sort of categorizing how we make decisions when evaluating companies like that. So Elon's not coming today, unfortunately, but I wanted to use him as an example of his original business was actually a restaurant review site. So he started life as an entrepreneur with a Yelp-like business. He then started X.com, which became PayPal, and then he started an intergalactic travel company. So this progression of ambition, this kind of founder who might have done a software company and is now doing something in sort of a lap of the track. So can you take this venture capital framework, which is a little bit of money, a few $1 million, 12 or 18 months, so a small amount of time, and what can you prove in those constraints? So with a little bit of money and a little bit of time, can you make a unit of progress? I think obviously Australia has failed in the past when it has become a 5 or a 10-year academic journey that it's a very binary outcome at the end. What we're seeing is a new type of founder who can build this kind of company with this rapidly iterating, almost software-like product cycle. The reason they can do that is that they're not inventing things, they're assembling components. So an example is a LiDAR company, Baraha, that we invested in, where they're using off-the-shelf components, very sophisticated components, but obviously, but off-the-shelf components to assemble something, and they have built a LiDAR within 14 months, again with a few $1 million, because of this ability to assemble rather than having to invent the underlying components. Just like the software world, this new world benefits from the open source contributions of other people. You're standing on the shoulders of others. You're benefiting from all of the electronics and all of the sensors that the iPhone has made dirt cheap in being able to create these new kinds of products. What are the products? I would say, in rough senses, they're robotics, then fall under this idea of an autonomous car is actually a robot, a drone is a robot, a thing that automates a warehouse is a robot. All of these new frontiers of software eating the world. So even though there is hardware, there is a physical component, still the vast majority of things, vast majority of employees and vast majority of the hardness of the problem are software problems, not hardware problems. So we don't know what we're going to invest in the next 5 years, but But the theme, I think, really isn't we'll invest in software or hardware or some particular category. It's we'll invest in ambition. And I think what we all want out of today is to help everyone in the audience raise their ambition to make sure that you're attacking the hardest problem that you can possibly think of and to have a swing at life. And so with that, I'm going to pass it over to Rick, my fellow co-founder.
Thanks, Nicky. Well, it's fantastic to be here. Thank you all so much for coming. Great to see you here. So, it's now my honor to introduce the first speaker for today and to let you know a little bit about the format for what we're going to do. So, Jodie Fox, co-founder of Shoes of Prey, is our first speaker, and she's going to come up and spend about 20 minutes telling you about the early years of Shoes of Prey, some of the really good decisions they made and some of the really bad decisions, I hope, she's going to talk about as well. And then I'm going to come up and we're going to do a little fireside chat in our spaceship here. And we also are asking you guys to provide some audience questions. You can do that on Twitter using the handle Sunrise17. So just tweet, we'll pick them up and we'll feed them up to the monitor here and read them out. You can also ask questions on the Sunrise app if you'd rather do that. So, I first met Jodie Fox in 2011. In fact, Nicky introduced me to Jodie well before we started Blackbird Ventures. And Shoes of Prey was a small business that bootstrapped themselves to a really nice position where they were selling shoes to women all over the world. And Nicky introduced me, they were raising their first round, and it was a group of people who came together to fund that first round, who then went on, many of them, to be really the nucleus of Blackbird Ventures. So it was kind of a blueprint for Blackbird Ventures. So since then, Shoes of Prey has gone from strength to strength, and they've built a really amazing company. 6 million shoes have been designed on Shoes of Prey. They deliver shoes to 100 countries all over the world. They moved their team to LA about 2 years ago and set up a factory in China. They now manufacture all their shoes in China, and it's the first factory in the world to produce shoes on demand as they're customized and ordered and then sent anywhere in the world. So, it's my great pleasure to invite Jodie Fox to the stage.
Thank you. Being here today is actually an incredible milestone for Shoes of Prey. As Rick touched on, we met each other a long, long time ago. Rick was representing MLC. Bill was with Southern Cross Partners. We had brushed up and done some work and chats with Nicky. And so today, for me, is a real coming of age to be here as Shoes of Prey, into a couple of rounds of funding and standing here as a part of the portfolio that Blackbird have built, and it's such an inspiring thing. So thank you for having me here today. Now, this is a little photo of my dad and I. And my dad, he celebrated 2 years ago working for 50 years for the same company. Does that blow anyone else's mind? 50 years in the same company. For me, I had 3 career changes, had started Shoes of Prey, we were 5 years in, and so you think that my dad and I probably don't have a ton to talk about when it comes to imagining career paths. But for my dad, on his very, very first day of his job, he was given a tie bar, and on that tie bar was a very small pair of shoes. And that was to remind him to always put himself into the customer's shoes. And while we do that very literally at Shoes of Prey, we also offer the opportunity to share what we do with our customers and really be customer-centric in a way that no other company can by collaborating with them on the product that they want. And that's really special, and we'll go into that in some more detail. Now, I appreciate that about 50% of you will know what Shoes of Prey is, and maybe 50% of you won't. Maybe there's more, but as a founder of a business, I feel like you always get so excited when you say, oh, I founded this company, and someone knows what it is. That rush never goes away from me. So at Shoes of Prey, as Rick mentioned earlier, we started in October 2009. To date, we've had more than 6 million pairs of shoes designed. We ship to more than 100 countries every single month. We've raised about 24.6 million US dollars, which I think is about, what's the exchange rate, guys? Somewhere in the 32 million, I think, Australian dollars. We've got amazing investors, including Blackbird, Khosla, Greycroft, and Nordstrom invested in us as well. So it's been a really exciting journey so far. The site itself, in case you haven't heard of us, this is our homepage, and basically this is where you can design your own shoes online. So I'll take you through a really quick demo. So you hit the first page, and this is the heartbeat of what we do. We've built all of our own technology in-house. And what we wanted to do was give you the vision of what it is to be a designer, to understand that you can add pieces to it, you can have a think about the heel shape of your shoe, you can adjust the height of it, color it in with all different kinds of materials, and voila, you have your shoe. The shoes, I'm really proud to say, not only do we make every single shoe ourselves, on-demand manufacturing, so one pair at a time, at scale. Now, these we've gone from starting at 10 weeks for a delivery time, now we guarantee 2 weeks delivery time, which is completely phenomenal when you think about the logistics that it takes to receive your order, make that one pair of shoes, and then get it back out to you anywhere in the world. It's been a long journey to get to that point, but it's been a really exciting one too. And it all started out with 3 co-founders. So these are my 2 co-founders. They're both named Mike, they're both tall, they both wear glasses, and they're both brunette, kind of confusing. Thank God that Mike Knapp decided to grow a beard so that we can define them. So Mike Knapp, the guy with the beard in this picture, we all started out in law school together. Now Mike took law and IT, and he went on to Google to be a software engineer with them. Michael Fox, on the other side, he studied law and commerce, and he actually went to Supercheap Auto, and he learnt a lot of the operational ways that company was working. And at that point in time, they were the fastest growing retailer in Australia. So the knowledge he picked up there was amazing, and he then went on to Google into advertising sales. I'll just stop there for a moment because you might notice that I'm Jodie Fox and he's Michael Fox. Did anyone notice? Okay, so I was in law. I did law and international business, and I went on to be a banking and finance lawyer, and I absolutely hated it. It was killing my soul. I needed something more creative, so I made a list of all the things that would make me happy. And not just in professional life, but things that would really make me happy. And then I started interrogating everybody in my life. What do you do? What's the industry like? What's your day-to-day like? What's your best day? What's your worst day? And I ended up lining all this up against my list and going into advertising for a period of time. And I learned about how to build brands. It was also during that time that I realized I really love shoes. And I also realized that I wasn't finding what I wanted. And I heard about this guy in Hong Kong who would make shoes for you. So I was doing a trip overseas, and I stopped off. I had a 6-hour stopover. I dashed into the heart of Hong Kong, and I went into this store, and I walked in, and it kind of just looked like a shoe store. And I was a bit disappointed, and I was looking around, and the assistant came up to me, and I said, I'd really like to design a pair of shoes. And then out came all of these leather swatches and pencils and paper and all this stuff, and in 1.5 hours, I designed 14 pairs of shoes. It was the best hour and a half of my life. And then a couple of weeks later, these shoes turned up in Australia at my office, and I was unpacking them, and the women in the office were asking me, where did this come from? These are so cool. And when I explained, they started saying things like, oh, this is so great. I had this pair of shoes that I can't buy anymore. Can you make them for me? Oh, I haven't been able to find anything that really fits me properly. Would you make them for me? And so I started commissioning these designs for them. At the same time, the 2 boys were getting very excited about the probability of the success of e-commerce, and we were all just starting to get confident about giving our credit card details online. So they wanted to do something in e-commerce, and it all came together with, why don't we make it design your own shoes online, and Shoes of Prey began. We broke even in 2 months, and we hit multi-million revenue in under 2 years. Now, breaking even in 2 months was very much about the business model that we chose. So if you think about it like this, at that point in time, we were working with suppliers. So we would take your order, we would you would pay for it in full, then we would commission it with the supplier. Then we would send it to you, and then our bill would fall due. So that sort of cash flow was excellent right from the start. We changed that later on because our suppliers simply couldn't keep up to the scale and didn't want to expand their factories into on-demand manufacturing, and then it made sense for us to become manufacturers. But that's not something that we ever dreamed we would do. And in fact, pitching the idea at the very beginning was really tricky. I've told you a lot of glamorous stories, but this is what it actually looked like. This was my one-bedroom apartment in Surrey Hills, filled up with 8 staff members and about 600 pairs of shoes. And I didn't know this photo was being taken. That's me in the courtyard negotiating the lease on our first office, because as much as I loved my staff, I just wanted them to get the hell out of my apartment. Things were fun. Like, I mean, this was our first photo shoot. Little left to be desired. And if you ever feel confused about product photography, frankly, so will we. Isn't that horrific? So I'm going to leave that up there while I speak for a second because it's pretty funny. But, you know, there's always a lot to learn. And going into that supplier relationship thing for just a second, it was really tough at the beginning. So any of you who are making a product, I feel you. Those first discussions are really hard. And I remember we turned up to have these chats with people and talk to them about, you know, making shoes for Shoes of Prey. And of course, they thought we were completely mad. You know, we would walk into the room and tell them our idea, and then they would say, how many would you like? And we were like, well, 1 at a time. And they'd be like, I'm sorry, I thought you said 10,000 at a time. We were like, no, 10,000, but 1 at a time. And it sort of felt like, do you guys know Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Yes. Great. Okay, so imagine being the first person to pitch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay, so they're going to be 4 guys. Their dad's going to be a rat. They're all going to be named after really famous artists, and they're going to be ninjas. The enemy is going to be a brain in a jar and a guy who wears a lot of metal. I think it's going to fly. And the truth of that is you just got to believe in what you're doing, and that's really hard to do when you come up against people who have a lot of expertise in one particular area, because sometimes they can have their blinkers on. And this really came to the fore with us when we were speaking to these suppliers, because eventually a couple of them did agree, eventually within 2 weeks, but we badgered them and romanced them, agreed to supply us. But I remember one of them wrote us an email, and she said to us, you know, hi, Mike, Michael, and Jody. You know, really happy with where we've gotten to, with everything we've negotiated. But I felt like we got along well. So I just wanted to let you know that you'll be out of business in 3 months. It was just this like moment where all of our hearts fell to the floor, because when I explained about Mike, Michael, and I earlier, what you might have noticed is that Mike had the IT background, Michael had retail and online marketing background, I had brand building and obviously consumer mindset, but none of us knew how to make a pair of shoes. And here was someone who had been in the business of making a pair of shoes for 20 years, saying, just as a favor, I'm telling you it's not going to work. And in that moment, I couldn't have articulated it this succinctly, but in that moment, what we were deciding was, is this person right? Or are they letting their expertise get in the way of a good idea? And making that decision to say it was expertise getting in the way of a good idea took a few things. One was like very strong belief in what we were doing and that this is a good idea. 2, a bit of naivety. Making shoes, as I've discovered, is really bloody hard. Oh my God, if I'd known, I think we may have lent a little more her way. And the last one, just a touch of arrogance and determination, just a touch, just enough to say, I'm going to give this a crack. And that's a really big deal, because, you know, when we were deciding to do things like go full time into the business and stop our day jobs, you know, it took the combination of those same 3 things to take the leap and to decide to fail fast and to know that we had to put everything in to see if we were going to get anything out. So yeah, it's tricky, all of those moments on the journey, but I think we were prepared to fail, and honestly, there have been many moments in the business where we have tripped up, but I think the getting back up part and that persistence is the thing that really gets you there in the end. I wanted to touch a little bit on customization as well, because I think there is sort of a question mark over, is it a monogram? Is it going to stay around? And I would challenge you to say to yourself, how many times have you said in the past 2 weeks, in the past week, have you heard someone say, when they've gone to go and buy something, they didn't have my size? I couldn't find anything I like. Oh my God, I hate shopping. Has anyone heard or said that? Everyone, absolutely. And everyone has said that not because we're being whingers, but because we're looking for something more. Our consumer need has shifted. And this, for us, we believe, comes down to the way things got made. So when we think to ourselves about, for example, way back when my nonna wanted to buy a pair of shoes, she'd go and see a cobbler. And the cobbler would measure her up, she'd pick her material, and it would take weeks for her shoes to get made. And frankly, that's not good enough for Saturday night. So in her mind, nonna was like, you know what? I need to get shoes more quickly. So we started making things en masse, so that today what you can do is you can pop down to the store, pick up a pair of shoes off the shelf, and off you go. But the new problem that we have as consumers is, I wish I could buy exactly what I wanted, but I can only get what's on the shelf if it's available. And that's where mass customization is that solution, to give customers exactly what they want, when they want it, before they know they want it. And when I say before they know I want it, this is taking advantage of data so that we understand and we can predict a little bit about the way you've come to the website, what you're liking, what you're interacting with, what it is that you might like. Of course, this comes with a ton of operational challenges, as I'm sure it does in any business that you might be working in at the moment. For us, it came in every format. So when we started Shoes of Prey in 2009, there were not very many infrastructures or stacks that we could work on that really helped us to build the business. So, we had to educate the entire market, and we're still on that journey of educating the market that you don't have to pick something up off the shelf, that you can just create quickly what you want, and it is convenient, simple, and fun as picking something up off the shelf, except you're guaranteed to get what you're looking for without hunting around everywhere. How we were going to accept payments, how we were going to build out the e-commerce side of our site. Every single product has a different price point and is calculated differently dynamically as you're designing. How are we going to ship everything? We couldn't bulk ship. We needed to drop ship everything one at a time, which we still do today. How do you manage returns on a product that is customized? The list goes on and on and on. But it doesn't have to be, it's not unsolvable. And I still believe that fundamentally, on-demand manufacturing, customization is the future of retail. And to demonstrate that, I'll show you a little bit about how we're thinking forward on this and where I think it can go as a platform for other businesses. So if you think about something like going to Nordstrom, which for anyone who might not know is like the David Jones of America. You might go there, and for a department store, basically they want to be your one-stop shop for every single product. But what they get constrained by is how much product I can afford to hold on to in the back room. So they're not going to buy every SKU of everything to have available. This can also apply to a lot of other businesses. If you think about fashion businesses, where making things a year in advance, freighting them all over the world, and hoping that people will buy them, that's really tough financially and environmentally as well. So you go to Nordstrom.com, you open up the website, and you're like, you know what, I'm looking for a pair of red Oxfords. You start to drill down, and by the time you have selected red Oxfords, you end up with 4 pairs of shoes, and they're not all red. Some of them are very expensive, way out of your price range. That's not very many things that you can select from. But something that we can do at Shoes of Prey is that we can show you photorealistic images of shoes that are yet to be made. So we went to the buyers at Nordstrom and said to them, why don't you design the shoes that you wish you could stock? You've got so much data on what people are looking for and what you would like to populate out. Why don't we put those on the site? And so we did. And we built it out, and this is what the page looks like now, with all of these shoes that create, effectively, for this department store, infinite SKUs. There is nothing sitting in the storeroom. There's no risk sitting there. There's no shoes that are going to be discounted, and then God knows what after that. And this is where we start to get to a really interesting model for what the future of fashion and retail can be. And for me, this is the most exciting thing about what we see happening in this space. Customization can exist in many ways. It doesn't just have to be the way that we do it at Shoes of Prey, where we're collaborating with you on a design. It does have to be powered by on-demand manufacturing, though. And that's in any of the models that might exist. So just a very quick touch base on some of the ways that this can exist in other businesses. It can be collaborative, and that's where I sit down with Karl Lagerfeld and we design a dress together for a wedding, amazing, or for an amazing event. Look, that's not really scalable for our kind of business, but for that kind of business it is. It's very high touch. Cosmetic is, here's the standard thing that I'm giving to everybody, but I've put your name on it, and I've made it a little bit personalized for you. Adaptive, which is what we're doing, which is a little bit more scalable, where we have lots of kind of, I hate saying this, but lots of pieces that we know go together, and then it's up to you to take all those pieces and put them together in the way that suits you. In that being said, it's actually fairly unlimited. We have trillions upon trillions of possible shoes that you can design. And then there's transparent, which I find really interesting, and that is, you don't know, but I've made this just for you. And the example that was given in the Harvard Business Review article that this theory came from was of a factory where they were buying soap, and the soap manufacturer walked up and said, "What kind of soap do you want?" And the factory was like, "I want soap that cleans." They were like, "How much do you want?" "As much as we need." So what they started doing was going to the factories, watching the way the soap got used, where it got used within the factory, and then they formulated it to serve those purposes, and the soap just turns up when it's about to run out, and it's like magic for the factory. So it's being transparent. It's in the background, all of the customization is happening, and you're not asking for the work to be done by the customer to achieve that. So there's lots of ways this can apply. I've mentioned a couple of times that financially and sustainably that customization and on-demand manufacturing is really interesting, and I've talked about the back room quite a lot. This to me is my nightmare. And this to me is what the future looks like and becomes really exciting with. And I've talked about this a few times before, so I apologize if you've heard this before, but for me the future of Shoes of Prey is not to be in the format that we are right now. I hope that we go far beyond being a website where you design your own shoes. I imagine a future where we're a little bit like the Minority Report, where you walk into your wardrobe and there is, a hologram or a screen or something in there. And I feel like we're heading in this direction with Amazon developing the in-wardrobe thing. I know it's a bit creepy, but just go with me on this. And I imagine that that's connected to my calendar, and it's connected to the calendars of the people I'm meeting that day, and it's connected to the weather, and it's got my data on there in terms of what I've been wearing, and it says to me, "Good morning," and I'm like, "Good morning." And then it says, "So you're speaking at sunrise today. It's going to be cold because do you know I was going to wear different shoes today? It's cold in Sydney right now. It's going to be cold. It might rain, so don't wear suede. Based on your outfit choices if you had previously, I think you're probably going to wear this. Here, I've checked the calendars of all the other people you're seeing today. You're not going to match anyone, so I've selected your outfit based on that too. Based on all of this, I'm suggesting this design of shoe for you." And I say, "Yep." Click. It'll 3D print my wardrobe while I have a shower. I'll come back, put my shoes on, and out I go. So I imagine a future where we take manufacturing even further, not just from factories to hubs, but into your wardrobe and happening in the home. And beyond that, I'm sure there's a lot more again. So that's the future of what we're imagining and the dream that we have. It's not just I think the B2C that we're doing is really exciting, but I think there's possibilities to be a platform. There's possibilities to evolve into something more, so long as we always keep our eye on the customer and thinking about how can this be more simple, convenient, and fun to solve that problem for her. So let's stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jody.
Not at all.
Grab
Great.
a seat?
Sure.
Great. All right.
All right.
Are we going to fit on here?
I don't know. Let's go up to the top.
All right, we'll go up to the top.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
Better.
So, thank you.
Pleasure.
I'm going to start with a question that's about a saying that you like a lot.
Okay.
You use it a lot. It's whatever you're up to in life, do everything before you're ready.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about why that's important to you, what it means, and why it's important to startups.
Okay, it's super important to have a bias to action. And what I found was I started out as a lawyer, and then I went into advertising, and nothing goes out the door until it's perfect, yeah? But in a startup, if you do that, you've lost all of your momentum. So it has to be constantly tested, and you may not be totally happy with something before it goes out, but the feedback that you get on day one is worth more than like the 3, 4, 5 months that you did preparing for it. And also too, the investment of something that doesn't work can't be that big. So I learned that the hard way a few times, to be honest. And I have to keep reminding myself of that every single day as well, which is why I'm so bloody repetitious with it.
You sign off all your blogs with it, don't
I do. Yep.
Oh, that's excellent. You worked for big organisations,
Yes.
and then you were suddenly working for a really small organisation. Talk to us a little bit about the difference of the dynamic of the team from big organisation, lots of structure, I imagine, hierarchy, to 3 founders, in your apartment.
Yeah.
How does it feel? How does it feel that those very first few days when you decide to do something and you actually start doing it?
Intoxicating, overwhelming. I think that, and terrifying, exciting, everything all at once. I think that there's so much safety in a big organization, and there's someone to explain what you need to do next, and in terms of your career progression, and what to show you what you need to do in a piece of work, and just that safety net completely evaporates. It's really exciting, but it is also, this is definitely is the highest stress thing that I've ever done in my life. And I think that the ups are amazing, but the downs are really, really horrific. So if you're on that journey and you hit a down, that's pretty normal. And it's especially in the early days really hard because people don't understand your vision yet.
And how do you deal with those downs when you've had a down day?
Yeah.
What's something's gone wrong? What do you do? What's your...
Okay, so this is probably going to sound fairly generic, but actually it's really, really true. I smash out exercise. So weirdly enough, I'm doing CrossFit. And I'd heard so much about CrossFit, like it's a cult, I'm going to turn into a beefcake. But actually, exercise is the only way to get rid of that extra adrenaline. And in addition to that, I try and make myself do new sort of physical exercise. So I'm trying to learn how to surf at the moment. It's more like wobbling around on the board and drinking lots of salt water. But just like trying these new things have been really helpful in terms of getting me out of my head. But yeah, I would just say any founders out there, if you hit it down, that's super normal, and you're not failing. You're actually going through the pits and the highs of what it is. For me, I would always, whenever I'm in a down, one of the things that also helps is this is the price. This is the price for building something. This is the price for the ups. And when I think of it that way, I'm like, yep, I would always pay this.
So let's go to another important moment in the life of Shoes of Prey. You've decided to start the business. You've hacked together the website.
Yes.
And tell us about that
Terrible.
very first sale of a shoe.
Oh
Who
my
bought
God.
it? What did it look like? How did you sell it?
So for the privacy of the customer, I won't say her name, but it was a 25 email chain exchange between my co-founder, Michael Fox, and this woman who was asking us about the website. And she was the first person who wasn't related to us to buy a pair of shoes. And it was so exciting. We were Mike and I were reading the emails, say this next, tell her this. No, that's too much, too many X's at the end. But yeah, it took, and I think it was maybe 3 or 4 days into starting the site that the sale happened. So that was a pretty special moment.
That's great.
I should give her a shout out sometime, actually.
You should give her a shout out. And what sort of shoes were they? Can you remember?
They were a pair of heels, yeah, like pretty simple heels, but yeah, it was cool.
Great. Okay, another thing you did early on that you've spoken about in the past is hiring a PR consultant. And there are, sort of generalizing that a little bit, there are so many advisors and consultants that are around the startup ecosystem and around founders. And it's really difficult, I think, for founders, particularly first-time founders, to work out what's going to be a lot of value and what's not. Maybe you could share a little bit about your experience there and perhaps, some useful people have helped you as well. Yeah, totally.
Oh man, the amount, so we started the company in October 2009, and in November 2009, TechCrunch had the Crunchy Awards, and we were finalists for Best Bootstrapped Startup, which was a massive compliment, but also just sent so many tire kickers our way to try and sell us services and products. And it was really hard to figure out who was real and who wasn't. We have since worked with amazing PR agencies, but the first PR agent we used, we may as well have just lit the $10,000 on fire, and it was like the worst feeling in the world. I'm not sure how to... So, I mean, good investments in terms of suppliers around that time were found through our network of people that we'd worked with and friends. because they could see how much we were sweating and putting everything into this, and they helped us to sort of navigate where we needed a service and where maybe we didn't. We tried to do things on trial with people before we would engage them in services, but sometimes, frankly, you're just not going to know, and you have to be kind of ready to let go of the cash a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pause there and just remind everyone to ask us some questions. And Oscar's behind the screen there, ready to collate and show them up here. So ask us some questions. Okay, next is, we've talked about the first sale.
Yes.
And now let's talk about selling at scale. You're obviously not going to have 8 emails for every shoe you sell. You tried lots of different things. I seem to remember TV ad.
Yes.
I remember radio here in Sydney. I remember lots of digital marketing, obviously. I remember shoe parties.
Oh,
Love
God,
to hear about shoe parties a little bit. And then physical stores.
Yes.
I know at that time, because we spent a lot of time talking about how to grow the marketing, we were looking for this kind of silver bullet. How did it actually turn out? Was there a silver bullet, and what drives your growth? What really drives growth?
So there is no silver bullet. Isn't that sad? I think, look, I do believe that there are things that bump you in a direction bigger than others, but if you we really had to learn about what was growing our baseline and what was just creating like a promotional peak in the business. And I think that when we saw a promotional peak, we weren't really necessarily discerning it properly from that pure baseline growth, but we got better at measuring those numbers over time and identifying them. Some of the things that worked, so we did, and some of the things that didn't work. So to be honest, our first crack at TV didn't work. And I think the reason for that is that we didn't couch it into an entire campaign. What we really needed to do was, we were looking to build more awareness, and we thought, okay, maybe a broadcast is the biggest way to go and attack that. And it is true, but we should have built an entire campaign with lots of touch points around it and been much more single-minded about what we wanted to say. We were trying to tell people, what it was, how you did it, where to go, what you might design. It was just ridiculous. The second time that we approached TV, we were much more single-minded. Design shoes you'll love. And we built around that a radio campaign, a digital campaign, and we focused it geographically as well, and that had so much more success. So there's been a few times in the business where we've looked at a large funnel and gotten tempted by it and jumped in, and then realized later, actually, we should have built a full campaign, gone for a smaller funnel of qualified people. And so we do a lot more of that today in the way we're targeting.
Yep. Shoe parties.
Yes,
Tell us
shoe
about
parties.
Shoe parties.
Okay, anyone else love Tupperware? We decided that shoe parties might be a way to go because there was so much education that was needed around designing your own shoes, and it's quite a social thing to do. So we tested shoe parties. Oh, you're really stretching my brain today on that one. That's so long ago.
I remember you hired people. You hired a head of shoe parties.
We did. So we hired some...
That's a good
real
title,
title,
right?
Yeah. So we hunted down and hired a woman from America, from Stella & Dot, which has a very successful jewelry party model. And she came over, and we built a few resources around her to be able to facilitate shoe parties. And they did actually do reasonably well, but in terms of scaling them, that proved really, really challenging. And we had to be really cautious about splitting our focus. And to be really frank, as a company, I think we truly only came out of MVP at the end of 2015. And that might sound like a totally crazy thing to say. So what happened to cause that shift? So end of 2014, Christmas Eve, we opened our own factory. By the time we hit the end of 2015, that was humming. We had a deal with Nordstrom. We had stores put together, and we raised $15.5 million with Koestler, Greycroft, Nordstrom came on board, Andy Dunn from Bonobos. And it was at that point where finally the strands were coming together. We knew how to make shoes at scale, one at a time. Our technology was a good experience. People were starting to understand design your own shoes. And sort of from there is where we really started to roll together and understand. That then came along with the stores as well. So
yeah. Tell us a bit about the stores, because that was, it was such an exciting moment in the business when you opened the store in David Jones here in Sydney,
totally.
And then the first Nordstrom in Seattle, which I was lucky enough to come along and.
Rick was actually our very first purchase at the store in Seattle.
I was first purchase offline in the US. And then you decided to close them down.
That's true.
And I imagine that was an emotional decision. So give us a little bit of the reason for doing that, and what's next after it.
Totally. So, look, David Jones, we opened in January 2013. And the reason that we decided to go for it was we built this hypothesis because women would literally just turn up at our office on Crown Street and be like, oh, I'm here on holidays. I looked up your address. I just wanted to see a pair of shoes. And we started thinking into it and people would email us and chat and call us and say, oh, I just want to know what the shoes look like in real life. And we were like, oh, it doesn't work that way. But when we dug into that, we started to understand, actually, she wants to know how they fit on her feet, touch the leather, see how they go together. She needs a physical presence. And so all of this added up to opening a store. We opened the store in David Jones, and there were two things that were really special about that experience. Three. One, amazing physical presence. Two, the store did double its forecasted revenue in the first 12 months, which was cool. It meant we paid a lot more rent than we should have, but it was good. The other thing was that we built an experience, a true experience. So the store was made out of things that we would make shoes out of. So when you walked in and you sat down, you were sitting on a poof that was made out of a type of leather that we used. It was padded to feel like the inside of the shoe, the same with the table. There were iPads on the table for you to design with, all of the leathers. And then we built these like big sculptures of shoes made of flowers made out of shoes that were like 2 meters high. And then you could try shoes on for sizing and see our latest designs there. So in that store, it became a finalist in the World Retail Awards for the world's best store design of that year. And we were up against Karl Lagerfeld for his concept store in Paris. And some people don't know who that is. He's the guy who leads the design at Chanel. We were against Puma for their flagship store in Osaka. So the awards ceremony was in Paris. None of us went. We're all home in Australia in bed, different beds. And the phone started flashing at like 3 a.m. And luckily, someone from the from the Australian Retail Association was there to pick up the award for the world's best store design of 2013. So just this, yeah. So it was this. Still gives me goosebumps moment. So we went to Nordstrom because they started as a shoe store and it's still Nordstrom family owned.
Shoes are down on the ground floor, aren't they?
Totally.
Where cosmetics is in David
Cosmetics,
Jones.
shoes. This is in their blood. Like one of the Nordstrom brothers walked past our store and was like, oh, is the toe box on that shoe? And this is from like 5 meters out. Is the toe box on that shoe a bit tight on women's feet? And I was like, well, actually it is. So they're extraordinary. So we pitched the idea to Nordstrom. Hot tip, go and turn up face-to-face for these meetings. We were pitching them for about 18 months. I don't know if you remember. 12 months, 18 months. And they kept sort of, maybe. Then we made up an excuse. And we were just like, oh, we're going to be in Seattle. Why don't we come by and say hello? Complete lie. We were flying to Seattle to get a meeting with them. Lies. Within 4 months of that, we had opened our first store with them. So turn up. It's important. We opened 6 stores across the US, and it was really emotional that in November last year, we wound all of the stores down. October last year, we wound them all down. So the trick here was that it was a test, and it was very important. We are pioneering mass customization. In the early 70s, MIT said mass customization is the future of retail. Shoes of Prey is leading the pack in terms of size of business, funding, and model globally to make that movement happen. And I was talking to, so Daniel Bobroff he was the investment director at ASOS, and he has this great slide that he talks about when you're pioneering a space and you're like the scout running out in front of the army with all the arrows in your bum. And I think in retail, of course, you would try offline because that's how we understand retail at its core. But what we found the flaw in our hypothesis to be is that in 2013, most people were uncomfortable to shop online. It wasn't necessarily a design your own shoe thing, it was a retail thing. And now in 2016, she was so comfortable to go online. So we found that she, as we researched her and kept talking to her, she was definitely online. So we made the choice to wind those back and focus our time in our online space. And it was emotional because it was a very public test to do. So, you want all of your tests, especially public ones, to be successful. So, and helping people to understand that closing stores doesn't mean failure. It means that you're making a good decision. So when you see stores closing now, don't make that immediate judgment of, ooh, something's bad. Actually, they're making a good decision.
Yeah, we had a few of the Australian papers say, oh, Shoes of Prey, chaos, closing stores. And I think the lesson is that, startups try things. You've got to be bold. And this was trying something on a huge scale.
Totally. It's the whole point. I don't regret it. I do think there's a place for offline retail. I just don't think it's now.
Yeah. And I guess in a way that led to now the Nordstrom Online, which you showed us earlier on, experience, which is a huge, growth engine for the business as well.
Massive. The platform part of it is super exciting. And we switched that on in the middle of the night one week. Didn't tell a soul about it. Just switched it on, and it added like full percentage points to their annual revenue for the site.
Wow. For
their site, not ours. Massive.
Okay, good. We've got some questions. The technology is working. And there's a great first question, which is about manufacturing in China.
Sure.
So I'm going to split this question in two, actually.
Well, how about 4? There's a lot of questions there.
Okay, I can do it in 4. Okay.
Or 3.
So the first is, you have a difficult business. You've got to build this online e-commerce experience, which is actually where a lot of software businesses just end. That's it. They have an online, you have an online experience. You've got to then actually build the shoes.
I know. What were we thinking?
And there's a long sort of progression, I know, in terms of having an individual supplier, multi-suppliers, and then bringing it all in-house. But the question I want to ask you that I hope one of the audience was getting at here is, how do you even start thinking about manufacturing in China? So I'm a startup. I want to build something. It might be an electronic thing. It might be a shoe. It might be something, other physical thing. How do you even start thinking about China?
So it depends on what you're making. So if you want to make something that's kind of stock standard and you just want to brand it as your own, go into Alibaba. Don't worry about going to China. Order samples. You'll be fine. If you want to kind of understand a little bit more about it and get a bit more specific about how you're going to manufacture and building those relationships, go to the Canton Fair, find those big manufacturing fairs in America and turn up at them and go to all of the stalls and soak up all the knowledge and then figure out who it is that you might want to go deeper on with relationships and manufacturing with them. If you're building something that's never been done before, you're crazy, no joking, then this is when you need to go and build really big relationships with people and you need to spend a lot of time on the ground. So my China team is about 170 people. The vast majority are our technicians, but we always had kind of at least 10 people. We started with 1, obviously, and the second person who came on board with us in China is still with us today. Actually, from then onwards, pretty much all still with us. But that team has been really critical to us being able to do what we do, really investing in having people on the ground to figure out that process because, frankly, the process doesn't exist. Manufacturers don't know how to do what you need them to do, and you need to understand what they do and then how to hack that with software, process, and just simple common sense to build something new. So that requires a different kind of investment.
And then do you sell your shoes in China? Is the next question.
We do, but we haven't targeted the market there. I think it's a market that is very interesting, but I'm not sure that it would be the next obvious market to go to for us. We need to crack the US first, and we're on our way to doing that, which is really exciting. But there is so much to learn and do in every market you go to. So in Australia, I'd say you can address the market kind of in one mindset. In America, it's actually more like Europe, where every state has a different culture, perspective, way of dressing, and that kind of thing that you need to kind of approach in your marketing. So, we'll spend a bit more time on that. But then organically, in terms of traction we've gotten so far, China is not in our top 5, but we would look at it from an opportunity perspective when we're thinking about the market to go to next.
Look, we're almost out of time, and I have one more question I want to ask you. I'm going to press the button here and hope it changes to a great picture. We're going to wait for it. Here it is. Here it is.
Oh.
And, so, quite famously, you ran from Bondi Beach to Bronte Beach in a pair of 4.5-inch stilettos.
I did.
Which we can see you putting on there next to your joggers.
Yep.
And at the end of the video, you have a big smile on your face.
True.
But tell us the real story. What is it really like running from Bondi to Bronte in a pair of 4.5-inch heels?
So hilariously, the people that filmed this for me didn't think I was actually going to do it. They turned up with the camera and this sort of stuff, and they thought that we were going to fake it and do a shot here and a shot there. And I started running, and they were like, "Oh shit!" Started coming with me. So Look, I hate running, truly hate running. But I've got to say, I wish that I had have taken the shoes off and shown my feet at the end because there were no blisters. The one thing is, any woman would know this, it's not really great for your back to run in a pair of heels. But you know, this video, the proof of it was people kept asking, are your shoes comfortable? And look, I can pull the pair of shoes apart and show you the construction and all that kind of stuff, or I could put my money where my mouth is, and that was what this video was.
Well, Jody, thank you so much for sharing your story with us today. It's been
Pleasure.
Wonderful. It's a real honor for me and for Blackbird that we've seen the business thrive. And so thank you very much for coming and sharing the story.
Thank you for believing in us.
Fantastic. So next, I'm going to invite Ian Gardner to the stage. Ian's from Amazon Web Services, and I'd like to start by just really thanking AWS for supporting us today. They've been a supporter of the Sunrise Conference since day dot. In the first year, they very kindly provided the coffee for us. It was just, you might remember, one barista and a very, very long line. So we hope we've sorted out the coffee today. A little bit more about that later. But also to thank AWS for all their support of the Australian startup community. Ian is such a big proponent of the Aussie startup community, and AWS is such an important part in building the companies that you're all doing. So Ian, welcome to the stage, and thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
All right, thank you. It's awesome to be here. This is our 4th year doing it, so great job, guys, putting it on. So I'm Ian Gardner. I lead the startup team across Australia and New Zealand for AWS. Best job in the company. Got to try and find the next Atlassian and basically support them as they scale. So I'm actually not going to talk long. I've got a video I'm going to play. The video is really to encourage you to tinker. We release a lot of new products and services all the time, in fact. And this shows a great example as to how some of them are used. So if we can play the video, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
My name is Troy Larson. I work for Amazon Web Services as a DevOps Cloud Architect, and I focus on automating solutions and building out code deployment. My son is named Calvin. He's 16 years old, and he has autism.
What's your name? My name is Calvin, yeah. And how old are you? Look at the camera. Look at the camera. How old are you?
You're 16 years old.
You're 16 years old. And what's your teacher's name?
It's Baba.
Okay, so he can answer basic questions. But when it comes to spontaneous, that's when you're cool.
As he is growing into adulthood over the next several years, the services may not be as abundant for him as we might need. And so how do we help him to transition to adulthood, potentially even to be able to live somewhat semi-independently without having to have constant physical supervision? He was diagnosed when he was 3 years old, and he's nonverbal, so he can speak some words, but he's not able to have a conversation. For Calvin, the challenges of living independently are primarily around his own personal care and safety. So things that we take for granted, like brushing your teeth and showering and going to the bathroom, those are things that Calvin won't do unless he's prompted. When he's at school or he's at home, we can tell him to do something and he'll follow through with that instruction. One of the challenges with autism is every child is different. There's things that they get and there's things that other ones don't get. And so you're always trying to find that one key to unlock that understanding. Verbal interaction has always been his key. So voice was the technology that we were waiting for to really build a tool that might be able to help with Calvin's communication. When Polly and Lex were announced, it was actually a system where we could actually build communication on the fly. So the first time I used the technology, I did not have Polexi yet. It was just playing with Polly. I had my laptop and we kind of hid around the corner of his bedroom.
Please push the
and
button.
I had Polly say, "Calvin, it's time to go potty. Let's take a break and go potty." And we waited a few seconds, and all of a sudden his door opened, and he walked out, quizzically looked at us like, what are you doing here?
What time is it? It's time to...
ICT.
And at that point, I knew, yes, this could be something that we could definitely leverage because he understands that voice. The idea behind Plexi is to build a system that is aware of a person's specific physical needs and is built around the ability to prompt them to give them that quality of life, that sense of confidence where they can function almost independently, and it's invisible, it's not intrusive.
Tell Plexi with Brian, tell Calvin, come downstairs.
There was a problem with the requested skills response.
Tell Plexi with Brian, tell Calvin, come downstairs.
Got it. Publishing message. Come downstairs to Calvin at location Calvin's_bedroom.
Please push the blue button. Good evening, Calvin. Do you want some pops? Come downstairs right now to the kitchen to get some pops. Good evening, Calvin. Do you want some pops? Come downstairs right now.
One of my concerns with this project was that we're trying to automate parenting with Calvin. And that's not the case. The idea here is to give him a sense of freedom in the same way that we all want that sense of freedom. We don't walk into our kids' bedrooms every 5 minutes, checking on them and telling them what to do. And the idea here is to give him that respect of privacy and keep his stress level down.
Okay, now brush your teeth.
And it was cool because there was no physical person in the room. There was no face. There was no someone tapping him on the shoulder. It was an invisible voice that he responded to. And that's very chilling to think about, in that you're wanting to have a conversation with him all the time. And when you're able to find something that can communicate with him and that he can understand, your brain just starts wondering, how else can we use this?
Thank you. Believe me, that was much better than me talking, so that was a great video. And the encouragement there really is just get out and tinker. I mean, that was done in not much time. Who knows what business you can create off the back of that. So I'm going to invite up Mike Cannon-Brooks. So we're going to have a little chat on stage. Come on up, Mike. I'll introduce you in a sec. We carefully coordinated our dress code. I did my best to. I want to be you, Mike.
You've changed, man.
Yeah, really?
You got started. Do I sit on a tiny X?
I think we sit in the tiny X.
All right.
It's kind of cozy. So, did you tinker with stuff like that? Like, do you ever get back in the codes and on the keyboard and code some stuff?
Did I, or do I
do
still?
you currently?
Yeah, occasionally. Yeah. I tend to start very ambitious projects at 6:30 on a given Thursday night when I've got the shits with something, and then 4 weeks later, when I come back to that tab, I'm like, I just throw it away. So it doesn't go very far generally nowadays.
Okay, so like most people know you, Mike Cannon-Brooks, you're the co-founder and co-CEO of Atlassian. You can correct me if I'm wrong with some of these stats, but founded in 2002. You've got over 2,000 staff across the world now, mostly here in Silicon Valley, is that right?
Yeah, mostly.
Is it half and half?
No. It's about 1,000 people here, and between Mountain View and San Francisco, it's probably 500. So yeah, 3/4 between the two.
You've got roughly 85 of the Fortune 100 companies as customers. That's pretty good. Over $500 million in total sales. Also pretty good. Still growing at 50% a year, I think. Is that right? That's about right.
Yeah, the $500 million would be in US dollars to use my correct public company hat, and 50% a year is probably a bit high.
Okay.
Like 30s right now.
I had a look at the stock market this morning, so $8 billion US in market cap as of this morning. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Okay, yeah, just checking how closely you watch that. You get tons of awards.
What's it going to be in 5 years' time? Can you tell me that?
No, we can't tell. I need to get them all to sign a disclosure. One of the most impressive things, you have 4 kids under 6, is that right, roughly?
6 and under, technically.
6 and under. Yeah. So you are busy. So look, thanks for coming along.
Them at the top of the list, really.
Yeah, I know. That's probably the biggest achievement. All right, let's start. I mean, there's a bit we were going to get through. We've got about 15 minutes. So, so how does... I mean, Atlassian's done all this incredible stuff, as you have. I've seen much of you on that journey. You're kind of where everyone wants to be, I think, in this room. But how does the Atlassian of today compare to the Atlassian that you and Scott thought of or conceived when you launched it in 2002?
That's a good question. Look, it's nothing like the Atlassian of 2002. Let's face it, that was two numbnuts in a back of an office, back of Nikki's office, actually. So that was nothing like this. I think the first few years, we really set a cultural tone for how we wanted to operate as a company, and that's by and large been maintained, which is really good. From a values perspective, culture has kept changing as it does, but the values have been fairly constant. The ambition, if I get a bit meta here, I would say the ambition is still there. It's a very different ambition than what it was at each different period of time. Sort of if you think you have about a 5-year lens realistically, you're bullshitting yourself because it's probably 2 years, but you can sort of stretch that to 5. Every 5 years, our ambition has actually kind of gone up, as I think the best companies do, as you see what you've done and then what you could do, you either kind of settle for what you've done or you keep re-raising the ambition level. So that's probably similar, but obviously the ambitions of what we're trying to do today versus back then radically.
But what's remarkable with you guys is like you and Scott appear to have basically grown at the same level as each other. So often in co-CEO relationships, one will outstrip the other, but you guys seem inseparable.
Sure. Dumb luck, number 1. Hard work, number 2, and understanding that self-scaling is the hardest part, right? We're pretty hard on ourselves, I think, as much as anybody else is, in terms of we have to scale. If we don't scale, you know, the corks at the top of the bottle or whatever, the whole thing's gonna slow down. So we've had to do that, and that's challenging, right?
So, but that point about your ambition changing, I mean, do you actually sit down every few years with Scott and say, look, let's, just you and him almost, let's set the, next level of ambition?
Yeah, no, we've done that a fair few times now. 3 or 4 times we have founder offsites. We'll go away for a day or two and just hang out, drink some wine, and recalibrate. Famously, probably in 2008-9, we did it. So we're about 7 years in. We had a founder offsite, which was like, look, we're 7 years in. It's probably not going to go tits up at the moment. What do we want to do now? Like, it was almost like there's this weird belief that actually what you've kind of been aiming for comes true, and then you're like, shit, now you're fearful. I've used the analogy before of rock climbing. You start by looking at the wall and going, oh, geez, that looks high. Let's have a go. It's only when you get like halfway or 3/4 of the way up, you're like, oh, I could make it. And then you look down, you're like, oh, shit. Now the pain of looking down is totally different to what it was on the floor. So that was when we decided that we were both 7 years in. We both took a big break, a few months, sort of around 30. All these things hit simultaneously, got married, and kind of had that big re-sync. And that was a really positive thing, right? I encourage founders to do that. Every so often you need to step out of the office and kind of, are we here to do what we said we were going to do? And if we need to change something, what do we change? And part of that was both of us said, actually, we're more excited about the 10 years ahead than the sort of 7 or 8 years behind. Okay, great. What do we need to go do? And that's when we brought on Excel and sort of made plans to go public and all those sorts of things, because it was at that point we could see the top of the wall, and then that top of the wall is ever elusive.
Yeah. So ambition has changed and evolved over that period, but my observation of you guys is culture probably hasn't. So maybe just a point in culture. I mean, one of the best things about my job, I get to do this quite a lot. So I've interviewed Joss from Tyro, Cliff from Canva, Rod from Xero, etc. I mean, and the common theme amongst all of their companies is just this commonality in culture. It's like each culture is different, but it's universally acknowledged within the organization and rigorously enforced. So, I mean, tell us about the Atlassian culture.
Look, it's harder to find culture. Scott's pretty known for the sort of culture eats strategy for breakfast quote. He rolls out a lot, and I think it is totally true. The culture has kept changing in the business, right? A 2,000-person company has a different culture than a 200-person company and a 20-person company, and you shouldn't fight that. We have more processes and more advantages and disadvantages of being a big company, and you should know and appreciate both. That doesn't mean the underlying values of the company and the way people interoperate with each other, the way the organization attracts certain types of people and hopefully repels, if you've done the right job, the other type of people. Whether they're inside or outside, they should get repelled, if you know what I mean. I think that's the part that we fought really hard to maintain on the interpersonal level. And then as a business, etc., we are a product-driven company, and we have to understand what that means. I think it's very hard to change your DNA as a company. It's very, very, very hard to change your DNA. You find other potential business avenues that fit the DNA you already have, rather than changing it. If you look at great companies, they tend to do that really, really cleverly, as Amazon has. Yep. And that's what we need to make sure to maintain. And understanding your own DNA is quite hard.
So, how much of your day-to-day existence is spent on that cultural piece? I mean, give us a glimpse into the day in the life of Mike.
Oh, it varies on different weeks, right? I think one of the most powerful things that Scott and I can do is to be cheerleaders. So we're ever encouraging small groups of people. Scott just went around the world and did a sort of a world tour for a week and a half, and that's brutal. At any time, you're going to, he was in Barcelona, Amsterdam, New York, Austin, San Francisco, Mountain View, do it all that in a week. It's a lot of travel. You get used to that. Yeah, but it's incredibly valuable. But it's not glamorous at all. It's incredibly valuable just to sit down with small groups of people and for them to hear firsthand. And the storytelling aspect of growing a company is incredibly hard. So I think we try to do as much of that as possible and manufacture opportunities to do that. That's probably the biggest thing we do values-wise. Otherwise, the biggest thing we do values-wise, to be honest, is hiring. And really scrutinizing hires and making sure that we're still attracting the right type of people at a macro level.
So how many interviews would you do in a week?
Probably 2 or 3 on average, I guess, something like that. But by the time they get to me, they're usually, quite well scrutinized. So I shouldn't be, when I say hiring, I shouldn't be getting 50% strike rate at that point and saying culturally they're a misfit, right? So that has to come on the back of those in a long term.
But I'd certainly agree. Like culture and hiring, probably the most important things you can do in a business. All right, let's talk about startups. I know you love startups. You're in one. It's a big startup. And you're a pretty active investor now. I think I saw you quoted saying that you've now put sort of 9 figures of your own wealth into your own startups. You're in Blackbird. You're in...
Probably closing on 10, but don't
10, okay. So why do you love startups, and what's your observation of what's going on in this sector here?
That's a big question. They're exciting. There's a lot of... they attract a certain... breed of people that I like hanging out with, I guess. People who are
want to change the world?
It's funny. I actually don't like the phrase "change the world" because I don't think often they do. They just want to solve a problem, or you can always zoom out and glamorize that, right? In Silicon Valley TV show, parodies the zooming out part of it, and it's not that it's untrue. It's more just that usually they're like annoyed by something and they want to go fix it, and the right ones have that annoyance, but also the hustle and the scrappiness to be able to make that happen and get together, right? And they're just really generally interesting people to hang out with and spend time on. And obviously you want to precipitate some of that change and drive to move in a different direction. Obviously, I'm sort of in a luxurious position to be able to pick and choose. You mentioned I don't have an investment committee, which is both a good and a bad thing, potentially, right? Like it can be very dangerous not to have an investment committee, but...
well, you've also got a day job, Mike. So
sure.
Stay focused.
That's right. But I have, I can make very quick decisions and follow through on passion projects, perhaps, better than other people can.
Okay, last question then. I want to talk about the 1% pledge. So, there's a bunch of kids, or high school kids in the room here. You've got 4 kids. What do you want them to do, and what advice would you give to the girls and boys here today?
Geez, that's a big question. I guess from my point of view, I want them to be happy and good citizens. I don't know how you put that, but good people, right? I think fundamentally that's probably most important. I'm sure for the high school kids, I don't know how you change that if it's not there. Hopefully you are good people.
They all seem nice in the way in.
Yeah, I think that's the parenting thing, right? How do you bring up just decent human beings is the biggest thing, and then that they have some passion that they're driving after. It doesn't really matter what it is necessarily. I'm not definitely trying to shepherd them into tech or out of tech or into startups or any of that type of thing. I think it's up to them to choose that.
But it's definitely
path.
a valid and viable career path.
Oh, it's an absolutely valid and viable career path. Don't get me wrong. No, it's a great career path and a very exciting life, and I think it's a good. How would I phrase this? It's a great learning environment. I would say, the first startup Nikki and I ran in 12 months, we learned so much in 12 months that we could never have packed into 10 years of a career at somewhere else, right? That if you're open to it mentally, the hyper-compressed learning that a startup can give you, it'll never get you a degree on paper, but it will literally learn every part of every business, from customer operations to product creation to finance, accounting, investing, like ROI, everything that you have to learn, managing people, coaching people, it all comes at you very, very hard and fast. And you'll probably royally fuck it up for a few times, but that the pace of that learning is very, very high. So I think that part's really important. I do generally advocate for people. There's sort of this startup clinging on thing, which is like, I really want to be in startups. And you say, well, why? Right? The best entrepreneurs I've invested in absolutely never give away some of the secret sauce. If you talk to me about an exit, there's the door, number one. And number two, if you talk to me about why you really want to be an entrepreneur, no, there's the other door, right? Because the best people I've met never ask any of those questions, right? They're almost like, well, I really didn't want to do this, but no one was solving this problem, and I really want to work on this for 10 years and all this sorts of, like, that gets you much more excited.
Yeah.
And so we sort of have this, you've got to be careful of people who are like, I really want to be involved in this community because of the community. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me, right? They didn't come to solve a problem. They didn't sort of arrive for the right reasons, and I'm just very wary of. I would encourage people not to do that because it looks exciting, or I really like Facebook or something, and you're like, well, that's just a weird reason.
I think
Snapchat or whatever. Sorry, whatever's under Snapchat, it's going to be cool soon.
I really want to hear about the Pledge 1%. So, there was a little stand outside, saw people wearing T-shirts signing up. So what is Pledge 1%, and why is it so important to you and Scott?
Sure. Look, we've had a foundation for a long while. I think, writ large corporate social responsibility or writ small companies' role in society is a really important thing. If you think about various societal institutions sort of slowly fading from churches to neighbourhoods and all these things, if you look at the last 50 or 100 years, I think companies have a really interesting role to play going forward in being some sort of stewards for social responsibility. This is very conflicted. If you look at the ASX rules, for example, which is profit over everything, it gets very complicated very quickly. But we've had a foundation for a long time, right? And in doing that, the foundation's done a lot of amazing things. We've, $10 million plus and, 250,000 kids and all sorts of things. We focus on education and all sorts of different things, right? But in doing the foundation, we're big scale guys, right? Like we think about scale and how do we, I don't want one of these things, let's make it 10. Hey, if we could get 10, how could we get 100? And that's where the Pledge 1% kind of came from. We borrowed our foundation model off Salesforce, which is that the Atlassian Foundation has 1% of the equity in the company, 1% of employee time, 1% of profits, and 1% of product. You can define that different ways in different companies. And we sort of borrowed some of that ingredients from Salesforce, and then a few years ago, we're talking with them, and Scott and Mark got together and said, hey, look, why don't we just turn that into a thing? Because a lot of other companies come to us and say, how did you start the foundation? What did it mean? And the idea is that pledging 1% of your company at the start doesn't cost you anything. You don't notice it, right? You've got nothing, so 1% of that, yeah, sure, I'll give that away. And trying to productize it into a pledge that other people can take on their startups, and it's just kind of escalated from there. It's been
so what year was that you started it?
So I think it's been around about 3 years now. Probably a year before that was the Conversations. We've got about 2,000 some startups from small to very, very large. A number of public companies taking the pledge now, which is really exciting. And we just try to get the message out there that it's a really good way to magnify our foundation's impact, I suppose, to share the lessons that we've had and then give people tools or a product that they can take into their startup, whatever it is. As a single example, I think about 16 people ticked the box on the sign-up that they were going to take the pledge as a part of this event, which is awesome. Another 80 or so people said they were interested and they would look into it more. That's fantastic, right? And if you think about the the outcomes of thousands and thousands and thousands of startups, small companies that have the growth trajectory that we're all familiar with, a very small amount of that at the start can yield a very big outcome for all sorts of causes. We don't.
So
you pick your own cause. Yeah, exactly. It's literally just a vehicle to explain to people. There's some machinations, so we've got legal docs in Australia and legal docs in America, et cetera, how to actually do those things. But that was sort of the idea, is just to try to get that rolling, and also it creates a conversation with people and staff about, we do this. Well, why do you do that? What do you put the money into? And it drives people down a path of taking some concrete action towards a philanthropic effort in their business, where otherwise people are like, I really want to do that, but I'm just too busy.
Yep.
You know, like, I'm really keen to do that, but I haven't done it yet.
So what are the focuses for the Atlassian Foundation then?
Largely on education, and now Pledge 1% is a big part of the foundation.
The whole education.
You know, we've had different things over time, but education is a big part of it.
High school, uni.
Different things in different parts of the world. So we do some things with you know, Aboriginal Indigenous education charities and funds in Australia. We focus a lot on Cambodia. We have a fair series of partners in Cambodia, from Room to Read at the big end to some smaller ones that we're trying to bring up. And you know, the foundation is growing very rapidly alongside the company, so it's constantly re-strategizing what it's trying to do.
Okay, and I'll check in the time after this, but this could be the last question. So, I mean, any advice? I mean, these people are sitting out there, they probably haven't done it yet. Just do it? I mean, is that a bit twee? Is that just get on with it?
Just do it for the right reasons, right? Like, I think most people genuinely feel like, yeah, I want to do that. It's a very easy thing to do, actually. You don't need to solve. People get into the mental loop of trying to pre-solve. Well, I've got to think where I'm going to put the money, and then how much would that be? There's nothing right now. So just pledge it and then figure that part out, and you'll find it really exciting as a part of that journey. Your employees will be highly motivated to join. People want to work in a place that has some social conscience, I would say, a broader sense. So there's a lot of externalities, but you have to do it for internal reasons first. I don't think you can do it to attract employees or for recruitment or any of these sorts of things. And the earlier you do it, the less it matters, right? Again, giving away 1% of something that is zero, you're never going to notice it. And that's sort of the idea. Just yeah, look it up. It's a great website. There's lots of examples. I should say thank you to all. I think a few hundred Australian companies have already taken it. They're all on the website, so it's great.
Looks like there have been some questions. Should we take one of them and then call it a day? Which one do you want? The middle one, I think, is the most interesting. What are you most afraid of? What keeps you up at night? Your kids, I suppose, will keep you up at night.
I was going to say 4 kids. I was just saying 2 sick ones at the moment. Multiple beds each night, kind of travelling around. What are you most afraid of? That's a good question. I suppose stasis. Sort of stopping learning, stopping growing is a weird fear that I have. I think when people... you know, there's this big theory that the brain is sort of an unfilled vessel when you're young, and it gets very rapidly filled up, and your rate of learning is as rapid as the brain can absorb. And as you get older, you actually stop learning because of societal constructs. So when you're at school, you literally are told, sit here for 8 hours a day and learn, and so you're like, okay, that's what I guess I'll do, right? And your new experiences keep piling up because everything is a new experience when you're young, and so your learning rate is very, very fast. And then you kind of get to the middle of your career and the learning rate actually slows down precipitously because you're doing the thing that you were doing last week, and your job is kind of management rather than learning. It's not explicitly learning, and that scares me a lot, that my learning will slow down and then you reach sort of a stasis point, I suppose. Your boss's day one versus day two thing is a very good analogy, right? The fear of when do we get to day 2? And he's like, we don't get to day 2 with Amazon. We are in day 1, and we need to stay in day 1 because day 2 is death. I think would be probably I mean, it's a bit of a meta answer.
No, that's good. Look, I think we probably are out of time. I'm just looking over at the guys. Yes.
Why do I always get parenting questions? I really enjoy the parenting questions.
You're so good at everything else.
Totally unqualified to answer.
Right, so, I just so you're only 37?
Yes.
Right. Well, I hope you haven't peaked too young, so you've still got a lot of time under your belt.
Oh, part of If you look at Facebook had 6 million college kids and could have said, hey, we've got a great business with 6 million college kids, right? And they walked away from that local maximum to find a much higher global maximum, and that necessarily means kind of going down to go back up again. And I think if you look at the best businesses, they're constantly finding new local maximums and taking the pain in between. And that's something that scares me a lot from an Atlassian perspective. Like, how are we avoiding local maximums? Because you do something new, and then you're optimizing the new thing, right? You send out the pioneers, they find some ground, and then you send out settlers, and you put water and roads and everything else. And by the time you got water and roads, you're like, well, I've got a pretty good town. Let's just kind of make that town bigger instead of sending out another pioneer over the next hill to make a new town. And I think the best businesses and startups, and it actually doesn't matter what scale you're at, you can find local maximums. I've invested in companies that found a local maximum at 5 to 10 people, and we're like, well, I've got this really good business now. And it's like, well, how much are you willing to throw that away to try to find a new one? And do you really believe there's another town kind of over the hill that's a bigger or better location, or are you kind of comfortable settling? I don't know if that necessarily scares me. I'm a big, like, fuck it, let's go over the next hill and see what's there. But generally for other people, I think that's a really interesting way to think about your business, right? Are you approaching a local maximum? You can't constantly be pioneering. If you're just doing nothing other than sending out pioneers over hills, you're probably not going to build any towns whatsoever, and it's all going to fall apart in a heap, right? But the balance between those two is really hard, and knowing, I think it takes true founders to really say, guys, I understand what everybody else is saying, but we are at a local maximum, and I have nothing other than sheer belief that we have to move off where we are. That's very, very hard to do, and I would encourage all startups, do it at 10 people, do it again at 100, do it again at 1,000.
I think that's a great place to stop. Thank you, Mike. Round of applause for Mike. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Good job. I do have one final role too, which is just to introduce Nick Crocker. Nick, come on up. Thanks, guys. Well done, mate.
Wow. Hi, everyone. My name is Nick. I'm obviously a new face. I'm actually a partner at Blackbird. I joined in November. I'm based in Melbourne, and this is my first sunrise, amazingly, and I am just so excited. So this is a beautiful transition, actually, from Atlassian, which is a staggering global success, to the Wiggles, who are obviously not a tech startup, but are equally staggering in their global success. So the Wiggles, amazingly, was started in 1991, and 27 years into their journey, last year they played 330 shows around the world. The hustle does not die with the Wiggles. So I'm really, really excited about our next speaker, Paul Field. So Paul is the Wiggles manager. He also happens to be the brother of the Blue Wiggle. 23 million DVDs sold, 8 million books, 7 million CDs, a run of 6 nights back-to-back at Madison Square Garden in New York sold out. Amazingly, somehow, the Wiggles today are more popular than ever. If you have children, you will appreciate their hypnotic quality over your children. I have a 1-year-old. We had an issue for about, actually, his entire life where he doesn't like getting his nappy changed. But the way to get his nappy changed is to give him the Wiggles, and then he goes quiet, and you can obviously appreciate how relieving and wonderful that is. So obviously the Wiggles aren't a tech startup, but when you dig into the story, there is so much about what the Wiggles represent that is exactly what we look at in companies at Blackbird. They're global, they're ambitious, they were incredibly scrappy from day one, they are maniacally focused on the end customer, they have an incredibly strong company culture, they are resilient, they are resourceful. And aside from being the Wiggles manager, Paul is also a producer. He's a platinum-selling musician. Hopefully there are people in the audience here who saw the band The Cockroaches play in the late 80s. Paul was the lead singer of that band. He's an author. He was in the Supreme Court for a little while. He was an investigator. So it's a fascinating person to have up on stage to talk about one of our best global successes. Please welcome Paul to the stage. You get to sit on the...
Thank you.
How does this audience compare to...
They're grown up. It's good.
Yeah. So, Jody spoke about it a little bit, but every startup has non-believers in the early days. Can you talk a little bit about some of the Wiggles non-believers?
Yeah, well, I suppose we were surrounded by non-believers, and as you mentioned, Anthony and myself and Jeff, one of the original Wiggles, shared a decade of playing music around Australia in a band, and we had some great success there. And Anthony did a degree at university in early childhood studies, so he thought I should combine my early childhood studies with my musical background and form a group to perform for children. Now, nowadays, you could say, you know, like the Wiggles. In those days, there was nothing, well, no one existed like that. But again, they thought, well, let's suss it out. So we went to a theatrical booking agent in Double Bay and met with a woman there and basically a bit of a show and tell. Here's the educational background for what we do, you know, what informs our songs. Did a few of the songs, scoped the idea of what we do. And she's very courteous and so on. And she said to us, look, I've got to be honest with you guys. I can't see anything in it for me or anything in it for you. And we walked away slightly disheartened. There was that. And then actually we did get signed and to the ABC. But we did have, and again, we thought, well, this is a new venture for us. We should take advice. And we got some guy who'd worked with all sorts of children's artists that have been very successful. And he saw what we did. We were performing live by this stage, and said, "Look, I've got just one suggestion." And there's a character in our show who's probably our most popular character up until recently, Dorothy the dinosaur. And his advice back in the early days was lose the dinosaur, you know, which was kind of like telling Walt lose the mouse, you know. And then after about 1995, we were the ABC's highest-selling act. In all genres, on music and video, and certainly live. And we were pitching at that stage. We had film clips played, but we wanted TV. We were kids of the 60s. We saw the Beatles cartoons, the Monkees show. We wanted a show. We thought that's a way of getting to not only Australian platform, but a global platform. And so the ABC and like a lot of organisations at times can be a bit silo. So, you know, some departments don't like being told what to do by other departments, and I think we ran into a bit of that. So we met some people in the TV area. And again, just remember that we were the highest selling act at the ABC at the time, with degrees in early childhood studies. Anyway, we took this meeting, and the woman there said to us, "Oh, look, I've got to say one thing. I don't think you communicate well with children." It's like, wow. So we all took a breath, like, okay, no worries. So if we filmed you, we wouldn't have you talking at all, all right? So we just do the music. I like the music, you know. I said, okay. So again, fair credit to the guys. They went, look, you know, she's in a position of, she's a mover and shaker. Let's go with what she suggests. And of course, we had a look. Actually, it was like black pants, coloured shirts, and so on. And they changed the look. So they had the guys in shorts and caps like they were kids or something. Oh, it was weird. It was not us. And then the film clips we did, Hot Potato and Fruit Salad, some well-known hits from the Wiggles. And at one stage, like you do, you know, we were waiting around while things moved around to be shot and so on. And a young woman with a clipboard came up and said, look, guys, we're about half an hour, the fire engine's coming. And he said, what's the fire engine? This is a song about hot potatoes. She said, oh, we thought, you know, kids love fire engines, so we thought we'd throw one into the clip. Just like apropos of nothing, you know. So we'd given it a shot, and most of the, apart from being knocked back, a lot of the advice we took was bad advice. So the lesson from all that from us was, you know what, we know what we're doing, let's do it ourselves, and that's kind of it.
So every startup in the room here today goes through this process of trying to find early customers. So how did the Wiggles go about finding those first shows?
Yeah, so again, with a rock and roll background, we know how to put on a show, but how do you get to that audience? It's not like you have a radio station playing early childhood hits. So we kind of went to the market. And again, our experience in a band was, you know, in clubs and theatres and pubs and things like that. And also our experience with rock and roll, we had a good manager and there were some good agents out there, but it's a highly corrupt industry, right? They lie all the time, and they're just shocking. So we wanted to get away from that, right? You know, so we said, you know, we'll do it ourselves. And I'm a parent of 4 kids, and you know, your preschools, you always have a fundraiser for the preschool. It's a big event, a fete or a cake sale, that kind of stuff. A lot of effort for normally not a huge amount of dollars, but it's a good community thing. So we thought, well, why don't we go to these preschools and playgroups and say, look, this is not going to cost you anything. We call the Wiggles. By that stage, we'd had a clip or 2 on the ABC, and people were kind of aware of us. And we'll get you to sell the tickets at whatever price they were. You get a clip of the ticket, and that's kind of it. All you have to do is sell the tickets. So that's how we started. And of course, like we came, we did the show. They went, God, that was easy. We made money. The kids loved it. When can you come back? And we did that preschool by preschool, nursing mothers associations, that kind of stuff. And they loved it. And it was good. Everyone kind of won. So we made our own touring circuit. Quite unique. And that's how we got to start.
So Anthony famously wrote the first Wiggles CD because he thought it would help on his application to get in to become a preschool teacher.
Yeah.
So can you talk about the importance of that educational element of the Wiggles?
Oh, it's critical. It's, you know, as I said, it's a rare confluence of a musical background and early childhood education. And to this day, it informs everything we do. Every song the guys write, every performance, comes from the question, what will the child get out of this? And there's different songs. Songs, they're just going to dance to it. There might be a song that's somewhat of a narrative. And that's the question you ask, what will they get out of it? And yeah, that's the real foundation stone of the Wiggles' success, is that early childhood background. You know, we're pro-social. It's inclusive in all ways, shapes and forms, you know. Because our audience is pre-literal. They're just putting words and sentences together. So it's a great opportunity to expose them to different forms of music, you know. So we can do all sorts of genres of music. It's kind of wiggle-fied. We can do all sorts of languages. You know, we've done songs in Hebrew, Arabic, Spanish, Italian, Latin, French, you know, you name it. And to children, it's all new. The world is a wonderfully exciting new place.
When did you first realise the Wiggles could be something big?
I don't know so much about big, but when you got traction kind of thing. I know we were doing these preschool shows and so on, and a couple of times where we did an outdoor show once, and suddenly, wow, look at the crowd. And there are those kind of moments. And we did shows with the ABC, the Bananas, you know, the Wiggles, Mick Conway, you know, Julian Eastoe, various other acts. And we'd do a few of those, and eventually went, they're actually all here for us. And so that's when you start seeing it. And then, of course, sales. So I know when we first signed with the ABC, and we're very lucky, you know, with all success comes a bit of luck. And a woman who took over ABC Music, her name's Meryl Gross, and I genuflect to a statue of her every morning. She just started working her first week at the ABC, and she had worked at Festival Records where the Cockroaches were, and she'd had platinum success with us then. So Anthony rocks up and the guys with this educational treatise of why their music is good and the songs, and she just went, you know what, these guys in some form have had success before. They're young, she said, good looking. I reckon there's a bit of an appeal there, and they're good songs. She gave it a go. And the other act, so she signed us in the first week of her job. The other act she signed in her first week of her job is Lee Kernaghan, who's a country artist, Australian country artist, who is their biggest selling artist. So she kicked pretty big goals in the first week. Yeah.
And can you talk about that first step to going global? When you went to America, how did you break America?
Okay, so we were very successful in Australia, and 2 parts to it. One, the Disney Channel here in Australia, and we partnered with them here and we worked wonderfully well. They said, let's have a competition where it's the Wiggles in Disneyland and we'll film it, be a special for Australia. It did it with Qantas, so, you know, go to Disneyland, see the Wiggles, and that's kind of it. So I thought, well, here's an opportunity. We're going to be in the States. We should invite, you know, companies, video distributors and so on to come see us. Now, as you know, not everyone will come, but luckily some did. And we had people from Dallas, Texas, from Lyric Studios, who owned Barney the dinosaur. They were the creators of Barney Dinosaur. And they were a family business. And they came and saw us at Disneyland and just went, wow, this is largely an unknown crowd and they've got something. And so they signed us, but we weren't on TV. And almost like that baseball movie where they say, you know, if you build it, they will come. They said with the Wiggles, if people see them, they'll love them. So bless them, you know. And they said, okay, so how do we do that? Two things they did. Back in the VHS days, Barney the dinosaur, who was huge, they put one of our film clips as like a trailer before the main feature. Now, we were doing appearances at, you know, video stores and various things like Blockbuster Video and so on. And suddenly we started getting people along to that. And it's like, how did they... They'd rewind. So there was that. And then, again, Lyric said, well, Barney's playing at Radio City in New York, Radio City Musical in New York City. And he was huge then, right? So we'll get you guys as the entertainment to support Barney, which sounds like a bit of a Spinal Tap moment, but actually turned out quite good. We were actually the entertainment in the intermission. So it wasn't just the support. Intermission where, you know, go to the toilet, get the candy, all that kind of stuff. We would then come on and perform to the crowd. However, as you may know, if you've got little ones and you're cool, they're happy, you're not going anywhere. That's right, you know. You don't want to move, right? And the Wiggles were on. And dare I say, they're a good act. They engaged. The Americans loved them. And that season, what we did with Barney, we performed to 60,000 New Yorkers. And we had some video presence at that stage. We were in like FAO Schwartz, Noodle Cadoodle, Zany Brainy, kind of boutique stores. But like good Americans, they went out of the store, out of the shows going, wow, the Wiggles were great. I've got to get them. My kid loved them. Can't really find them in retail, so I'll go online. And we ended up with 2 video titles in the Amazon.com top 10 video sales, up there with Tybo and Disney kind of titles. And someone at Walmart went, who the hell are the Wiggles? Because they got 2 titles in the Amazon.com. Why don't we have them? And normally, you know, as you know, Walmart's the biggest retailer on the planet. Normally you have to sacrifice small animals to get into Walmart, whereas we did it the organic way through demand. So that was pretty cool. That was our first steps into the States. And then the final big one was that someone at the Disney Channel knew of us, well, through the Australian Disney connection, actually, saw how well we worked. And they launched the Playhouse Disney, which was a channel just for preschoolers. And again, think about the gravitas of this. They said, hey, Wiggles, can you write the theme song for Playhouse Disney? We'll get you to perform it. We quickly said yes. And so, you know, that's kind of selling coals to Newcastle, whatever the expression is. You know, the biggest entertainment company on the planet gets this Aussie group to perform their theme song. And of course, our TV show, they played 4 times a day. So we went from doing small halls, you know, Hoboken to Madison Square Garden Theatre. It kicked very quickly.
So you once said about your brother, we don't see eye to eye all the time, but what we always see eye to eye about is the Wiggles ethos. What is the Wiggles ethos?
Yeah, well, we're from a family of 7 kids. He's the youngest in the family, and he knows early childhood. He's got the degree. So from the word go, I kind of like, well, you know what you're talking about there. And what he loves about the early childhood ethos is that it's affirming, it's empowering to children, you know, and it's all coming from the perspective of a child. That's the long and short of it, really, you know. And they vary. They're preschoolers, you know. That can be from just standing up to putting sentences together. So they vary, but we need to do things that engage them and that are on their level. And added to that, we're pro-social, you know, healthy choices, all those kind of things. And that's from a time, like in 1991, the expression early childhood obesity didn't exist, you know. Every single successful early childhood group did confectionery. We never have, you know. We just kind of kept on the straight and narrow of what we want to do and what we affirm. And even the way we impart messages, rather than saying, don't do that, don't eat chips and hot dogs and things like that, we go the other way. It's all positive. So it's fruit salad, yummy, yummy. All right? So you get the message in a heartbeat, don't you? It's not saying don't do, you're seeing the virtues of it. And again, from the early childhood point of view, you know, one of the Wiggles' most well-known and loved songs, Can You Point Your Finger and Do the Twist, which is very much a dance song. I spoke about the different songs. And again, part of the title says, can you? Now, again, if you want to get a child to do something, you can go pick that up, and you might have different results from that. Whereas if you challenge someone, I wonder if you're strong enough to lift that up, you'll get them to do it. Same with this. Can you point your fingers and do the twist? So you see, just even in the language used, the way they shape it, they understand what works, what engages with our audience.
So you're a family of 7. The Wiggles emerged from this amazing family. You have another brother who's a songwriter. Talk about how your upbringing feeds into what the Wiggles is.
Yeah, well, as I said, there were 7 of us under the age of 7 at one stage in a house in Western Sydney. And my mum just lives for music. She cannot do without music. And so habits she's passed on to us, like cranking music up, repeating songs a lot. But in the 60s, in the early part, particularly when we were really little, I don't think we had a TV for quite a few years. And so to calm us down and engage us, she would play songs, get us around, get us singing and performing and things like that, which was great. And then the rest of the time, when she's cooking and doing stuff with us, she'd play music all the time, like Gilbert and Sullivan, Man of La Mancha, like musical theatre, the Beatles, that kind of stuff. So music was really part of what we did. And she also, because she loves it so much, said, all of you should learn an instrument. And to this day, she says, learning music is as important as learning to read and write. And you think about it too, it's sport, which is wonderful, but you can only do that for so long. Whereas music, really, enjoyment of it or performing of it, to the day you drop, you can do. So she infused that in us, the love for music. Yeah.
And what about your dad? What did your dad teach you?
Well, Dad was a pharmacist out west, as I say, and we grew up in a housing commission area. He was a pharmacist there, thriving business in the days before supermarkets. He'd sell everything, right? And he went from looking after babies and weighing them and that kind of stuff to in the 70s when drugs kind of kicked into our area. And again, he's a real man of the community kind of thing. And so he became a drug counsellor and would dispense methadone and so on. And so it was kind of good because we would see his clients and so on. And so the romanticism or the allure of drugs for us was not there. We saw what it can do to people. And so when we were in a band playing in King's Cross as a teenager, we were offered everything, but it was like, that's okay, no thanks, But also just, these were families that we grew up with where one of them would get seriously involved in something, and they were from a good family. That was a good kid, right? And so one of the things with us was he was very much, go easy on them, forgive yourself, that kind of stuff. And so probably worked against us in some ways, but when we were in high school and we weren't good kids, right, at all times, if we're in trouble and you got a bad report card or something, you go, such teacher's hopeless and whatever, he'd be on our side. And it was great, no, it's true. He was quite forgiving, and to the point of the lessons you learned from kids who went off the rails. If you're into something you get something good out of, roll with it, And as I say, teenage boys playing in the pubs and clubs in King's Cross wasn't exactly kind of, a career thing. It was just what we loved doing. And he went with it. He supported us. Yeah.
So you've spoken before about the beauty and the terror of childhood audiences. Can you explain that?
It's very true. Look, the beauty of an early childhood audience is that there's a new one born every year, right? True. It's true. So that we've had changes over 26 years, life happening to us, people moving on, people getting sick. Or even as we speak, my brother Anthony was riding a push bike through Surrey Hills, had a bad accident, did his shoulder and he got operated on Monday. So the guy who plays Captain Feathersword is in the blue skivvy. My youngest son, who's a performer, has jumped into the Captain Feathersword role. The show goes on. And the little ones are very flexible. As long as you're honest, you can say, Anthony's not here, he's just getting an operation on his shoulder, but this is Paul. So we don't pretend it's Anthony. We're very transparent about the changes there. So that's the beauty of the audience. And as I say, if you do make changes, as long as you can engage them, you can have a new life. The terror of an early childhood audience, and unless you've worked with them or been in preschools and so on, again, it's back to knowing your audience. And are egocentric, and that's not a bad thing. They need to be at that age. The only person on the planet is them. Some never grow out of that, but it's where they're at. So when you're performing to them, they're kind of aware there's other people, but you're performing to me. and you need to engage them. So, yeah, they're the most honest audience on the planet. So if we go to a show, my wife and I will go to the show. Our kids are grown now, so we don't need a babysitter. But we're buying the ticket. We're paying for parking in Sydney, which you need a second mortgage for. You're going to dinner, all that kind of stuff. You've invested in it. You're ready to like it. Whereas a preschool kid, if they're at a show, if they don't dig it, they walk. The world's most honest audience. It really is. So that's informed how we do things and what we do things. So we played in Beijing once to an orphanage, and none of the children there would have spoken English at all. And it was fascinating to watch because with the characters and the colours and the songs, the kids were right into it. All right? As soon as they spoke in between, so the introductions were really short. You know.
So, and this is in all seriousness, the Wiggles are the toughest band in show business. Can you just explain, give some context about why that is actually true?
Well, being on the road is a tough way of living. As I say, the Wiggles are very, very, very successful, as we have been for a long time. But they work extremely hard. As you mentioned before, in the last 12 months, they've done 333 shows. The way we can do that is we do 3 to 4 shows a day. And they're 1-hour shows, so you need to be physically fit and tough and so on. But where you've probably heard me say that comes from back in New York City and in America, just after 9/11 happened. And, you know, sadly, it's now part of our life, terrorism. But back in those days, it was, you know, horrific and all new to us. So no one knew what was happening. And the Australian Rugby League team cancelled a tour, a tour in England where nothing had happened, right? And we were going to play Washington and New York, where you know, attacks had taken place. And we didn't take it lightly. We looked into it, we investigated, we did all sorts of things. We drove a lot. And I hired some New York cops to kind of hang with us in plain clothes in different locations and so on. But still, that was that real concern hovering above our heads. And we did the Macy's Day Parade, and you just didn't know if something was going to happen. But I tell that story because a lot of my nieces and nephews and some of my kids have seen this band, Slipknot. Have you seen Slipknot? Okay, look them up, Google them. They're kind of the band from hell. They wear masks and it's all kind of thrash and hardcore and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, at that same time that we were playing in New York City and Washington and America, where terror had happened, they cancelled a tour of Australia for fear of terrorism. So that's why I say, who's the toughest band in the world? Yes.
So you're obviously a successful singer with the Cockroaches, but have you ever had a chance to don the skivvy and be a Wiggle?
Well, yeah, and I've seen many shows, as you know, and they're all great. I love them, but it is different watching them from if you had to jump up. And for many years, people would say, you know, but what happens if one of them gets sick? And I went, but we never do, right? We never missed a gig, you know, and it just never had happened. And then Anthony, my brother, has had all sorts of terrible teeth problems since he was a kid. And he walked in the office, and we were flying out that day to America. And he had like a swollen jaw, and he said, oh, mate, I got this impacted, blah, blah, blah. You better get on the plane, right? So, you know, jump in, you know. And so my first gig as a Blue Wiggle was the Aladdin Casino in Las Vegas, which is a 6,000-seater, sold out, right, you know. And terror, you know. And we drove out in the big red car, and I'm thinking they're going to think, fraud, who's that guy kind of thing. But again, the approach, you know, Murray jumped out of the car and he says, you know, get over with the Wiggles, I'm Murray, this is Greg, I'm Jeff. And Anthony, folks, he's okay, he's going to be okay, but he's got an impacted tooth. But here's his brother Paul. And they all, yay! And that was it. But 2 parts from that, there were, you know, I did know the song fairly well, but there are a couple of more complicated dance moves, which was like a Bob Hope movie, where, you know, they're over here, yeah, okay, you dance over there and that kind of stuff. And I got through. I did Vegas, I did Phoenix, Arizona, and one other place. And then Anthony rejoined us, and I'm sure I was okay, says me. But he said, you know what, we probably should get understudies.
So 21 years into the Wiggle story, about 5 years ago, some of the founding members left. So you had this challenge where you had to reinvent the Wiggles.
Yes.
So how did you tackle that?
Do you know, we did it on a few fronts, and yeah, like, I mean, Jeff, who was in the Cockroaches with us and is Wake Up Jeff, a very famous Wiggle, he hit 60 at that stage. He'd been on the road 20 years with the Wiggles, 10 years at least with the Cockroaches. So he'd been touring 30 years. And he also had a heart condition. And actually, he was that close to waking up no more. And we basically said, look, I think it's time, etc., etc., and thought hard about it. Anthony wanted to continue. I think they'll carry him out eventually. But we didn't know what business we would do. You know, we're going to have to start again. People know the Wiggles name, but it won't be the same lineup. And people are very, well, adults particularly don't like change. Kids can be flexible, but adults find it very hard. But they're the Wiggles I grew up with, or my kid loves. So there was going to be a period of transition. So we, business-wise, said, you know what, do the Aussie thing, like we did for the Olympics, which is why they were so good. Prepare for the worst, as if it's just going to be a disaster. And so that's what we did. We looked at our company finances. Actually, they weren't good at the time. We were doing that brand expansion kind of rubbish. And we stripped it right down to core business, and that's what we did from the word go. Speaking of the family business, also, my eldest son, Luke, is 32, and he runs out, he was doing touring for one of our Dorothy shows. And he did 5-6 years on the road, out back, the country areas, small towns to theatres and so on. But the world's best apprenticeship, if you want to call it that way. So we said, Luke, we'll get you to take over the Wiggles touring because we need to cut costs. Right? And everywhere from venue hire to production to the things that can cost you a bomb. You know, do we need this set? What's it going to cost us? That kind of stuff. And of course, size of cast, etc., etc. In the first year of touring, Luke cut $1 million from our production costs. You know, that's the kind of change we did. But we also had to then just work and work and work. So it was like starting again. And we toured relentlessly. We have our own production facility, so we made a lot of content. And we just built it up for that year, just tirelessly working. Because Australians are very much like that. You can tell them something's popular, but until they've seen it for themselves, they don't buy in. So it's kind of evangelical. You go into a town, convert them, move on. And that's what we did for the first year. And the first gig that we did when they first launched, we did Australia Day in Hyde Park. And it was great, you know, a lot of people were there and the state government loved it. It was no incidents. The crowd stayed there the whole time. They loved it. So I said, we'll get you again next year. That next year where we played Australia Day, and Anthony and I just went, it's kicking. Because we looked out and they had to close Hyde Park for the second time in its history. There were so many people who had come to see us. So yeah, that's really the approach we do. It's just hard work, you know, going to our audience, going to places no one else does, quality content, and feeding it. You know, there's a lot of content people can have access to see of us. Yeah.
So the last question from me, what's been the most surreal moment in the journey?
There's a lot of surreal moments in the Wiggles. Probably the most fun and surreal. As you know, in America, but particularly New York City, is a real currency to celebrity. So if you're famous, it pays off for you, you know. And anyway, we're playing the Beacon Theatre in New York, which is a great, great theatre. The Stones once played there, so kind of worshipping the ground there. Anyway, we're playing there, and we got a phone call just about half an hour before the show. And our tour manager came and said, Robert De Niro would like to come to the show. Can you fit him in? To which I literally said, I would kick my grandparents out for Robert De Niro. So we did make arrangements for Mr. De Niro. And it was one of those kind of things where, you know, he's 5 blocks away, he's 4 blocks away, and like soprano kind of unit, you know. So we had to get on, right, you know. So I made a very selfless decision. I said, guys, you go on, I'll meet De Niro. And which I did, and he was lovely. And I did actually, to save my skin, say, the guys would love to meet you after the show. Can we say good day? He said, sure. So anyway, he went in, and it was a star-studded audience. Jerry Seinfeld was there. Just lots of stars were there. And Wiggles included on the stage. None of us looked anywhere but at him, right? You know? And he was with his partner, who's a joyous Amazonian woman. She was rocking out to the songs, and the little boy was getting into it. But De Niro was there with a thing of popcorn, I kid you not, studying them, right? And he's literally just working on it, right? And I can never divorce characters they've played from the real person. I think it's like Max Cady from Cape Fear, you know, like... But anyway, we met him afterwards, and he was sweet as and a parent, you know, but lovely, lovely, lovely guy. And then afterwards, I was there with Anthony just talking about that, and we just went, you know what, if we get to meet the guys from Home and Away, it's just not going to be the same, is it, you know?
So that's all we have time for. Can you guys just join me in thanking Paul for being such an awesome contributor? Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, mate. Good on you. Thank you.
It's great. It's a new collaboration tool from Dropbox. And I believe for you as a startup, it's an amazing tool as you grow and you scale. And please come outside. Would love to talk to you about Dropbox Paper. We've got a bunch of demos as well. We've got some pretty cool giveaways as well. Look, we started talking to Blackbird Ventures a couple of months ago. They use Dropbox Business within their organization. And the more I started talking to them, I realized that they've got a really amazing collaboration story. So we rocked up to the offices with a film crew, and we started doing a bunch of interviews. We got some really cool footage. We got some cool footage of some of their startups as well, and we created a video together. And so it's a really cool video. It's an awesome story. Now, the video isn't final, but it's pretty close to being final. But I wanted to share the video with you because you guys are part of the Blackbird community. Like I said, amazing story. We had a bunch of fun making it as well. So yeah, let's play the video.
Blackbird is a venture capital firm based here in Australia.
We started Blackbird to supercharge our most ambitious founders, to help Australians start companies that were the best in the world.
We look for people who have really big ideas and frankly just a little bit kind of quirky and a bit off the edge.
And we give them some capital, and then we give them lots of help to try and grow those businesses into global businesses.
At Blackbird, more and more, we're seeing companies tackling bigger and more ambitious things, from satellite networks into space to
software entrepreneurs enabling a self-driving car to see the world around it.
We've invested in a company that 3D prints human cell tissue.
Everything from a business that lets you design your own shoes online through to a company that is revolutionising the way that businesses treat safety in their workplace. They're genuinely saving lives as they do it.
We meet people who have crazy visions that no one else believes, and then we love helping them on their journeys.
At Blackbird, we use Dropbox as essentially our brain, our memory.
And this is a huge change from just a few years ago where almost every business had a file server sitting inside their office.
We have a portfolio now of over 40 companies and lots more in the pipeline. That's a lot of data about a lot of companies.
Without Dropbox, we'd be emailing a lot more, we'd have versioning problems.
The magic of Dropbox perhaps is the removal of the paranoia we had before, when if you lost your laptop, you would be deeply disadvantaged, and now...
If I drop that computer, if it smashes, if I lose it, that I can go and buy a new one and be up and running in 30 minutes.
Our founders are trusting us with their inventions, with things that no one else has done before, and we're storing those things on our Dropbox. So for us, to be able to know that those files and documents are secure is absolutely crucial.
Watching these founders develop is probably the #1 reason why I do my job.
You're helping someone create something and bring it to the world, and we've been able to be a small part in these wonderful journeys of Australians who have truly become the best in the world.
Awesome, and thank you, Dropbox, for your support. So that brings to a close the morning session. Everyone's going to have a chance now to go outside, fuel up on coffee, and we want to thank SendGrid, who've partnered with Bang Bang. It's a great coffee shop in Surrey Hills. One of the bits of feedback has been that coffee didn't always work well in the past, so you're about to pressure test whether days and days of innovation have worked. And so have a wonderful coffee, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello again. So first question, how was the coffee? Did we do okay at the coffee? Give me a thumbs up if we did okay with the coffee. Good, all right, great. So you might notice I've changed into my space jumper. And coming up next, we have the space panel. But first, I'd like to invite Matthew Kurtke up to stage. Matthew's from Telstra Ventures, another one of our sponsors, so a huge thank you to Telstra Ventures. And hello, Matthew. We're going to show a short video by Telstra Ventures now.
Telstra Ventures is Telstra's corporate venture capital investment arm. Our purpose is to find world-class innovation and really exciting entrepreneurs who can find solutions that are relevant to Telstra and Telstra's customers.
We have some visionary leaders within Telstra. We want to mix them with some visionary entrepreneurs and bring those two things together to make our enterprise customers, our SMB customers, and our consumer customers do great.
For us, Telstra is a very important strategic investor. Strategic because we have a channel business model. So even though we're software as a service, we work with the channel, and the Telstra gives us extraordinary reach across our core home market in Australia. Whilst we work behind the scenes and we deliver the value, Telstra has trusted relationships with many organisations that we wouldn't have access to. So it provides us access to that market. We respect the channel, and we're really focused on working with Telstra to make both relationships successful.
We believe that strategic venture is a new class of investing. And what we've really done very well is have 10 professionals focus on new, exciting areas of investing, and then map them with another 5 investment professionals that all they do is focus on strategic synergy. And what we've helped them do is generate revenues for probably 20 of our portfolio companies, and we look to grow that and scale that even more into the future. We basically have been doing this business for many years, and we know what works, and we can generally give entrepreneurs a very good sense of what it takes to work with Telstra Ventures.
It's been a really exciting journey so far for Telstra Ventures. I mean, it's a privilege to have been there from the beginning, and I'm really proud and excited about what we've achieved in the first 5 years, but I'm also extremely excited about the future and what we're going to do in the next 5 years. We've got a fantastic team. We've got an incredible connection with the rest of the organisation to help our portfolio companies achieve their true potential, and there's some real opportunity for us to really scale this business to be one of the top groups in the world.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Matthew Kurtke. I'm one of the managing directors of Telstra Ventures. I think I've been to all 4 of the Sunrise conferences, so it's really exciting to me to see how much Blackbird and the conference and all of the portfolio has grown over time, so very exciting. Telstra Ventures has been going for about 5 years. We're Telstra's corporate investment arm. We've looked at over 5,000 investment opportunities so far, and we've invested a bit over $300 million in 40 companies over that time. Very, very proud of our entrepreneurs. We've got some really great, companies and founders that we like to work with. The way that Telstra operates is that we really try and help all of our founders, build their companies. And normally what we do is we try and find business unit sponsors across Telstra to really help our companies grow. And across our portfolio, Telstra has generated over $100 million of revenue for our portfolio companies so far. We've got a great team. There's 20 of us who are based in Australia, San Francisco, and Silicon Valley, and in China. And we've been working with our portfolio companies, and we've had 10 liquidity events already, including 2 IPOs and a whole bunch of acquisitions. So look, thanks very much for having us here. We've got plenty of our team members here, so please come and say hello to us. We do have a session at 1 p.m. with a couple of our portfolio company CEOs, which is great. So there's Marcus Tan from Health Engine and Ted Gannon from Panviva. We're going to be talking about how to pitch, how to create an national financing round. And Marcus in particular is very well placed, given that he's just closed a $27 million round, which was led by Sequoia. So thanks very much.
Great. Thank you, Matthew. And one of the things that perhaps not so many people know is that Telstra Ventures did in fact invest in Snap, which is the company that produces Snapchat. And while we're on that, nice segue, we have some Snapchat filters. So please jump on and use the filters. Nice segue there. Okay, space. Now what we've really been waiting for. So I'd like to invite the panel members up to the stage, please, up to the Millennium Falcon up here. Firstly, Flavia Tartanardini from Fleet Space. Come on up. Second, Adam Gilmore from Gilmore Space. Andrea Boyd from the European Space Agency. And Jason Held from Sabre Aeronautics. So, thank you very much for coming along. We've really got much of the kind of brains trust of the Australian space industry here. And we're going to, firstly, I'm going to ask you all to introduce yourselves, because you're all doing different parts of space. And really, we were talking before, we could almost launch a rocket here today with all your expertise. So we're going to start. I'm going to show one slide each. Flavia, here we go. Wait for it.
Oh, God.
Tell us a little bit about Fleet and what this means up here.
So Fleet is a South Australian company that I co-founded with two co-founders. We are about to launch 100 nano satellites that are going to create a digital nervous system all around the world to connect for free all the Internet of Things devices. So we call it 1F. It's our goal to make Earth a better place, but our ambition is bigger. So we want to bring IoT on the moon, it's 2F, and on Mars, that's 3F. So we founded a company in 2015, and now we are in Blackbird portfolio, really proud, and try to make this happening if this guy also make his thing happen.
And we should say the F stands for Fleet, right?
The F stands for Fleet, yes.
Second Fleet.
And
Australians
third
in the room will get that. Okay.
Exactly.
Adam, tell us a little bit about how we're going to get these satellites into space.
Okay, so we're developing a satellite launch vehicle with an engine technology called hybrids, which has been around for about 50 years, but has had a critical stumbling path that prevented it, and we think we've solved the problem. Our philosophy is designed for cost, small teams, powerful teams, test as we go. We're hoping to launch in 2020 our first satellite. We're based in Queensland and in Singapore. And I think we're your latest acquisition because it's only a few days old.
You are absolutely our latest investment.
Okay.
And next is Andrea.
Yeah, I work at Mission Control for the International Space Station. So that's my PlayStation 7. I need all the screens. And yeah, so I'm the voice that you hear talking back to space when the astronauts call Earth.
So you're the only one that's allowed to speak to the astronauts, is that right? Or the main
my
conduit?
is the only one in Europe, yeah.
Wow, awesome. Jason, tell us a little bit about Sabre
Astronautics. Yeah, all right. Jason Held, Sabre Astronautics. We're making the next generation of mission control software. A lot of what would you say, the Xbox Angie's working on, a lot of text on a screen, and we're turning it into a video game. So mission operations so easy your kids can use it.
So the reason that we're running the space panel here today is that we want to introduce space to the startup community. It used to be that space cost billions and billions of dollars and was really only the realm of governments. And we've started to see some commercial space companies form, SpaceX being the notable one, perhaps. And I think what's really exciting to us at Blackbird is that space is now something that startups can do. And so I want to talk a little bit about that. And maybe, Flavia, you can start telling us, how's this changed? Why does it not cost billions of dollars and need a government behind it to do something in space?
So for, I don't know how much you guys, all of you know about space, but just to give you some idea, a big satellite is big. And NBN satellites was something that, was probably bigger than this astronaut things that we set up here. It's $1 billion exercise, $1 billion money to launch it. It's a very expensive exercise. Really not something for startups, I can promise you. But what happened is the past 20 years, something incredibly changed. With the miniaturization of technologies in US, of course, everything started in US, they started having this idea that instead of launching in space, I don't know, for example, a big satellite that can launch a storm of B using 3D printing, in manufacturing, all kind of microtech to bring space a little bit smaller and affordable, moving from what we call geostationary to very close to Earth. So what it means that the market is now ready for startups. And Fleet raised $75K to launch, the first satellites and all our tech. And now we got this 5 million. We're going to launch the first satellites of the constellation and have global coverage. So it's big number. It's different number for $1 billion, right? Innovation changes so much. Space was always used for very, very complicated things, and now we can use it for everything. So you have to check companies like Planet, Terabella. They are really doing amazing things. Just Google it, okay? These are companies with $100 million can create global coverage for everything. And the technologies, they just are, for us, are there. We are grabbing them. And, I've heard today about, getting things together and, buy all components, assemble them, put them in a satellite and launch them. It's easy.
Sounds really easy.
Okay. Isn't it? A little bit.
Adam,
it's not rocket science.
It's easier, yeah.
We use the term rocket science a lot, Adam.
And now Adam is here. So.
How, tell us what it means to be a rocket scientist nowadays, and how do you get rocket engines to take things to space?
Well, I think the education of universities out there is much better than it was, and we've been able to hire people that have hands-on experience in making hybrid rocket engines and testing them and seeing all the pitfalls. And then you build the rocket by components, a lot like a satellite. You've got your engines, your fuel tanks, your outer shell, your avionics bay, your payload, and you can use like system engineering to put it all together. And so we, like all rocket companies, start with the engine, because the engine is the most important thing in the rocket.
The engine is the rocket itself.
Yeah, if you don't have that, then you're going nowhere.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious. And then so we're spending the rest of this year developing a big rocket engine that will be big enough to take stuff to space. And then we'll fly our first rocket second rocket at the end of the year, but step by step, learning along the way. And I believe that is a way to prove technology cheaply rather than doing a full-up test and putting $10 million on the line like Elon Musk did, or he put 20. Every time he launched the rocket, he spent $20 million on the rocket and failed 3 times. We don't have $60 million to blow, so we're looking at it from a different perspective. We'll get there in the end, but much cheaper.
Great, great. Andrea, you're the one person here with a real job, all these startup founders. Tell us a little bit about a day in your life, what it is.
So mission control, I'll sign on in the morning. Usually I take the morning shifts. I'll sign on, I'll talk to my counterparts in the other mission controls around the world. It's not just Houston like the movies. There's 5 mission controls for the International Space Station. So there's Houston, Huntsville, Munich, Moscow, Scuba. So I'll chat to my counterparts, and then we do the first call all together to the astronauts to kickstart this 12-hour science chock-a-block workday. And then it's just running science stuff with the astronauts all day and chatting to different Russian or American or European or Japanese astronauts, and yeah, it's more or less my day.
Do you get to chat or share
Don't
gossip,
usually
or is
chat
it, or
over
is it
space to
strict
ground. It's
time?
pretty. We'll chuck in a few jokes every now and again, but it's when you're being listened to by all the other mission controls and broadcast on the internet, and anybody can pull you up on Ustream or archive.org, and 5 minutes later, you be a little bit careful what you say. If they want, anyway, they've got an IP phone on board, so they can just call any phone on Earth. So if we want to be a bit more blunt, they'll call me on the phone, and then we're much more honest.
Jason, tell us a little bit about Australia and its place in the global space industry. We haven't done too much to date. It seems that we've had some radio stations on ground, and there's been, that's obviously great. And there's been quite a lot of publicity about the radio stations, but there hasn't been too much else. What's been happening in Australia, and why is that about to change, and why can we do it from Australia?
Well, historically, Australia's been very strong academically, but not strong at all commercially. And part of the reason why is the Americans and the Europeans are very competitive about building products that Australians buy. So we actually, if you look at the government sites, we have a market of $3 to $5 billion a year. But when you dig through the layers, it's actually an expenditure.
So Australia spends $3 to $5 billion
a year
on space projects. Yeah?
Stuff, regardless. And sometimes it's a bit higher, like we get an MBNCO satellite or something like that, or an Optus satellite. You still kind of count that. And that's been that way for a while, just because you have to launch in order for people to buy your stuff. All right, so a lot of Australian startups just didn't bother trying to do space because the barriers were so high previously. But what's changed is just the market's changed, right? You reduce the size of the satellite, like Flavia said, you're reducing the cost from a $2 billion satellite to, say, $300,000 per bird for the whole mission, right? So that's, I like to say it's about a third the cost of a Boost Juice franchise, So it's bootstrappable, so people are, so we have, and this is not a change in government or policy, this is strictly groundswell market. We've got more startups in Australia per capita than anywhere else in the world right now.
More space startups?
More space startups, thank you.
Awesome.
Other than maybe California and my track, I'm seeing, and these are just the ones I hear about, maybe about 2 per month. Every month I hear about 2 new startups in Australia that are like, we're going to do space, we're going to give it a go. Yeah. And a third of them are funded from Series A to seed. Yep. Which is interesting. Another thing which is interesting, it accounts for every leg of the thing you need to do to have a space mission. You got launch people, you got missions, you've got operations, you've got avionics, like these guys, Obelisk Systems out of Maitland, you're doing avionics that are really good. And we just need to kind of band together as a community to kind of get us over that hump.
Yeah. Flavia, you are obviously Italian by birth.
Yep.
But you moved to Adelaide to start this business. Why Adelaide?
Oh, Adelaide.
And the real truth. You can tell the truth.
It's my husband.
Your husband.
I met my husband in Europe, and yeah, we're still married. When I arrived here was 2012, and he lied to me. He said, I think he's going to see this, going to watch this, right?
Oh, good. Yes, he'll be watching.
Oh, my God. I love you. Okay. He lied to me. He said, and most probably was a perception. I had this amazing job. I was doing amazing things. And in Europe, in nanosatellites, I got patents. I'm a big nerd. And, my idea was I would come to Australia, find a job straight away. Adelaide is an engineering hub. There are a lot of companies. It would take me 3 seconds. I was overqualified. I wasn't Australian. It was a nightmare. So the first 9 months, I really couldn't find a job. The job I like. I had to work in mining and Andrea will tell you a story about it. So for me, most probably something that Mike said before, I didn't want to be an entrepreneur. I was stuck in a corner, and I loved nanosatellites, and I saw that they were just happening, and it was a commercial product, and it was blowing my mind. And I'm like, we have to do something about it, because I know them. That's my expertise. And I need to contribute to this ecosystem somehow. So I got really stuck in a corner, and that's desperation. Desperation is honestly the fire under the rocket, okay? Because then I got to know my co-founder. They're South African, actually, not Australians whatsoever, but it just worked out, okay? So this is what happened to me. This is why I'm in Adelaide.
That's a great story. And Adam, I want to hear a little bit about your transition into the space industry, because you were in finance before.
Yeah.
And why space, and when did you first start getting interested in space?
Well, my first interest in space, I remember, was my dad went to NASA when I was about 5, and I honestly said to him, Dad, bring me back a rocket. And I thought he'd bring me a big one back, and he got me a little model. So, that's kind of where it started. And then, I became a banker for 20 years, but kept watching the industry. And then the big critical thing for me was in 2004, there was an X Prize that was won. Spaceship One went up to space twice and came back within 2 weeks. And I thought that was cool. And then I found out they actually had funded the whole thing with $20 million. So, you were talking about billions and billions of dollars. And here was a company that had gone to space twice. Not only that, designed the very high altitude mothership to drop it with jet engines and the whole 9 yards for $20 million. And I thought that is definitely something that I can get involved in. And if they can do it, I can do it. And I'll have the benefit of seeing what they've done and seeing their mistakes and hopefully not doing the same mistakes. So that's when I started getting very serious about it. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to switch a little bit and talk about some of the applications that we're going to see in space. And Andrea, I know you think quite a lot about space and applications, things we use here on Earth. Tell us a little bit about, I think people don't quite understand how important space is to their daily lives, and then a little bit about where it goes in the future.
Yep. So in Australia, we are completely reliant on space for everything we do every single day. Like 15 of our primary industries are 100% reliant on space and would die in about 5 seconds without satellites. And most people think, especially that space is astronauts and going to Mars. Okay, my day job might be astronauts, but that's not what the majority of space is. You're talking about satellite and satellite applications. So it's like GPS, it's the satellite TV, it's the satellite comms for the phones and things for the outback. It's like bushfire monitoring, flood monitoring, border control. Australia's really big. If you take our landmass and our islands and oceans and Antarctica, it's about 1/6 of the Earth. There's no way that you're going to monitor that and look after it except for from space. We need to fly a plane over all of Australia and Antarctica every single day or have 2 satellites. It's a bit of a no-brainer to have that, and we do rely on in Australia so for GPS, for surf reports, for the weather report, everything, even precision navigation and timing. So all of the finance, banking transactions, every time you use an ATM, that is space, and that's what we're talking about with regards to space. It's a $350 billion a year industry. It grows by about 10 to 14% every single year, and that's increasing annually as well. So it's a massive growth industry and has huge applications, especially to us in Australia.
Okay, coming back to Australia for a second. Anyone in the Australian space industry knows that there's kind of moves afoot to get things going in Australia and change a few things. And one of them is there is an Australian Space Act, and it's quite restrictive. And we're very much hoping that it's old. We're very much hoping that is going to be rewritten, or has been redrafted and is going to be made law soon. And we're also very much hoping that we might get an Australian Space Agency. I know Jason and Andrea, you've been both quite instrumental in trying to push this forward. Can you tell us a little bit about why we need a space industry? A space agency. What exactly a space agency means and is for Australia?
Oh boy! First of all, a space agency. The purpose of a space agency is to be the action arm, the implementation arm of a nation's space policy.
So it's to take that currently sort of $3 billion-ish that we spend and actually coordinate how that's spent.
That should be one part of it, but it's not necessarily all of it, because you have to think in terms of strategic goals for the nation and political goals for the nation as well. I think, and Angie and I talk about this a lot, that the goal for Australia to have self-sufficiency in space, because the impact of not being self-sufficient is that you have to follow the rules, tactics, and procedures of other nations that you might be allied to, but they don't really have Australia's best interests at heart. They have their own interests. As long as our interests align with those allies, we're great. But in times which, and it is happening more and more frequently recently, in times which you diverge, certainly commercially it's diverged, talking about the $3 to $5 billion a year, but also strategically, militarily, we need to have our own capability to manufacture our own satellites, because then you own the road that produces all the data streams that we're talking about.
Yeah, and you can actually look at things that you want to look at as well, because most of that $3 to $5 billion is just purchasing satellite data, satellite images that we use every day, for farming, for precision agriculture, for automated mining, for whatever, for bushfire monitoring, for floods and all of that sort of disaster response. And it might just be that, the other countries have satellites that pass over Australia, and they're like, oh, we've got pictures, do you want to buy them? So we just buy whatever. We're not even targeting what we particularly want to look at. Yeah. And because it's so discoordinated, we have like 17 different federal governments and departments and agencies buying this data, as well as the state GIS, as well as companies. And sometimes we purchase the same image 3 to 5 times at, let's not say how much each. It's a lot. And, if they suddenly want to change the price of that, we're fully reliant on them, and we just have to keep paying whatever they're selling it to us at, because we don't have our own satellites. The 2 NBN and the Optus satellites, yes, they're kind of Australian, but all we did was foot the bill. As Jason said, we're 100% import space economy of this $3 to $5 billion. We could easily turn that into a 50% export within 5 years if we wanted to.
Yeah, it's everything you just said spot on. There's another impact as entrepreneurs.
And startup is really important. How I see, for example, Fleet, and most probably Adam has got the same idea, is that startups are growing and be backed up, and there are going to be more, I hope. And when we need the recognition from the country that says, yes, we are here. We are here, a roadmap, innovation, we are here. We're also going to support you. When we managed to raise with you guys, my happiness was we could stay in Adelaide. And we got a satellite facility to operate in Adelaide, and we are going to do from there. South Australia is losing a lot of manufacturing, as you probably know. This is advanced manufacturing. It's great. What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next year when I raise my Series B? Will they support me? Will they allow me to hire 100 people to deploy, to build 98 satellites in my warehouse in Adelaide? And that's a key. It's important, and it gives recognition. You can't think so big if a country behind you is not there with you. I mean, we are going to raise anyway, right? We're going to go ahead no matter what. I think it's the ecosystem around you that is critical. I went to US last month, and I was thinking how people are actually looking at us. In Silicon Valley, they love Australia. Australia is an amazing country, okay? And they always ask you the question, how's it going with the space agency? And I'm like, oh, here we are again. I don't want to answer that question anymore. I want people seeing companies to grow and startups and ecosystem growing with a country that is there, with the space agency, with a program, with support. I honestly compete with Silicon Valley European companies, okay, that raised $5 million before Series A for free from NASA. And I didn't. Okay, so I'm fighting with them, and they've got a very big advantage. And that's how it is. Okay, but the beauty of Australia, and I repeat this because I've seen this in my competition in Silicon Valley and US, this country, we always think that we are not good enough. So every startup is there, try to create the best, and we have to be the best, and we have to do so much. And then you realize that the others don't really do so much, okay? And you're thinking, oh, I'm actually quite good. And the people are amazing. You know, you hire people that stick with you. They love it. They love Australia. Look at Andrea. She came here. She works in Europe, right? She does everything. All my directors abroad are Australian. There is this passion for the country. And I think the government needs to stand up and say, OK, we are here for you, honestly.
Thank you. That's a fantastic, passionate answer.
They're going to hunt me down.
Adam.
They know where I live. Oh, gosh.
Adam, let's, I think in the past, let's say, sort of old school Australian attempts at building a space industry has been a lot about needing government support and needing a lot of money and subsidies and grants, handouts from the government, and sort of kind of demanding that to get going. But it's completely different now, right? How are you going to get funding, and do you expect handouts from the government? Or, how do you expect the government to cooperate with you?
Well, I mean, I think the sea change in a nutshell has been the emergence of small satellites has made the need for a small satellite launch vehicle become apparent. And that's really only about 7 years old. And that's where we look at the commercial market, and we're looking at all global customers and saying, we can address this need in the absence of any government money. And then, when you guys come in and invest in us, I get confidence that, okay, and you told me if we do the right things, we'll get more money, that the VC community can back us for commercial reasons. We don't need the government. So I started the company with no intention of getting any government money, and I've always told my team, if we can't act like we're going to get it, we just have to go on everything else. I do think we should get it. I mean, I agree with what you said. I compete against other rocket companies that get tons and tons of money from their own governments.
It sounds as though there's an opportunity, though, for the government when it's thinking about buying space projects or activities to look to the Australian industry now.
Absolutely.
And to back the Australian industry in the same way as the US government backed SpaceX,
yes,
or backs other space startups.
And we can absolutely do that. So the first NBN satellite, for example, that went up. So every time we need a satellite, Optus, NBN, whatever, we throw $2 and a bit billion to the US to do it for us. We don't own any of the blueprints, so if anything goes wrong, we've got to pay them again as a variation. And then you pay $900 million to Ariane to launch it, for example. There were 2 broadband satellites, same size, same capacity, on the first Ariane launch that took up NBN-1, Skymaster. The other one was done by Argentina, fully owned, operated, designed, built, everything by Argentina with their space agency, and they have 1/5 of our GDP. I think if Argentina can do it, we can definitely do it. And now, as you know, New Zealand's got a space agency and launched rockets as well, so Australia can definitely do it.
It has to be a two-way street.
Yeah.
Okay, and here's the thing. And I've been in a lot of meetings like this, a lot of think tanks where you got a lot of silver hair space energy. I'm getting silver hair now. I've been around that long. But they sit around in the room and they spend 8 hours a day complaining about the government. All right, and this is what I've been hearing for the last decade and a half I've lived in Australia. The government is not supporting us with a space agency. We do need a space agency. There's no question we need a space agency. But what's happening on the government side is they're waiting for the Australian space industry to come up so they have someone to support.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's really the big change. Is now we have these 35 startups, and if you get these startups and the rate that it's going, the rate of growth, then we will have, get these startups to be medium-sized businesses, then we'll have a workforce of 3,000 to 5,000 people and $1.5 billion per year. Export, and that's something that they could get behind. There's got to be a give and take.
And that's what at Blackbird we're excited about. It's that 35 startups. Of course, not all of them will succeed, but if we get a small handful of those succeeding, we've got something. We've built something, and that's super exciting. Okay, shout out for questions. If you've got any questions, please tweet them, hashtag #TheSunrise17, and ask these guys some questions. Okay, I am going to switch a little bit now and talk about Mars.
Yes.
I want to hear, I know Mars seems a long way away, both in time and in distance and in technology. Tell us how it's going to happen.
I know you want to do stuff in Mars.
Do you?
Definitely.
Cool.
The way I think the next 10 to 15 years is going to go on the moon and on Mars is there will be settlements that are put down there, and they're going to want to have resupply. And I think there'll become a very commoditized market for resupplying bases on the moon and on Mars, and it'll be price-driven. And I think that's something that we want to focus on, as we develop our technology 10 years out, to be delivering supplies to Mars. And I'll give you a ballpark of the amount of money I'm talking about. So SpaceX is going to put a Dragon capsule on Mars. They are commercially selling payloads now to be put on the surface at $2 million a kilo. So they can put 700 kilos on Mars, and they're going to give off 100 for $200 million. Now, they've said the whole mission is going to cost $300 million. So deliveries to Mars is going to be a very, very profitable business if you can do the technology. So we're definitely going for that.
How I see it is that nowadays, on Earth, we feel that we are safe and everything is fine, okay? And we are happy and we got amazing lives, but this is changing. It's going to change. It's going to change for many reasons, okay? Because there are billions of people coming on Earth in the coming 10 years. Because efficiency, it's not perfect on Earth, and there is so much going on, okay? There's going to be a day, and it's going to be not my kids, not their kids, and probably not even their kids, so we're not going to say it, when maybe we'll have to get the hell out of here, okay? And it's a long journey. It's most probably going to happen in 100, 200, 300, I don't know. But it's so complicated that technology has to be in place right now. There is so much also we can learn. I mean, there is a lot of people ask me why people invest in space and why in this space mission without clients, okay? Because there is so much to invest in Earth to make. The reality is that this is the spirit of humankind. We like to explore, and we can't stop it. We know Earth, and we know it really well, but there is inside small groups of people, and likely we are part of it, okay, that we want to be part of this, and we want to innovate, and we want to go there, and this cannot stop. And in order to get there, people are trying to put infrastructure in place. Elon Musk, he does a lot for Earth, right? Tesla and power, efficiency, but he wants to bring people there. And there is people that do asteroid mining, or they do telecommunication in space, you name it, to go to Mars. We have to put this infrastructure in place today. And most of people think you're a massive visionary and crazy if you want to plan something like that. But I think it's time to do it. And technologies are there to do it. I mean, we can go there. And it needs a bit of justification. And I wonder how lower the cost, if we can actually approach this big, expensive trip in a bit more less expensive way.
I think we can. I definitely think we can.
Like Gilmore can?
Yeah, I mean, I talk to other companies that think the estimates of manned missions to Mars can be cut into 10 or by 100.
When does the first man set foot on, or woman, I should say, set foot on
A woman,
Mars?
I would say.
Woman. When does the first woman set foot on Mars?
Maybe 2030. And the reason I say that, I think Elon Musk is going to do it, but he said 2025, and he's normally a little bit late. I'm not bagging him out, that happens. But I think by 2030, they'll get there.
What do you think, Andrea?
Yeah, I think Elon might be the first one as well, so whenever he gets there.
Whenever he gets there. Talking of Elon, we have a question from the audience, which is about SpaceX, and obviously huge competition from SpaceX. They've really become a dominant player in the launch industry. Adam, what gives you the confidence to build something that is in some ways competitive, not completely competitive, but competitive with SpaceX?
Well, I got a real easy answer. They're looking for massive payloads on every rocket. They're 10,000 kilograms, 12,000 bus-sized satellites, and they've openly said they've missed the small sat market, and they wish they could go back, but they're looking to Mars, and Elon's not going to go back to small sats. So we think there's a very large market that's addressable for small sats that the big guys are not going to focus on. And that's why that gives us the courage. You can operate in a pretty big space that the big guys aren't looking at right now. And then, the vision is that we use that to springboard ourselves to take them on later. So I met SpaceX the other day and I said, don't worry, I'm a small little launcher. And do you know what they said? They said, everybody says that. We are worried.
Okay, we're going to finish up pretty soon, but I want you guys to each just tell me a little bit about, let's project ourselves 10 years forward. What does the space industry look like in Australia?
10 years.
We'll be launching stuff. We'll be launching from Australia.
We'll have a launch pad here?
Yeah, we'll have a launch pad here. We'll have our own launch vehicle here. We'll have at least 3 or 4 satellite companies that are regularly putting stuff into space.
3 or 4?
At least, like big ones, right?
I want to see 15 unicorns.
50 unicorns.
That's going to happen. We're going to become a full space-faring nation.
Yep. Is Blackbird going to invest in all the 50 unicorns?
I don't know. You have to tell me.
All right. Well, what do you think, Jason, Andrea?
If I'm looking 10 years ahead, I'm looking at the interaction between 3D printing and space, which has proven that it works. But once they add 3D printing of electronic components, then you have the ability to 3D print satellites in space. Forget about launching from the ground anything but feedstock, right? So you'd be launching like TLA and ABS plastic up there. And then that's 10 years ahead, and then 15 to 20 years ahead, you're looking at the intersection between asteroid mining, off-Earth resources into the same problem. Now spacecraft are going to cost $3,000 per bird. You're going to start your mission you're going to start your own space company for less than $20K. Okay, that's what's going to happen in.
So this sounds crazy, right? Putting something in space for $3,000 sounds crazy, but let's imagine in 2000 you were talking about setting up a server and a professional website and an e-commerce business for $3,000 or less, which is what you can do right now. That would have cost you $3 or $4 million.
Correct.
So really, we're just following that same curve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And VCs, that's seen in the business world as well. So it's not just space nodes like us. It's like, the VC investment in space in the last 2 years alone is the equivalent of the last decade combined. So it's not just, space nodes like us. You can see the business case closing on a ton of things.
But we all talk about going to Mars, and you should go for Mars. Maybe you'll hit the moon, right? But the reality is the commercial effort is going to go to where the money is and where the logistics are. Right now, we're seeing the growth of the human economic zone from the surface of the Earth, from air. Now we're seeing space. Okay, so everything that we've always been talking about, like on production of pharmaceuticals, where drugs, you can make the best drugs in space. It's great, everything up to transportation is going to happen, and that's really going to be the push over the next 10 to 15 years.
Yep. So while we've got enough for one question that's popped up on the screen, which is about Rocket Lab, and I think we should absolutely mention Rocket Lab.
Amazing.
For those of you who don't know, Rocket Lab is a New Zealand rocket company. They launched their first rocket last
25th of
last
May.
week.
Yeah.
It was a success. It got to space, and so the New Zealanders have a jump on us, but that's a good thing, right?
It's great. I don't know. For us, I was telling Adam that I love rockets, okay? It's what I've done, where I got my patents, I love it. And I was watching, so I really suggest you to go on YouTube and watch the video, okay? It's just inspiring, you feel it. And Peter Beck is the CEO, so an entrepreneur journey, okay? He was happy as a kid, and I cried. I have to admit it, online, I cried, because it's amazing. I mean, without Rocket Lab or without Gilmore, Fleet is not going to make it. It's an enabler. I want to launch 100 satellites in the next 3 years. So this is, for me, is the future of my company, the future of my vision, the future of of everything. And I don't want to talk for you, but this is just proof that what you're doing is great.
We're happy when they succeed because we want to get another round of funding, and if they fail, then we're going to look bad. So, God bless them.
Go, Peter.
Okay, I'm going to end on a light note. For each of you, how important is Star Wars in the mission to get people to space?
Well, he's going to answer first.
My kids are all named after Jedi Knights. Ben, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Leia, and Alana, if you're a real geek, she's Princess Leia's granddaughter in the books way in the future and is a mega Jedi Knight, so big time.
Yeah. Okay, so finally, thank you very much. We are so excited about the future of space. I hope you all understand that space is now a startup industry. It's something that startups can do. And at Blackbird, we're very, very keen to back the next generation of space entrepreneurs. Congratulations, everyone. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So moving onwards, I'd now like to invite to the stage Sam Wong. Sam is a colleague at Blackbird Ventures, and she's going to introduce the next speaker. Thanks, Sam.
Hi, everyone. As Rick mentioned, I'm Sam. I'm the head of operations at Blackbird, and I'm also a partner at our accelerator, StartMate. So I just want to take a minute before we introduce the next speaker to acknowledge Google. They've been a big supporter of the Sunrise for a long time now, and you may notice a lot of school uniforms around in the audience. They have sponsored the tickets for 220 high school girls to come here today. Yeah, round of applause. That is really entirely due to the support of two people, Sally Ann and Marie. Wherever you are, stick up your hand. Well, we can't see you anywhere in the dark. But they are magnificent people doing amazing work, particularly in the area of encouraging women, young girls into STEM. And we really hope that if we can get 220 girls here today, that does a lot to help foster the next generation of amazing Australian female tech entrepreneurs. And that is a great segue to introduce our next presenter, who is Shanlin Ma. So I met Shanlin earlier this year in New York City, where she's now based and building her company, Zola. And what struck me was that she's been incredibly successful in her career to date, and almost nothing is known about her in her home country of Australia. So she's a Sydney girl. So she has had pivotal roles in some of the most iconic companies of their category, and she's building one right now in the $1 trillion wedding registry space in the US. She has literally just got off the plane from San Francisco this morning, and this will be the first time that she's shared her story with an Australian audience. So please give her a really warm welcome. Everybody welcome Shan.
Thanks.
Green forward.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be moving. Could someone help with the... Okay, I'll just get started anyway. What a pleasure to be here with you all in what the Americans call my hometown, where I grew up. Obviously a place very close to my heart, where my family still is, and where I learnt a lot about who I wanted to be. So when Sam asked me to come and talk with you all here, I was excited to share a bit about how did I build Zola, which is today one of the fastest growing e-commerce startups in the US. But first of all, wanted to share my journey of how I got there, because I think the story of how I learned to be an entrepreneur and found Zola is almost more exciting than the process of growing Zola over the last 4 years. So let's seem to start at the last slide. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay. So I left Sydney in 2004 to do an MBA at Stanford Business School. And the reason that I wanted to do that was I had always dreamt of starting something, having a big impact. And at that time, which was in the 90s, was reading, or in the 2000s, I should say, was reading a lot about the great companies being built, having an impact on the world, which were companies like eBay, Amazon, Yahoo. Seems like a long time ago now. And it seemed like all those companies were started in Silicon Valley. A lot of them were associated with Stanford. And I thought, well, if I want to be like those companies, I probably need to get there. What is so exciting for me to see now here today is that for many of you who are probably feeling the same way I was feeling 10 years ago, excited, passionate to start something, wanting to get started, the good news is you don't need to travel around the world, spend $100,000 on a business school degree and leave home. You can do it right here because the ecosystem here is so different to when it was when I left. So when I got to Stanford, I started thinking, how do I learn to build these companies that I really admire, companies like Yahoo? And I thought I should probably work in one of those to learn how they built it from zero to be one of the world-changing companies. So I interviewed at the internet companies in Silicon Valley and found that the people I really admired most, that I thought were very smart, that I could learn a lot from, all happened to work at Yahoo at the time. So took a job there, worked there after business school for 2 years, got to work on what they call product marketing, which is really thinking about new products to bring to market and thinking about what do customers need that aren't currently in the market, and how can we create those online products for that audience. After 2 years, I started to realize all the smart people that I admired greatly were starting to leave Yahoo and go to other startups like Facebook, which was kind of emerging at that time. And I thought, well, that's a bad sign. If all the smartest people are leaving, I should probably start to think about leaving too. So went to interview at smaller startups, which were fast growing, and wanted to move from, at that time, Yahoo was a 10,000 person company to maybe a few hundred person company. So was interviewing around Silicon Valley and just happened to also be shopping on this site that had just launched at the time. It was called Gilt Group. Hands up if you've heard of Gilt Group before. Okay, so a bunch of people. So for those of you who don't know, it started as a flash sale e-commerce shopping site where the idea was you could get great designer brands at 80% off retail price for 24 to 48 hours. So started in 2008, became very successful very quickly. And that was also the year I happened to be looking for the next exciting opportunity, was shopping every day on this site, was obsessed with this site. And I thought, well, if I'm looking at it every day, maybe I should just work there, because what would be better than to be paid to spend time on something I already spend time on. Found that the people who worked there were all incredibly smart with their own impressive backgrounds. And the more I spoke to friends, the more friends would say, oh, I spend all my money on that site. So that seemed like a good time. Joined Gilt when it was about 30 people, and it had just been focusing on women's fashion. And because that was the time that it was just starting to pick up steam, was really lucky to be able to have a seat on what turned out to be a great rocket ship over the next 4 years. So over the 4 years that I was at Gilt, it grew from 30 people to over 1,000 people. And it grew from 7 million in revenue to over 500 million in revenue. So it was a fast growth experience. And I learned a great deal there. I got to be the product lead on redefining what do we want the Gilt experience to be for both women's fashion, but I also got to be the product lead on all the new business launches, which included expansion into men's, home, kids. I got to launch all the mobile products and then run the mobile product portfolio as the business lead. And then I had the experience of being able to pitch and launch my own idea for a business within Gilt, which was a food and wine business, and we called it Gilt Taste. And that was the best experience I could ever have to start something myself eventually, because I learned a lot about how to launch a mini startup within the safety net of a bigger startup. So over that time, I got to really transition from a pure product development, product management role into more of a general management role and learn a bit about what it might be like to be a startup CEO. Got to run functions like merchandising, marketing, business development, things that I had not been exposed to before. And eventually also learn a lot of lessons the hard way on what ultimately I think did not work about Gilt, which then led it to go from, at one point, a valuation over $1 billion to be sold, I think a few years ago, for between 200 to 300 million. So a lot of learnings there, which then informs what we think about when we started Zola. So after 4 years at Gilt, I thought, that was fun. I want to do it all over again, and joined another startup in New York called Chloe and Isabel. It was around the same size as Gilt was when I started, about 30 people. It is a direct-to-consumer jewelry startup that is trying to grow via the direct selling business model. And what I learned there was I was essentially doing the same role that I had been doing at Gilt for the last 4 years, and I kind of thought to myself, why am I doing the same thing over again? I've always wanted to start something. Why don't I just do it? And at that point, had no more excuses, had met up with my friend and partner who I'd worked with for a long time at Gilt. His name is Nobu. We had always talked about starting something, and we looked at each other and we said, why don't we just do it? So we quit our jobs the next day and started brainstorming. And the brainstorming process was, as if any of you have gone through it, you might find it an easy one. We found it a particularly painful process. It really involved thinking about what are all the products and services that we have used that we haven't loved, and what do we think we could spend the next 7 to 10 years of our lives at least focused on as our startup idea. That year that we were brainstorming was 2013, also happened to be the year that all my friends got married at exactly the same time, and was going to a lot of weddings and having to buy a lot of wedding presents. And in the US, a very common practice is that when you go to a wedding and buy a present, you have to buy it from a wedding registry. Everyone who gets married has to essentially set up a registry, and then you share it with your friends, and they buy you gifts from that registry. So what we have here on the left is kind of the process of what people have been going through for, since the 1920s, walking through department stores, registering for things, not quite sure what you need, what you want, but kind of being forced to go through this routine every time. On the right-hand side, you have what a registry looks like before Zola started. This is from a department store in the US called Bloomingdale's, and it was ugly. It was buying gifts from my friends' registries in 2013 was one of the worst e-commerce shopping experiences I had ever had. And so we started to talk to more and more brides going through the process, just to learn more about, was there something to this idea? And we heard the same comments come up again and again from these customers, which were, they hated registering, which was crazy because here you had the one opportunity to tell all your friends exactly what they should buy you, and yet people were complaining about this is the worst part of the wedding planning experience. And the same three themes kept coming up again and again as we spoke to brides, which were, one, they hated having to register at 3 different places to get all the things that they wanted. Typically, they would register at one department store for kitchen equipment, and one place because they wanted cash and they wanted to set up a honeymoon fund, and then another place to get bedding and bathware. And so we thought there's no reason why anyone wants to do the same thing 3 times over. It should all just be in the one place. And so that was one of the main things we thought, what about having a registry where you can register for products and experiences and cash all in the one place? Another thing that we heard was that couples today spend so much planning their weddings. So in the US, on average, people spend $30,000, and that's the average across the country. In New York, the average is $70,000 on one day. And so brides care about making their wedding day beautiful, and that extends to their wedding registry. They want to make it look as beautiful as the rest of their wedding. And yet, every other registry was ugly. It was not personalized in any way, and we found that brides really wanted to tell their story. They wanted to explain why they were asking for certain gifts, and so with Zola, we thought you should be able to do that. And then the third thing that we heard, which was a big surprise, and it only came out from actually talking to brides going through the process. The third thing we heard was that when people registered at other department stores, and when guests bought them the gifts would just start showing up, and you had no idea what was coming, who sent it, if you even wanted to keep it. Often you'd be away on your wedding or in your honeymoon, and things would start showing up, and people were so stressed out because they had no control. So what turned into what should be a happy occasion, having a gift arrive, turned out to be a really stressful occasion. So we thought, that's very easily solved using design and technology. What about if the couple could just control when they decide to receive their gifts? And that's how we came to landing on the idea for Zola. We debated a number of other different ideas. In fact, we debated hundreds of ideas. We actually had a short list of 3 ideas. I'll tell you the other 2 in case anyone wants to do them. One is we had an idea for an education app that lets teachers communicate with students. Teachers communicate with parents about the grades of their students. And we did also a lot of interviews with people in the industry, so friends that we'd known that worked in education. And the reason we didn't end up doing that one, even though it felt like it would have a huge impact if we could solve this, was because the more we spoke to people in the industry, the more we realized we weren't personally passionate about this problem. And after a week of talking to people, Nobu, my co-founder, and I looked at each other, and we both asked each other, are you still excited about this? And we were both like, oh. And so we realized, we weren't excited after 2 weeks. It would be hard to probably stay excited about that one problem for the next 7 to 10 years. So that was one. There was another idea that we had around our love for food and snacks. That was a snack box delivery idea. And the reason we didn't do that was learning from our guilt taste experience. We just kept coming back to there's some fundamental business model challenges around delivering food and shipping food that we didn't feel like we were the best position to solve. When it came to Zola as an idea, thinking about how can we create the best possible wedding registry, we felt like we had the experience in design because Nobu ran the user experience design team at Guilt. His designs have won many awards and many millions of users over. And because I had the background in e-commerce, in building products that I knew customers love, and then the background in managing e-commerce platforms on the back end, we knew together we could really nail this particular idea. And so we launched, and we thought about, we know these 3 differentiators, the ability to register for products, experiences, and cash, the ability to personalize, and the ability to control shipping would mean that our user experience on the front end was better than any other registry in the US out there. What was the tricky part was now thinking about how do we develop a business model that means that this can be a sustainable, profitable, big business. And the market, I should say, is actually a huge market. So in the US, wedding registries alone account for $19 billion a year. And so we knew that if we could even capture 5%, that's already a $1 billion a year business. The tricky thing is we learned from Gilt, we were not interested in being in an inventory business ever again. We did not want to buy inventory. We know that managing a business where you are required to buy inventory is hard. We realize that VCs are never excited about investing in inventory businesses, and that it just adds costs to the company that are going to be eternally hard to ever cover as a business and become profitable. And so in thinking about how do we solve that problem, we remember that at Gilt Taste, which was the food business I ran at Gilt, we had a dropship model, which was essentially that we worked with vendors to ship products directly from their warehouses to the end customer, which meant that we didn't have to buy inventory, but we could still control the transaction and make sure that the customer got the product based on when they wanted to receive it. And so we set out to then try and get as many brands or vendors as possible to onboard them onto the Zola registry store or platform so that couples would have those products available to add to their registry. And I can tell you a fun story about how we did that. In the early days, like any startup, it comes down to doing things that do not scale. And so to get the first vendors on board or the first brands on board, it was a lot of going to people that I had worked with before at Gilt, pitching them the Zola pitch deck that we showed to investors, and walking them through the product to convince them that this was the registry of the future and they should take a bet on us and work with us early. And it was through that one-on-one pitching with many vendors that we were able to launch with 100 vendors at launch, and over time, now I think we're up to 500 vendors. We have over 50,000 products because we show that we're able to bring brands a new audience that they are struggling to capture, because department stores are dying. Three and a half years after we've launched Zola, we started working on Zola exactly 4 years ago to this week. That's when we came up with the idea. We started raising a small seed round from one angel investor, Kevin Ryan, who we worked with at Gilt. And then we got busy hiring our first 2 engineers, designing the product, talking to couples, and getting to launch. We launched within about 5 months, and so now we have been live for over 3.5 years. We're now the fastest growing wedding registry in the US. I mentioned we're one of the fastest growing e-commerce sites in the US and have raised over $40 million in VC funding. Most recently did a Series C late last year at a $200 million pre-money valuation, which means we're one of the most valuable weddings companies in the world. And all because it turns out couples getting married today are different than couples getting married in previous generations, which I'm sure should be no surprise to most of you here, but it turns out that it's a surprise to many of the more traditional retail businesses. Couples getting married today, they do prioritize experiences over just products. They do tend to be getting married at an older age than ever before. So on average, couples get married between 29 to 31, whereas just a generation ago, the average age of marriage was 22, so big difference. And on average, most couples tend to live together before they get married. So the whole idea of what it means to get married has not been addressed before we launched. And I think this is interesting. I speak to hundreds of founders every year at different events, and the thing that always surprises me is how the most successful companies that I've come across have been ones that are serving very traditional industries, kind of like the weddings industry, but thinking about it in a new way for a new generation. So this, I wanted to show you what an example Zola registry looks like. Hopefully, if you have seen someone else's registry, you will find that ours looks significantly different. But we have found product market fit, and the way we know that is because we see it through the couples coming to us to use Zola as their registry. They find out about us because their friends told them about us. And that source of virality is somewhat inbuilt into the product, in that when you get married, on average, you invite 150 people to your wedding. And so we have 150 people seeing Zola for every couple that chooses to register with us. But it also is from the fact that if you have a great product, people will want to talk about it to others. And so that has been the secret to our success, is really focusing on really getting the product right for this particular audience. And once we found that, because we had a business model that worked, because we didn't require the business take inventory, we've been able to be one of the more successful e-commerce businesses in the US, because we've learned a lot of lessons of what did not work from our previous time at Gilt. So with that, I am happy to take any questions. I think Sam has some questions prepared.
Thank you very much. Everybody give a round of applause to Sean. And take a seat. Do you want to take a seat?
Yeah.
And we'll head into questions. So we're running a little behind, so we'll keep this as brief as we can so we can get back to schedule. So I want to start with maybe the Gilt era. And, you know, Kevin Ryan, maybe this audience doesn't realize, he's kind of a big deal, right? Like, he started 3, I think, 100 million plus companies, Gilt being one of them. And, you know, I guess, you know, how did you come to kind of join Gilt in the first place and get to know Kevin, and what did he teach you, I guess, during that period you were there?
Yeah, for those of you who aren't familiar with Kevin Ryan, he is has been called the godfather of New York tech, and he is a serial entrepreneur. So he was the original founder and chairman of Gilt Group, and then he also founded Business Insider as well as MongoDB, and is a co-founder and investor in Zola. And so the way that I came across Gilt was, you know, I mentioned I was a customer, and I then went to their jobs board. I found the perfect job that I was looking for. I threw my resume in through the website, got a call the next day, started interviewing, and I think one of the key reasons I actually got the job, I was in Silicon Valley at the time, but I just said, once it was clear that I was in the interviewing process, I said, I will fly myself to New York. I will meet whenever you want me to interview with the rest of the team. I really want this job. And I think that hustle of being willing to just fly myself there to get in front of the right people meant that I was able to, I think, get ahead of most of other candidates. And that's how I got the job.
Cool. And then, and so obviously you mentioned the hypergrowth years of Gilt. You joined when there was 7 million revenue, around 30 employees, and you left at 500 mil and 1,000 employees. What are the downsides to that kind of growth? And maybe talk a little bit about your experience with Gilt Taste.
Yeah. So I mentioned a bit about the inventory business model. And so one of the downsides of having an inventory business model is not just the cost of buying the inventory and then having to get rid of it. It's the cost of all the people associated with managing that inventory. So the Gilt business model specifically was the flash sale model, where you have new products every day. And it's exciting for the users. As customers, we love it because we love seeing new things. But from the business model perspective, it made it extremely capital intensive, because apart from the inventory, you have to hire a huge merchandising team to go and source new products every day. You have to have a huge warehouse, which is very expensive, all the people to work in the warehouse, the huge customer support team to support the cost of doing the inventory, and then the creative team to photograph, write about, and manage all that inventory coming in and out every day. And so that's why we needed 1,000 people in that business. And that's why at Zola we thought, how can we have a business that actually doesn't require that many people, because that is extremely expensive from the people perspective. Yeah. So that was a big learning. And so at Zola, we've been able to scale. We have 65 people today, and I think we are extremely scalable as a business.
Yeah, awesome. And so related to that, I guess, is, we live in an era where I think a lot of people feel that a lot of e-commerce will pretty much be dominated by Amazon, and maybe they'll be a benevolent monopolist, but that is the reality. Do you think, what's your advice, I guess, to other e-commerce founders who are kind of coming up against that question when they're pitching investors? What do they have to compete in this landscape?
I love the Amazon question because it lets me talk about how I think we win in the market against players like that, Amazon. So there's 3 ways. One is focus, because we are a wedding registry company. That's the only thing we do all day, every day. We think about it 24/7. There is great value in focus. And similarly, customers, when they think about wedding registry, they think about us. The second way we win is in the user experience, design. So everything that we've designed in the product is focused on how can we build the best possible wedding registry experience. We're not trying to solve for 50 different use cases. So the example I like to give, I have a registry that I've set up on Amazon just to see what they're doing. And because I also buy my dog food from Amazon, they're constantly recommending that I should add dog food to my wedding registry. Another friend, someone else on my team, buys a lot of batteries from Amazon, so they get a lot of recommendations to register for batteries. So that's just one example of how we're designing in a way that is just focused on this single user and use case. And then the third I mentioned, I hinted to before, is the power of the brand and wanting the user to project their own brand through the brands that they use for their wedding. So if you're spending $30,000 to $70,000 on one day, you want it to be beautiful, you want it to represent what you love, and you're not going to pick a brand for your wedding registry that is going to compromise the rest of what you're spending on the rest of the day. And so because we've built a brand that we believe is beautiful, that is highlighting our users and what they love, we think that there is emotion and value from what they get from using our brand on their wedding.
And so, you're a startup, right? You're still acquiring you're into the thousands now, but your first users, and you're penetrating more and more cities all the time. And people think wedding registries, and they're thinking Nordstrom's or any of those, 3 categories you talked about. So how are you going about kind of getting into these couples and their lives at that point when they're thinking about this?
So we have our organic strategy and then the paid marketing strategy. So on the organic front, I mentioned every couple that uses Zola is essentially sharing Zola with 150 of their closest friends and family, and that's been the biggest source of our growth to date. The other thing that we found really works for us on the organic side is we focused on couples where we see evidence of early product market fit. So in the early days, in the first 6 months of launch, I really studied the couples that had been using Zola and was trying to identify what is common amongst these couples so that we can go out and find more of those couples. And what I realized was that we actually had a great number of couples coming from, they were getting married and their families were coming from 2 different traditions, religions, backgrounds. So, for example, you might have a couple coming from either an Indian or a Chinese or a Jewish family where they prioritize getting cash for their wedding. And then the other half of the couple is coming from a family that really prioritizes getting products as wedding gifts. And it's very important to that family that you have a table setting as part of your wedding registry. And for those couples, Zola was the perfect solution because you could have all of that in one registry and in a beautiful place where you can explain why you have all of these things to each other's families. So we found actually it was interesting. It just happened that this was the couple we were attracting, and we started doing more marketing around it. We started to feature these kinds of diverse couples in our marketing, and it just accelerated. And so that, now, having looked into the data, it turns out that 40% of couples getting married in the US come from 2 diverse backgrounds. So it's another emerging trend that we're addressing. Similarly, same-sex marriage laws have passed pretty recently in the US. We are one of the few registries that actually supports and showcases that kind of marriage. And so, again, that word of mouth has really spread in that community for Zola. On the paid side, there is nothing we won't test. And the nice thing about when people get married is the day they get married, they switch their Facebook status to engaged, and they post photos of their engagement everywhere. And so you can really actually clearly target those who are in that audience who have just gotten engaged and who are really then starting to research everything for their big day.
Yeah. Awesome. So just going really deep on who these people are and why they might be different and how to target them. Fantastic. So I might go to audience Q&A. So great first question. You've done both an MBA and started a startup and worked at startups. Talk about the benefits of doing an MBA versus a startup, and would you do it again?
Mm-hmm. I would, personally, and I think it all depends on the individual and where they're at in their life. The reason I loved it is I was exposed to hundreds of people like me in my class who all wanted to do very similar things and who were just going off to do them. And I found that very inspiring to say, here's someone with a pretty similar background who aspires to do the same thing, and they're already off to the races. It made doing a startup feel very doable, as well as getting exposed to the best professors and entrepreneurs who would talk about what they learned, particularly about what went wrong and what they learned from it. I think that really opened my eyes to all the different types of startup journeys that were available. And, as much as I hate to admit this, it is actually pretty useful to know accounting, finance, modeling, data and decision-making based modeling. That has all come in useful every single day of this startup.
Yep, cool. What advice do you have for young girls wanting to run a business in the future? So maybe think about some of the high school students here in the audience. What would your advice be to them?
I think for anyone, particularly young girls, there's absolutely no reason why you can't do whatever you want to do. And if you want to start something, if you want to start or run a business, think about what is the most exciting business that you could possibly think of, and then just go do it and get to know people who are already doing it. Think about what you need to do to run it, what are the skills that you need, and then just go and do it.
Awesome. So we have a question about sort of explaining in a bit more detail how Zola makes money. So, are you a marketplace that just takes a slice? Or do you charge a software fee for kind of hosting the registry during a period? Or are you a retailer, taking retail-like margins? Maybe kind of go a bit deeper into that.
Yeah. Our business model is essentially an e-commerce business model. So we work with the brands that you see within the Zola store, and we we'll work with them like any other retailer does, in that they typically sell things to a retailer for a wholesale price. We sell it to the customer for the retail price. We keep the margin in between, like any other retailer or e-commerce site does. So in that sense, it's a very straightforward e-commerce business. The only difference between us and an e-commerce business is there's two things. One is, I mentioned, we don't take inventory. For the most part, we are all drop ship. And then the second piece is we are able to have very low returns. So returns is another silent killer of any e-commerce business, because it's great if you're growing and you're selling things, but then you think you've sold something and 30 days later it comes back and then you have to resell it again, potentially at a lower price. That adds a huge amount of cost to your business that you never expect it will. The way that we have solved returns is through the feature that I mentioned, where the customer can control when items are shipped to them. So because you get to define when you want your item shipped to you, for the most part, you have the opportunity to change your mind if you're going to change your mind. And so because couples will look at what they've been given as gifts and think about, what do I really want to keep and what do I want to exchange into Zola credit and then use for something else, the virtual return, as we call it, has happened without us ever having to send anything out. And for that reason, we have had extremely low returns and have just delivered a much better customer experience, because the customer doesn't have to receive all these things they don't want, lug it back to the store, and wait there while they get the thing they really want.
Awesome. So I wanted to mention as well, so you do a little bit of angel investing now, right? So the shoe's a little bit on the other foot. Like, what do you look for in the investments that you make?
So I actually look at angel investing in the same way that I look at bringing on a potential partner or person onto my team, which is, do I believe they can take this business all the way? Do I believe that they're just a nice person that I want to work with? And so at Zola, we have kind of 8 different culture screeners that we kind of ask ourselves every time we interview someone. And the most important one is we have a no asshole policy, which, in America it's no asshole policy. Same thing. But that's the same thing when it comes to angel investing for me. And then the third thing is, what I look for is this startup able to address some of the pain points that I've seen in the various startups that I've worked with? And so do I understand it as a potential customer or a potential business partner? And so for that reason, I've focused my angel investing on 3 areas, all somewhat related to commerce. So one is direct-to-consumer commerce. The second is marketplaces or curated e-commerce stores, kind of in the same vein as Zola. And then the third is SaaS businesses that service startups or commerce companies. And the reason I focused on those is because I deeply understand the needs and pain points, and so I can understand, are these companies trying to solve them in unique, innovative ways.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I think we're kind of out of time for questions, unfortunately. Everybody give Sian a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can take a stage. Thanks very much for that, Sian. I wanted to mention a new initiative that we're doing here at Blackbird. In case you hadn't noticed, we are super passionate about startups and we love our jobs. In venture capital, we're very privileged to be able to do this work. One thing we don't love is that there aren't that many women in it. And this is really borne out by the fact that every other week, one of us will get a cold email from a male university student asking for an internship. And to date, we've, I think, only received 1 email in the 3 or so years that we've been investing. And that's really weird, and we really want to change that. Together with Reinventure, we just quickly kind of came up with an idea to expose more of the joy, frankly, of VC to young women. And, we're doing this by offering up to 2 internships this winter to a university level women here in Sydney. So, thanks. Why would you want to do that? 3 things. 1, you'll get to understand how investment decisions are really made. 2, you'll get to meet fantastic entrepreneurs like you've seen on the stage today and learn what it really takes to build a successful company. And 3, you'll rapidly expand your own network, which will come in handy if this ends up being the route that you want to follow. So if you want to learn more, if you know a university-level woman who loves startups, please encourage them or yourself check out the website. It's bit.ly, hopefully. Do we want to, next slide? Yeah, there we go. bit.ly/VC intern is the URL where you can apply and learn more. So just wanted to quickly mention that. It is now lunchtime. So what you need to do is exit out that way or the way you came in, grab a sandwich from that sort of big shed area that you entered and registered at. You'll have 30 minutes to eat your lunch. And then we move into the next segment of the day, which is called the network. So this is in direct response to your feedback from previous years. This is your opportunity to meet other people who are operating in your space and interested in the same things that you are. We have hand-picked and invited 50 experts in their respective areas to lead conversations around things from SaaS to space. The way this will work is there'll be 3 lots of 30-minute sessions. When you hear the bell, you need to move on and find a new table. And we're going to have to be really ruthless about time because we're on a short schedule here today. And right after lunch, we have Didier Elzinga from Culture Amp, who's one of the most exciting companies in the Blackbird portfolio, and we think probably in the world today. And we don't want to miss that or cut him short at all. So grab your sandwiches and remember to move on when you hear the bell. Thank you very much, everybody.
We've got a churn rate of 0.5.
So, whoa. So you're just not this. I don't want you out here shooting this ball around all day.
Welcome back. How are you? So my name is Bill. I'm one of the other co-founders of Blackbird, and I'm going to introduce the next speaker. So it's a pleasure for me to introduce Didier Elzinga. Didier is will give us his journey. He's the founder and CEO of CultureAmp, and he has a particularly interesting story because he's basically gone from Hollywood land to people land, and there's a lot of similarities and a lot of differences. So I'll get off the stage, introduce Didier, and then we'll come back with some questions. So Didier.
Thank you, Bill. So yes, I have the pleasure today to share with you my story. It's a couple of stories. I've had the luck, the misfortune of trying to build a startup in two of the most dysfunctional industries on the planet. So Hollywood and Silicon Valley. In my previous life, as I like to tell people, I worked in visual effects. So we started in Adelaide. We had an office in Sydney. We worked on Harry Potter. We worked on Lord of the Rings. We worked on Batman, Superman, all of these sorts of films doing computer-generated imagery. But the story that I want to tell you mostly about today is CultureAmp, the company that I founded almost 7 years ago, although in its current form, it's probably more like 5 years old with the co-founders that I'll talk a little bit about as well. So I know some of you don't have long, so I'll give you the TLDR version of my story, and then I'll spend the rest of the time backfilling it and adding a little bit more color. So, how do you build a company? You write down a really naive business plan, you launch your first product, you move to another city, you bring on 3 co-founders, you kill that first product and launch another one, you kill that product and go back to another idea that you'd had earlier but didn't think was a good one at the time, you hire your first employee, you get your first customer 4 weeks after having the first idea. You bootstrap that to about $1 million in revenue, largely by winning most of the companies in the Valley as your customers. You do a $6.3 million Series A out of the Valley with the guy that helped shepherd Google Analytics, and he joins your board. You open an office in New York. You raise a $10 million Series B. You open an office in London, and voila, you have about 1,000 customers. You have about $10 million in revenue, you have about 100 people, and you have all these amazing companies around the world that you work with. And you've built this platform that makes it easy to collect, to understand, and to act on employee feedback. And after going through those phases, getting a company from 0 to 1 million, getting a company from 1 to 10 million, we're now at the point where in the next 3 to 4 years, our goal is to get to $100 million in revenue, which is a sort of mythical number in the Valley. It's the thing which allows you to be called a unicorn. More importantly, though, it's actually a mark of you've built a real company. That's the point at which people think, okay, you've actually created something of scale. And as interested as I am in building that company, in getting to $100 million in revenue, and I'll dig in a little bit where that number comes from for me personally, I'm actually more interested in what we build along the way. So it's about how do I build a culture-first company at that sort of scale? Because that's actually the legacy that I want to leave. Yes, I want to be financially successful. Yes, I want to make my investors, like Blackbird, tons of money so they can invest in other companies like you. But really, getting to that point just gives me the right to talk about what we did. So I often use a sporting analogy, which is if you go play the game a different way, and you don't win, nobody cares. If you play the game a different way and you get to the premiership, you win the premiership, you actually change the way the game is played. And so a lot of what we're doing at CultureAmp is not just about getting to success, but getting to success in a certain way. So, how do you go from Hollywood to Silicon Valley? What leads somebody to want to step aside? So I was in Hollywood for 13 years. I started as a software engineer, I worked as an artist, I worked as a supervisor, I ended up as the CEO for 5. And 3 years before I left, so in 2006, we won the South Australian Entrepreneur of the Year service category. And I actually went to Melbourne for the judging day, and I met these 2 young guys by the name of Mike Cannon-Brooks and Scott Farquhar. They had this tiny little, pissy little technology company. My revenue was actually higher than theirs at the time, I think. We became friends. I think we were the last ones left drinking. And we became friends, and over the next 3 years, I'm a slow learner, I came to the realization that their business model was much better than mine. I was a service business for Hollywood. Both of those things are extremely difficult. They had this monotonic revenue curve software business, and their revenue was well in excess of mine by the time we got to 2009. And so I was actually forced with this choice. Do I keep building what I'm doing, or do I try and do something different? Do I try and do something bigger? And it was actually one of the hardest decisions I've had to make. I mean, I was the CEO. I was CEO at 26. I was the CEO of this startup that had become this global visual effects company. It's all I'd ever known. There was a huge opportunity to keep doing it. But something inside me wanted to do more. Something wanted to get out there and create something bigger. And the way I actually made the decision is I went home. Has anybody watched the film Baraka? Anybody in the audience? A few people. Good. If you've seen it, watch it again. If you haven't, you have to watch it. It's a 70mm film by Robert Frick, and there's no overt storyline, there's no dialogue. It's just images of the world. And so I put Baraka on. I took a 6-pack of Cooper's Pale Ale, and I sat down and I decided that by the time I got either to the end of the film or the end of the 6-pack, I would have a decision on whether I was going to go leave and start a company or not. It took 1 beer and about 10 minutes, and I just had this piece that was the right thing to do. I was going to step out. I was going to try and make it happen. And so I did. And I had the world's most naive business plan, somewhat Atlassian inspired. 10,000 by 10,000 equals 100 million. That was the company I was going to build. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what the product was or anything. I just had this desire. I wanted to build something of scale. And it's a massively simplistic business model. But it's actually been something that's been true and through the way we've thought about the company since the beginning. And having spent all this time in Hollywood, I really wasn't aware of the power of story until I came and tried to start a technology company. There's incredible power in simple narratives. There's incredible power in having something that you can repeat over and over again until people are so sick of it that they actually start to understand it. And so this concept of 10,000 by 10,000 equals 100 million has become our sort of drum. You know, we've just passed 1,000 customers and everybody knows what we're focusing on next. What did we look like on day one? This is what we looked like on day one. This was our launch page. And it came from, you know, I sat down and said, okay, I want to do 10,000 by 10,000. What's that going to look like? And I kept thinking about what problem am I interested in? And it's a little bit of what Mike was talking about earlier this morning. It wasn't necessarily just how do I want to change the world, but what problems really annoyed me? What problems really got to me? And I used to joke that as a CEO, I'm a glorified psychiatrist. You know, my job all day and night is people. And so I started thinking about how could I use software? How could I use software to help scale people and culture? And the problem that we actually started out on was performance reviews. I used to have a Twitter feed of success factors sucks. That was my motivation. Everybody complaining about this tool called Success Factors was ammunition for me building a better way of doing it. Performance reviews were considered as something nobody liked. They were once a year. They were backward looking. How could we change that and make that a continuous coaching conversation? And so the original product was called Resonance. We changed the name to Cadence. We started working on this idea of we wanted you to be able to give feedback, but before you could give feedback, you had to have something to give feedback on. So we created like a sort of, you know, Slack-style communication tool. We realized that marketing this stuff is really hard. We actually built a really great website, and then the one I showed you just before actually worked about 10 times better. So as soon as you told somebody anything about the product, they stopped signing up. So we got a little bit better, and we started really thinking about the message. We created our first sort of video, our first animation, to try and understand how this is going to work in an organization. And I'd been working on this problem for about 2 years. When I started with the co-founders, 2 of which are in the audience here, and I'll talk a little bit about co-founders specifically, we worked on it together for, I think, 6. Doug was telling me 8. I'm going to stick with 6. 6 months until we realized this really isn't working. We're just not getting the traction. We had paid customers. We had a product. We had people that liked it. But, you know, we'd go see someone and they'd say, yes, I understand the problem. But there was no universal solution. There was nothing that everybody wanted that we could give them. And so, you know, long sales cycles, things were still dragging out. And so after 6 months, we said, all right, we need to open ourselves up to building something different. So we sort of put that on ice. We kept it there because people were paying, and we started on a second product. Has anybody read the Checklist Manifesto by Adol Gawande? Amazing book by a surgeon who writes the New York Times around the power of checklists in quality. And it sounds kind of banal, but it's actually very, very well written. And the idea that we had was maybe we could use this as a way of doing business process management. So rather than thinking of it as a heavyweight process tool, what if the way you shared processes was you just documented them? So a sort of GitHub for processes, if you will. And so we built this. We built a website, we put it out there, we talked to people, we pitched the idea. And after 6 weeks, we killed it. We got better. We'd learned a little bit about what it actually meant to build something that was meaningful and real for people. And as 4 engineers who'd started a company, it took us a while to realize that the real question was not could you build it, but would anybody care? We'd spent so much of our time trying to focus on the technical problems, we really hadn't understood what people needed and wanted. So that brought us to the third one. And this was actually an idea that we'd had early, and we ended up bringing Dr. Jason McPherson on. And he has a PhD in clinical psychology, and he did his PhD with my wife. And I came home one day and I said, how smart is Jason? And she said to me, 1, he's the person the stats lecturers go to when they have a problem. And 2, if you hire him, I'll let you put more of our money into the company. So we hired him. And the problem that we wanted to solve was the problem of how you get feedback from your employees. And it wasn't that it wasn't possible. People were using consultants, but it was slow, it was big, it was time-consuming, and it wasn't something that people were getting a lot of value out of. And above all, it was ugly. Jason said something really early on that stuck to me to this day, which is user experience is an overlooked element of statistical validity. Short surveys, not long ones. Interfaces that people actually want to use. And so this core idea was the idea that we decided to go launch. And this time, rather than building any software, we created I think it was 4-page PDF of what the app was going to look like. And I went and pitched it to 10 CEOs and said, if I build it, will you buy it? And 4 of them said yes. So we got started. We had our first customer 4 weeks in. And in fact, we were building it so fast that we got that first customer. We launched the capture piece so you could actually collect people's feedback. We hadn't built any of the reporting screens yet. We launched to their employee base as soon as we had the first bit, and we were sort of frantically building the reporting screens out as people were coming online to use them. And so it was this incredible just get in there. And I remember in the early days, I was very lucky to have Scott Farquhar and Paul McCartney as advisors to the business. And I remember this sort of advisor/board meeting where we were talking about, we were working on this new product, we were working on Murmur, which is now called Culture Amp, and just the difference from the first product. You know, we would go in, we'd talk to people, and 2 weeks later they would send us a check, or they would say, yes, we want to buy it, and we get a purchase order. And I remember saying to Scott, this is incredible, like, you know, this is what product market fit feels like. And he's like, yes, I've been trying to tell you, you've been flogging a dead horse for a year, but you didn't realize until you got onto a live one. And it is a little bit like that. You know, in the early days, you're working on this product and you know, people love what you're doing. You're trying to solve a real problem. But you keep thinking, I have to add one feature, I have to do one extra thing, and suddenly I'll crack it. And it never comes. And then there's this magical moment where people are buying in spite of the software. They're buying it in spite of all of the problems. And so we were very, very lucky to get some great customers here. And then we got to the Valley at just the right time. So we ended up with Adobe globally as a customer 9 months in. And I remember when we were on the call, and they're calling us and they're saying, are you sure you can deliver this? Are you sure you can do this? At this point, their team working on the project was bigger than our company. And we're like, yes, we can deliver this. We can absolutely do this. I've delivered something to Steven Spielberg, I can deliver this to you. And it was sheer bravado. And we found out afterwards that the person who signed off on it, actually her mentor in the business said, this is a career-limiting move if this goes wrong for you. And she says, I know, but I trust these guys. They will deliver. That's a huge bet on her part. You know, it's very easy to forget who has to believe in you along the way. So we went through that all bootstrapped. We didn't raise any money. And we got to about $1 million in revenue. And having now gone through we're at the third phase. So we've done the 0 to $1 million, we've done the 1 to 10 million, and we're now embarking on the 10 to 100. And there's a Jason Lemkin post that I think captures it perfectly. Because between 1 and 10 million, you will almost die twice. Your company is exploding. You're having to deal with all of these new things you don't have processes for. You've got big customers and big demands. It's really, 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 really hard. But as Jason Lemkin says, that's okay, because getting from 0 to 1 is impossible. You've already done that. Now it's just merely hard. So that first phase, I was looking at this as I was preparing these slides, trying to remember, what bits of wisdom could I give you and how we got from 0 to 1. I don't know. Lots of hustle, lots of luck, lots of effort, lots of incredible things that people did along the way. And one T-shirt. So this isn't actually the first T-shirt. I couldn't find a picture of the first T-shirt. We have a few museum editions of it somewhere. But we were preparing for one of our first conferences, and we were like, we have to have a T-shirt. What do you put on your T-shirt? And we were throwing ideas around, trying to come up with a phrase, and I saw somebody walk past with Data Nerd. One of us saw somebody walk past with Data Nerd, and we started flipping on that idea, and somebody said People Geek, and we went, I guess so, and we wrote it down, and then we didn't have a better idea, so we put it on a T-shirt. And then the funny thing happened. People started using it. And the tipping point was at Pinterest. There was a person at Pinterest. We turned up for a meeting, and he was wearing a People Geek T-shirt. But it wasn't one of ours. Where did you get the T-shirt from? He's like, I just loved it so much I made them myself. And when your customers are making T-shirts with your slogan, that it's working and you shouldn't change it. And this has actually become a hugely important part of how we think about growing our business. It's not just about the customers we have. It's actually about a community that is bigger than us. It's about creating a community of people geeks that want to come together to actually think about things in a new way, to bring data to bear on people and culture. So in everything I've said so far, it all sounds relatively easy. Something that, just happens. You just got to turn up. The truth of the matter is, in the journey, it's hard. I mean, how many people in the room are thinking about or want to or have just started a company, started a business? Okay. So the truth of the matter is 90% of you will fail. That's the way it works. Now, you're probably not in this room unless you go, I like those odds. I can do that. And so, that bravado will last for a while. I was 2 years into this, and I was previously the CEO of this company. I had all of this stuff. I had 150 people, and I was able to pay my bills. And I remember lying at home, just crying, just going, why am I doing this? Like, what is driving me? Why am I putting my wife, my 2 kids? We'd moved to Melbourne. The only place we could get, because we had a dog, was a house out in the suburbs, and I hated the house. And I was looking around going, why? Why am I doing this? Starting a startup is a very egocentric thing. And it's something that you'll struggle with the whole way through. And this is actually, I've tried to find out where I originally got these lines from, but this is the line that actually got me through that whole period, which is, what matters is how many people believe in you, not how many people don't. All you need to do is look around and find it. To begin with, it might only be one person. It might be your spouse or your children, or if none of them, might be your dog. Somebody needs to believe in you, and that's what you have to focus on. You need to focus on the people that believe in you. All of the people that say that you can't, ignore them. We've had so many people along the way say that we're fools, that we're never going to amount to anything, that we're arrogant, prideful, all of these things. The other bit that helps there a lot is co-founders. So the way we got together, people say, how do you find a co-founder? Once again, I say, I have no idea. Like, the way we got together was kind of weird. I moved to Melbourne. I got invited to a dinner, and at that dinner, met some people who were doing entrepreneurial stuff too, and they invited me to the very early version of Inspire 9 in Cremorne. And so I started hanging out there, working on my thing, and I sat next to Doug and John, who were working on their little startup, Jadoro. And we sat next to each other for literally 6 months, just working on our own businesses. And then one day, we kind of looked at each other and said, you know what, we should probably join forces. Okay. And then we started thinking about that idea, and then they said, actually, there's this other person, Rod, who we wanted to bring in. So if we're going to do it, we should bring him in too. And I remember thinking at the time, oh, okay, I'm going from 100% of my company to 25% of my company. Because if we're going to do it, we're going to do it equally. And that was a tough thing to sit down and decide. But at the end of the day, I knew that if I was going to succeed, I needed other people that I could work with. And I also knew that if I believed in, at that point, I only knew Doug and John. If I believed in them, then I had to believe in their ability to believe in other people. So if they said, bring this guy in, we bring this guy in. And it was the best decision I've ever made. You know, to have other people that have shared that journey with you, that you can all talk to each other about what works and what doesn't work, that's what helps you. That's what gives you the reason to get up in the morning and turn up in the office and try and fight for another day. Now, one thing you'll notice when you look at that image, this is my wife came to this idea of compound privilege, where when we founded the company, we were 4 white, male, 30-something IT brunettes. Not a lot of diversity. And in fact, part of the reason we all look the same is that we were some of the few that were afforded the option of being in that place. So Doug used to talk about this. It's this life of compound privilege. All the way along, we were given that little bit extra opportunity. We were given that other little thing that we could do. And it meant we were in the point where we're in the mid-30s where we could actually afford to go start our own company. It's getting better, but it's still not true for everybody. Whether it's gender, whether it's race, whether it's education, there are all these things that stop people from getting in, and it's not just once. It's time and time again, all these little things that slow you down and have this friction in stopping you from being able to get there. And so one of the things that we think about a lot now is how do we try and reverse some of that? How do we as a company put better things in place to create an environment where other people can flourish, not just white, IT, male, 30-something brunettes? And one of the real tests of any relationship is when you fight, when you actually end up getting to a point where you're arguing. And the 4 of us get on incredibly well because we're all different, and on any particular topic, we'll have different people on different sides, so you don't really get factions on anything. But I remember there was one particular time when John and I, so John's the one on the right, John and I had probably the only real argument we've ever had. We were closing our Series A. We were negotiating some of the terms on it. I was actually in Bali. I was meant to be on a family holiday, first holiday I'd had in a long time. Instead, I was getting up at 4 a.m. and working through to about 1 p.m. so that I could stay on Australian time. And I had this call with John about a question around board seats, and he'd had a very different understanding than I did on what we were intending to do. And he was furious, really, really furious. And so I'm sitting there, my kids are in the pool, and I didn't know what to do. I then had to get on the plane, still unresolved, hadn't been able to speak to him because he wouldn't pick up the phone. Fly back to Australia the whole time, 8 hours or whatever, just sitting there trying to work out, okay, what am I going to do? We've never had a fight like this. I don't know really what we're going to do. And I spoke to one of my best friends, and he gave me a piece of advice that's incredibly valuable, which is, what's your ego in this situation? When you're in a difficult position, when you're really struggling with something, try and understand your own ego in the situation. And this basically came down to how many board seats we had and who was in those boards and the role of the founder. And I realized it was really easy for me to talk about this when I was the CEO because I had a board seat no matter what. We were talking about what was going to happen for the 4 of us when not all of us were on the board anymore. And just that thing of recognizing in myself my own ego and his ego too actually allowed us to walk through that situation, and we came out a lot stronger for it. But it was a really difficult process to realize that you're actually getting into a company where you have to understand what you're all trying to get to, and there's no right answer here, and you're as much to blame as they are. So I want to talk a little bit about raising money. See if you can actually read it, or you can. That's our series. It's not the final term sheet, actually. We ended up negotiating slightly different terms to bring in actually Blackbird and Index. But that was our Series A term sheet. So, raising money. A couple of little things that I'll share with you. Be aware of your own psychology. Raising money is a little bit like Schrodinger's cat. You don't know if you're dead or alive. And it's really weird. Like you're over there talking about taking all these large amounts of money, and you get really irritable, and you find yourself not very nice to be around, and you realize that you're under this incredible stress, but there's no outlet, there's no specific thing that's going to make it happen one way or the other. And it's actually a really curious place. So if you're ever in the fundraising mode, it can be incredibly powerful to talk to other people who have done that before, because they can tell you exactly how it feels and that the way you're feeling right now is okay. And that little bit there is probably one of the most valuable things I can tell you in the entrepreneurial journey. When you get to the point when you have a term sheet, I mean, you can do it before, but when you get to a term sheet, ask other founders for help. Like right at the last minute, I was doing a founder check on one of the VCs that was investing in us, and Jonathan Downey from Airware spent an hour and a half on the phone explaining to me how he'd negotiated his last deal. I learned more in that hour and a half than I had in the 35 years previous, because it was real. It was my term sheet, and he was talking about his term sheet. He was talking about real stuff. And founders will help you. One of the great things about the Valley is people will. I will help you. If you get to the point where you're negotiating a term sheet, just talk to anybody else that's done, and they will give you their feedback. They will give you their advice. Kids and startups. So that's Casper and Zubin. It's sort of prevailing wisdom that it's better not to have kids when you're trying to do a startup. And there's a certain amount of truth to that, because it's much harder to work really hard when you have kids. But one of the things I've reflected on now is that the more at some point in your startup, you will run out of time. You will run out of energy. There's just more things to do than you can possibly do. And you have to learn to say no. You have to learn to give things up. You have to learn to hire other people. Kids, if you have kids, you just get there faster. And that's actually not a bad thing, to actually realize that and have to come face to face with it and have to take that on board. And in terms of building a company, it makes a big difference to the people that come into your company. So I was talking to somebody else at Culturamp the other day, and she was saying how the fact that I leave, and I do, on a Friday at 3 o'clock because I coach my son's basketball team, makes it okay for other people to have kids. Makes it okay for other people to bring their whole selves and their real life to work. And our first customer for Culturamp, for the product that we have today, was Save the Children Australia. We got that because I met the CEO at a kid's birthday party. So there's all these things that come from having kids. But if you have kids and you're actually going through the process of a startup, the best piece of advice I can give you, and this is from a psychologist in the US who was talking to a hedge fund, or a whole bunch of hedge fund managers, is you have until your kids are 7 to develop a relationship. After that, it's over. And so you can't let your life, your work life, overrule your family life. And we need to remember that we borrow our time at work from people that are actually much more important than the work is. And in startups, it's really easy to forget that fact. The hardest thing that you're going to have to do is people. Obviously, I run a company in that space, but it's true. The psychology of hiring, the psychology of firing, the psychology of growing people, that's the stuff that is the hard work. And that's the stuff that as a CEO and a founder, you can't ask somebody else to do. Other people will do parts of it, but that's your core. If you're going to grow a business, you've got to grow the people with you. When you're growing a company really fast, the hardest thing to do is to grow the people with the company. The best quote that I know about people is Maya Angelou. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. That's the thing you have to remember when you're doing this. It's very much about connecting from the heart. So, my advice to those of you who want to start a company: know what you're willing to hurt for. Know what you're willing to cry for. Why are you starting this company? Because it is going to hurt. It is going to hurt a lot. And unless you have a really strong reason for going through that pain, don't. Save yourself and everybody else the trouble. Understand where your ego is. You know, constantly in this, our egos are tested. We have to give up our Lego as leaders. We have to try and understand what are we actually uniquely capable of delivering at this point? What can somebody else do? How can I help somebody else and their ego? Ego is not a dirty word. Like, be okay saying what you need and what you want. And along the way, give back. Now, I know I spoke to Mark earlier that they'd set a goal of getting to 50 people pledging 1%. I think they've already smashed that today. So hopefully there's a few people that are sitting on the fence. Pledge 1%. It is such a brilliant idea. And the thing from a true startup way is in pledging it, you don't have to do anything straight away. You can work it out later. We were actually one of the first companies in Australia to pledge. We're still figuring out how to actually do some of it. We've got the pledge 1% in terms of time, we've got the pledge 1% in terms of product, what does that actually mean, and the pledge 1% in terms of equity as well. But as a gesture, as a way of actually connecting back to the world around you, it's incredibly powerful. So what I'd like to leave you with is going back to my Hollywood days. Probably the best advice I can give any entrepreneur and any person that wants to start a business. So, from the pursuit of happiness.
I'm going pro!
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. You know, you'll probably be about as good as I was. That's kind of the way it works, you know, and I was below average. You know, so, whoa. So you'll probably ultimately rank somewhere around there, you know, so really, you'll excel at a lot of things, just not this. I don't want you out here shooting this ball around all day and night, all right?
All right.
Okay? All right, go ahead. Hey. Don't ever let somebody tell you you can't do something. Not even me. All right?
All right.
You got a dream, you got to protect it. People can't do something themselves. They want to tell you you can't do it. You want something, go get it. Period. Let's go.
And I'll finish with my favorite quote, which is an entrepreneurship, anthem to entrepreneurship. People who say it cannot be done should not interrupt those that are doing it. Thank you. Great stuff. We can sit up the top so we've got better eye lines.
So, 4 white brunettes. I used to be a brunette. That time is long past. A couple of interesting things that you said there that I just wanted to follow up on. But first I want to get one thing straight. So you were CEO of Rising
Sun Pictures.
Rising Sun Pictures. They won an Oscar, by the way. So very successful. You decided to drink a beer and watch a weird movie.
Yep.
And started a company.
That's how it works.
So what? Then you had a whole bunch of ideas that didn't work. How did you know they were not going to work? How did you finally sort of land on the idea that was going to work?
I think that was what took us 2 years to work out,
Right.
was that it wasn't working.
Right.
You know, you get the illusion of success, you know, you hustle your way in, you get some customers, and at the end of the day, I can't really say anything other than you'll know traction when you see it. And if you think you haven't got traction, you probably don't.
Right.
And it just took a while to, going back to the ego, it took a while to accept that, to realize that that idea wasn't actually working, and we should try another one. And you don't want to go too far the other way. Like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, try this, and I ran a smoke test, and I didn't get enough people to sign up, so I'm not going to do it. You won't achieve anything that way. Like, the whole point of it is you've got to believe in something that other people don't believe.
Yeah.
But at some point, people have to go on the journey with you.
Right. And how did you know with Culture Amp, how did you figure out that the traction was actually meaningful?
It's just how quickly deals closed. I mean, it was just so different. We would walk in and we'd explain the problem, we'd show it to somebody, and they're like, yeah, I can use this. And obviously we didn't close every deal, but people were buying it, people were using it, people were wanting to do things.
Yeah.
And so it was really in the market where we saw it change.
So when I know when Blackbird invested, one of the things that we debated sort of internally was, we did the analysis. We really loved you guys. We loved the market space, and you and I had this sort of endless discussion about, is your product a one-use? An employee review thing sort of happens once a year. Is the utility value only going to happen once a year, and then it sort of sits on the shelf after that? Talk about that, and did you have that concern, or did you see further into the future and know that it would be used on a daily basis with these pulse surveys and things like that? What was the thinking there?
So this is actually one of my endless frustrations when talking to VCs. So you'll go
You're too short-sighted?
No, it's this thing where you'll go with this idea, and people are buying the idea, and then they'll look at it and go, okay, that's great, but what next? And it's also what they're good at, and so you start talking about, suites and total addressable markets and all these things. But early on, for me, I looked at it and I just thought, there's $2 billion a year being spent on employee surveying with crappy surveys that suck.
Yeah.
I'll go get some of that. And then the idea was that, and having tried to build something that was much more progressive, much more focused on a whole bunch of other things, and seeing how hard it was for people to wrap their arms around it, it was pure faith that here is a well-known problem that has a money or time budget attached. I can solve that problem. If I solve that problem, I can then start working on the stuff that they're not doing today, which they should be doing, which is the longer story.
Yeah.
And so I think at some point I had in one of my decks a picture of a vitamin and a painkiller strapped together. And so it's like the product we have today is the painkiller. That's the one that they need. But the thing they actually need to be healthy is the vitamin.
Yeah.
And that's the stuff that we're focusing on now, which is like, how do you embed not just an engagement survey, but as anybody who's run them knows, it's not doing the survey that matters, it's what you do with the data.
Right.
So how do we take people on that journey? How do we help people actually do something with it at all levels of the organization? So organizational level, manager level, and individual level. And that's where a lot of our future growth will come from.
Okay, so today, I know you have sort of a really scalable business that's really starting to work. But what did you have to do in the very beginning that was sort of non-scalable to sort of get to scalable? What tips can you sort of offer? Were there things that you had to do that took a lot of time, a lot of effort, that's completely non-scalable but was necessary for success?
There's some members of my team in the audience here who will attest to the fact that we still do things that don't scale, and probably will for a little while. I used to joke that one of the ways that we won customers is we were better at using Excel than they were. And so they'd have to solve a certain problem. I said, just send me the file and I'll recut it and send it back to you, and then you can use it and you'll solve your thing. And so a lot of it early was just taking friction out.
Right.
They needed to do this thing, but to do that thing, there was ABC steps before.
Yep.
And we could write a script or we could do something. We did a lot of Excel hacking to help clients get the data that they have into format so that they could do what they need to do with our platform. And then also, I really enjoy this too, spent a lot of time talking to the customers' internal people. So I remember one of our customers get these really bad results back on their culture, and I was explaining to them, it's okay, if they said nothing, if they were apathetic, that'd be worse. This is okay. She says to me, can you tell my board that? Okay. So did the call to the board and stuff, and those things don't scale.
Right.
But they're incredibly good learning experiences, actually going and seeing what people are doing with your tool.
Yeah. And one of the things that I was interested in was this, and I don't think it's talked about enough, but a lot of businesses fail because founders actually fight.
Yeah.
And that's not talked about enough. And so you had this big, brouhaha with one of your founders, one of your co-founders. So what did you do sort of afterwards? Have you created some sort of a platform for fighting that actually works, or how do you avoid not chopping each other's heads off when you are at a point of disagreement?
See, the funny thing is we actually didn't have to change anything.
Okay.
So, the four of us get on really well. We all think differently. And one of our sort of unspoken things was that we should work stuff through together. If somebody wasn't there, then we'd keep going till they were. And we've never made a unilateral decision.
Yeah.
We all have different roles. I'm CEO, VP of product, we have VP of engineering. John was the VP of marketing until very recently. And so we kind of all made decisions in our areas. And so we were pretty good at not turning things that were business questions into founder questions.
Yeah.
So we weren't coming in, it wasn't one of us saying, hey, I think we should do X as a founder. It's like, well, you saying that as the CEO or are you saying that as the founder?
Right.
There's a difference. And we actually became, well, I certainly relied on it. Like I knew that I'm quite impulsive. I like understanding things relatively quickly, and I like crazy ideas. And so I could go to my founders and say, hey, what about this? And if they go, I'm like, okay, it's probably too crazy. If they're like, actually, that's not a bad idea, then I didn't have to self-censor anymore. Okay. So it was actually really useful. That particular situation worked its way out, and part of it, I honestly, was just me learning how to manage my psychology rather than asking John to change.
Right.
And that made a massive difference, not because we did things differently afterwards, but just because I realized so often, somebody else once said to me, every time you point a finger at somebody, there's 3 fingers pointing back at you. And it's so true in founder relationships and personal relationships and all these things.
Yeah, one of the things you just said I'm sort of fascinated by, and that is, you're a co-founder of this business, so there's 4 of you.
Yep.
And, in the beginning, you were all co-founders wearing many hats, doing all kinds of things, but now you're the CEO. So what's the difference? What does your team want from you as a co-founder? And then what do they want from you as a CEO? And what's the difference?
So I'm sort of a strange creature in the sense that at one point, a company tried to buy us, and they went through the whole process and we had all these interviews, and so they said to me, what role do you want if we buy you? And I was like, I don't know. What do I do? What am I qualified to do? I've been a CEO since I was 26. CEOs are kind of good at some things and useless at most things. And so inside a bigger organization, it wasn't clear what I would do. So I've been the CEO of Cultramp since the beginning. When we got together, we sort of divvied up sort of what we were focusing on, and that was one of the things that we agreed from the beginning. As a CEO, there are different types of CEOs. The way I tend to focus is I quite like the sort of culture, strategy, and cash. Basically, the 3 things that I uniquely have to make sure are being looked at. Not that I have to do everything on all of those. I can't. But I have to be the buck on those 3 things. I have to make sure that we have a strategy. It doesn't have to be mine. Just have to make sure we have one. I have to make sure that the culture, culture-first company, I have to make sure that the culture comes first, and then I have to make sure we're not going to run out of cash.
Right.
So those 3 things are my job as the CEO. I think as founders, what people want is they want you to do 2 things which are mutually contradictory at times, but essential. One is they want you to help them dream. They want you to think big, to be audacious, to say, hey, we're going to do something that most people think we can't do. At the same time, they want you to give them the space to do that too.
Sure.
You have to learn to give up your Lego. You have to allow other people to do it. And so it's this very strange mix of how do I inspire you? How do I help you think about something bigger than you might otherwise think about? But how do I do it in a way that's not telling you my vision?
Yeah.
It's got to be your vision too.
Right.
And so increasingly, I think Mike said it earlier, which is, a lot of what he and what he and Scott do is go around and champion things.
Sure.
You're a symbolic gesture. And that, that's true as a CEO too. Like half the meetings I'm in, and I had this conscious realization. I'm in the meeting because I am the CEO. I'm not in the meeting because I am Didier.
Right.
A little hard for my ego, but eventually you realize that you have a role to play.
Right.
Turn up, introduce people, make sure that everybody feels happy. You're giving them the symbolic needs that they have. And that's not to belittle it. Like you can only be in so many places, so you have to choose where you can be to send the right message.
Yeah.
But a lot of it becomes that.
Right.
It's where can you be to support someone else? And the thing that's probably made me the happiest in a long while is we did a hackathon on last week, and 3-day hackathon, and it was phenomenal. Just the way it worked, the way the teams worked, the way the people worked. I did nothing. Like it was not my idea. I was not involved in the creation of it. I would have loved to have been, but I was blown away with what they were able to do.
That's great.
And so just to create the space to make that thing happen.
That's great, and give them the freedom to be able to do that. If you have any questions, let's ask them now, and we'll put them up on the screen because we've got about 7 or 8 minutes left. So what's the, you you sort of came from Hollywood land to people land, as I said. What's the difference between sort of how Hollywood works and how you guys work? Is there a major difference? Is it the same, or what can people who are starting businesses learn from how Hollywood does it, if anything?
Yeah, I mean, the best thing you can learn from Hollywood is storytelling.
Right.
So, like, one of my favorite books is The Hero with 1,000 Faces by Joseph Campbell. And it really talks about the archetype of storytelling and how storytelling works. And as a CEO, as a salesperson, as someone working on product, as somebody working on culture and strategy, it all boils down to story. It boils down to your ability to tell somebody a story that elicits some emotion in them, gets them to act. I actually didn't realize, like, I knew it technically when I was in Hollywood, because I kind of knew the form and to follow it, but it wasn't until I was actually trying to run a company and I sort of had to reach around for a tool and went, like, this is what I should do. And there was actually this moment, I was in New York on a panel, and there was a woman sitting next to me, Dr. Leanne Renninger, and she's a PhD in how we transmit information, basically. And so I was talking, and she was sitting next to me, and then she spoke next, and then she said, the funniest thing just happened. She said, I was sitting here in my head thinking through what I was about to say, and then I noticed, because she's trained to notice these things, the whole audience shifted forward. And she said, what's going on? She goes, Didier's telling a story. And it wasn't that I was a great storyteller, I was following the form. I was engaging people in that process, and it changed the mood. And so just learning that has been probably the most valuable thing from Hollywood.
Yeah, and I'll just sort of reinforce that, because I think, you know, many times when we have people who come in and pitch us, we fall in love with the story, with the people, of course. But if great storytelling has the ability to enhance all kinds of things, so that's great. Okay, well, I wanted to do one other thing with you, since so we'll sort of end on this. But Didier also has a spouse who is sort of a world-class singer. So you've got entertainment in your family. You come from Hollywood land. So I thought we would sort of borrow James Lipton's sort of closing. James Lipton is the guy who has a television show called Inside the Actor's Studio, and he's got a very famous set of questions. So they're sort of rapid-fire questions, and some of you may know them, some of you may not. So we're going to ask Dr. Elzinga what he thinks about this.
Dr. Elzinga.
Yeah.
I wish.
So, Didier Elzinga, what is your favorite word?
Courage.
What is your least favorite word?
Dull. I don't like the sound of it. It's onomatopoeic in a way.
I mean, what turns you on?
Belief.
What turns you off?
Dogma.
Why dogma?
There's just it goes back to story form. So you see people using a particular approach, and you realize they're actually not thinking about the problem. They're trying to hammer something through, and it annoys me. It's just one of those things that just gets me when I see it.
Yeah. What sound or noise do you love?
Probably the sea.
And what sound or noise do you hate?
Slamming doors. My family will attest to that. Can't stand it.
What is your favorite curse word?
Anything in Dutch. So Dutch is a very expressive language. My dad is Dutch.
So give us an example.
Godverdomme is a good example, but which means goddamn. But even you could say, like somebody once swore at me when I was in the Netherlands, and it was, forgive anybody who can speak Dutch, I'm going to mangle this, but it was something like gek de apple flapjack, which is basically you crazy apple pancake. It's all in the emotion and the that goes with it. So anything in Dutch.
What profession other than your own would you like to attempt?
I don't know about profession, but if I wasn't running Culture Amp, I'd be building an Oculus Rift storytelling company. Building an Oculus Rift storytelling company.
Very cool. And what profession would you not like to do?
Air steward. I fly on planes. I feel sorry for them all the time.
If heaven exists, what would you like to hear God say as you enter the pearly gates?
Going with the same theme, you've been upgraded.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, Didier Elzinga.
Do you want me to try and answer those three questions?
We've got, I wonder if we could...
2 minutes, I can answer those three questions.
Could we put those 2 questions back up, please? Okay, so we've got a couple of questions. So what is the biggest mistake founders make about culture?
I think the biggest mistake founders make is not repeating themselves. And it's you know, one of the things you realize is it's not until you've said something to the point where you are physically sick of saying it that people will hear it for the first time. So it's very easy to go away and get inspired and come up with a story and tell one person and then think you've done culture.
Yeah.
You know, think you've expressed something and it will magically propagate out. It doesn't. You have to work at it really, really hard. You have to constantly repeat the message. And you have to, whatever you think is important, whatever you think it is that the culture of the business needs to be, you need to reinforce that. So, I mean, I guess there's a meta one behind that, which is not caring about culture.
Right.
But let's assume everybody does. If you do care about culture, probably the biggest mistake people about is just not repeating the message enough.
Yep. And one of the things you talked about was compound privilege and how some people have it and some people don't. So how do you actually reverse it? You've done a lot of thinking about this.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had an easy, glib answer for it, and I don't. I think one of the first things, I was talking to a writer on this topic, and she made the comment to me, she studied anthropology, that one of the hallmarks of privilege is that if you have it, you can't see it. And so I think probably the first step is actually just going from that unconscious incompetence to the conscious incompetence phase, that we won't necessarily fix it or remove it, but by being aware of it, it stops being quite as insidious as it is, because you don't make the sorts of comments that people make, like, oh, well, we'll hire them, but only if they're at this level, or if only if they've gone to that university, they've only done this thing. You sit down and say, well, there's a whole heap of reasons why those things aren't true, not all of which lead to them not being the right person.
Great stuff.
I'll answer the very last one, because
Okay.
I actually almost had a slide on that.
All right. How do you decide what to charge for your product?
Anything works. We just made it as simple, as cheap as possible, and we had so many conversations about pricing. Pricing is a horrible black hole that will consume everybody's resources for way too long. The best thing we did was we came up with a pricing model, and then when we started arguing about it, we said, we'll look at it when we get to 100 customers. Don't even worry about it. Get to 100 customers, then do it later. So how do you decide what to charge for your product? Delay the decision as long as possible. Make it as cheap and simple as possible, and just get on with building the business, because pricing is not going to fix it 0 to 1.
Yeah.
Pricing is a 1 to 10 problem.
Right. Great
Awesome.
stuff. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. So now I just want to introduce Vera from Silicon Valley Bank. So Silicon Valley Bank is probably the premier bank in Silicon Valley that caters to the entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurs and startups as well as all the tech companies. They're also here in Australia. Vera is going to tell you a little bit about Silicon Valley Bank, and she's going to also can answer all the questions about how do you open a bank account in the U.S., what can Silicon Valley Bank do to help you open up all those financial facilities. So Vera.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here in Australia. It's my first time in Sydney. I'm covering several large international markets for Silicon Valley Bank. And I wanted just to spend 2 minutes telling you Silicon Valley Bank's story because it is very, very unique. It's very different from any other bank, and it's inspiring to work for the bank, and I think it's inspiring for entrepreneurs to work with us. Silicon Valley Bank was started 40 years ago by the leading venture capital funds in Silicon Valley. So there is a bank that understands entrepreneurs, understands the dynamics of startups. Like Citibank, goes after the big customers, Johnson & Johnson, Coca-Cola. Silicon Valley Bank for 40 years has been very much following venture capital funds as their main customers and the startups that chose to develop on the venture model and help build great companies. We have quite a significant market share in the United States. We actually bank every second technology startups in the United States. And our market share for venture capital funds is 65%. What differentiates us from the other banks is we actually believe into founders into the startups. When founders come and talk to us and help us ask for help, we actually believe that in 6 months they can be $100 million valuation company. When they say that they will get 10 million downloads of their application within the next couple of weeks, we actually believe that they have a really good chance. We know there is a chance of failure, but we think that the chance of success is also very, very high. So we're very committed to Australian markets, to Australian entrepreneurs, and we want to be helpful. So we're definitely a resource. Please feel free to reach out to us with any questions. We're helping founders with the fundraising strategies, with advice on how to enter United States markets. And any questions, if I cannot answer myself, I'll definitely refer you to the people who can. And yeah, again, super excited to be here and hope to work with many of you in the future.
Thanks very much. And Silicon Valley Bank is a great institution and one that will benefit the Australian ecosystem enormously. So I'll hand it now over to Nikki.
All right, the home stretch. Thank you all for staying with us. I reckon we should give Didier another clap. That was an amazing talk. So we have another amazing guest and our final one for the day. I think we're going to play a short video before he enters, but Matt Bullock of eWay. So I'll pass it over to the video.
I'm in it to make the customer feel great about what they do. We've got a churn rate of 0.5%. We've got a lot of happy customers at eWay, and we want to keep it that way. For me, the number one reason I picked Salesforce was, how could I grow this thing? What could I plug in here and do this and make it bigger? And it's just about trying to find that product that fits your need. You start off in Excel if you're lucky. When you're on a platform like Salesforce, you're not doing that because you're not even worrying about that anymore. Buy it, connect it, plug it in, make it work. So for us to onboard another 10,000 customers in a day, it's totally doable.
Your email address? Yep.
Our 17,000 customers are all in Salesforce. The amount of data that you can put in Salesforce is incredible. We have the Sales Cloud and we have the Service Cloud, and it's all Salesforce. So we're not making the customer care reps jump in and out of different platforms. When I look at the sales guy's life, and it's the same with customer care, right? It's everything, it's about time. So I constantly talk to them about time, and if half your life is doing something that has no result, then what's the point? I use Salesforce One, so if I need to know about a customer, wherever I am, I'll type it in, find the details about that customer and know exactly what it is. My managers use it for reports. Previously I was logging into a web browser and trying to do fat fingers and stretch the screen out and go, what's that report? And a lot of that's been solved for me with Salesforce One.
Make it easier for the rest of the team.
We also use Salesforce Live Chat. So between chat and self-serve, it's just reduced tickets, even within the first day of going live, dramatically. And for us, where we want to get to is where Salesforce absolutely is at, where it's quite often not Salesforce answering the questions, it's actually Salesforce customers to answer your questions. And then now we're looking at implementing video chat to just give that extra level of service. What Pardot gives us, and where the sales guys are really smashing it, is where you look at the insights of what activities the customer's actually doing. And what that means for us is we're going to get a much better conversion rate because we're focusing on their activity, their interest. That's everything in sales. So apart from data, I'm also obsessed with getting rid of the friction from our business. We use force.com. We've got 3 million characters of code, and that's our entire sign-up process. And that sign-up process is a frictionless process to get a merchant account. And as the data goes in, field by field, that's getting written back in real time to Salesforce. And using the tools like we have in Salesforce, it is totally about the customer. So from just not the sales side, but then on the service side, putting it all together and then putting marketing over the top of it, well, that's just beautiful, right? And then with analytics down the bottom, it's a crazy thing what we've built at eWay. If our customers are growing and we're growing, it's just happy days for everyone.
Let's put our hands together and welcome Matt onto the stage.
G'day.
G'day. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I actually wanted to take you back to that looked like a very polished and successful company. I want to take it back to the beginning days, and I think we have a slide with some photos of those beginning days.
That'll be embarrassing.
When the company looked like that, rather than the video. You know, one reason we started the Sunrise was to really tell the untold stories of Australian technology entrepreneurship, and would love to sort of start with how you came to eWay, how you started, and the problems you chose when starting, and you know, those beginning days.
Yeah, sure. So, hello everyone. That thing there's called a pin pad, and it plugged into a computer, and at the time it was a modem, so it was like 20 years ago. And I bought one of those pin pads, and it cost me, I think it was something like 28 grand. And I could have 15 customers on it, and I was selling it for $27 a month, so it didn't really add up. But I didn't really care. So I did that through St. George Bank. It was the only place I connected. And the way I started the whole thing was there was a company called Gray's Advertising who used to get stuck on bits of code, and I would help them write a little bit of code. And they were doing something for a company called Medibank Private, and they couldn't figure out the payment bit to talk to the pin pad. And I wrote that little bit of code for them, and then I thought, there's a lot of payment gateways out there, and they're all kind of crap. So I thought I could do it better. So I wrote a bit more code and turned it into a gateway, and then there was a magazine going back 20 years ago called Net Guide, which is a little tiny magazine. I put an ad in there, and then there was, I had my first customer, and I used to get an SMS every time I got a customer. At one point I had to turn it off because I got too many SMSs. But they were called Max 86, and they were selling bicycle parts. And that's how it all started. And
take us, so what year was this? Like
it was like 20 years ago.
Paint a picture of
20 years ago.
The internet, and even, you know, the internet just coming into the fore, and BBS systems and telephone lines.
I had an ISDN line in my house that was 64K. That was the connection that I had for my house. The pin pads were dial-up, so they had to dial up to the bank, which took 30 seconds to then do the payment. Once it was connected, it could be faster. And at that time, I asked St. George Bank to give me the connection because I needed a bank. And then I told everyone that all the other banks are crap because St. George is the only bank. That's because that was the only bank I had, which worked well. And St. George gave us lots of leads. And then over the years, I just got more banks. So that the pin pads I got, I ended up getting ANZ, and then eventually CBA made a pin pad, and Westpac and NAB told me to go Jump, and that going Jump went on for many, many years. And eventually I then connected to a company called First Data, which gave me an IP connection, which meant all the servers disappeared. But at the time in my house, I had 40 servers and 10 phone lines, and I was single. No surprise there, with so many computers and everything else. And the power would go down, and I'd be ripping the generator to start it, going, yeah, a technician will fix it shortly. So it was a whole lot of pain to get where it was. I'd be buying all those servers for like a couple of dollars, then pulling all the parts out, whatever I could, just to make the servers work.
How do you, you know, knowing you live in that house with the servers, how do you get a bank like St. George to say yes? Do you walk into a branch, or how do you, and particularly
I filled out a form online, and I posted it to them, I think is what it was, and they said yes. And they had, at that time, St. George had the idea that they didn't want to sell payments, they just wanted partners. And that was amazing. So what I learned from that was that if you don't have a channel, then it's very hard to exist. So, and St. George was my first channel, and then I ended up getting other banks as other channels, and then by some instance, someone mentioned to me about a shopping cart, and I thought, well, that sounds like a good idea, and there was one called Easy Merchant. I was 30-something at the time. I didn't have a driver's license, so I got someone to drive me to Sydney, a mate, and I met Easy Merchant and then convinced them to connect to me, and then I had my first shopping cart, and also had my first bank, so then I had both sides of it, and then eventually I ended up having a couple hundred shopping carts, and then I had all the banks in Australia, all the banks in New Zealand, a bunch of banks in the UK, and some banks in Asia. And by the end of it, we were processing 6 billion, which is a fairly big number, a year, and we had 25,000 customers.
Talk about, we've sort of talked about today with various speakers the idea of a growing ambition and how ambition's not this, flat thing that you lock in before you start the company and how it sort of grows with time. What were the moments where you realized, firstly, that it was working, secondly, that you should move out of your house and start hiring employees, and, the moments where you knew that you had done something great and almost that inevitable sense of a company being created?
Well, the moving out was easy because I had so many neighbours complaining because I had 6 staff at the time and there was cars everywhere. So that I just got to that point that was ridiculous being in a house.
When did you hire your first person? What kind of revenue were you doing, and what decision did you make to?
Not much revenue. And what I ended up doing, because I had some guys that were just helping me part time, so I just did everything. I didn't get any investment. So I had 50 grand in the bank that I saved because I was contracting to the government. I didn't get any money off anyone. I had lots of people over the years try and give me money, and I just did it myself little bit by little bit. And it's crazy because I don't really feel like there was a point where it went, yeah, wow. But like if I look at that video, I go, oh, that's a nice office. That's pretty good. 6 billion's a good number. But I didn't really feel like there was a point, because it was always, when you start something, like everyone, I thought, oh, this will be massive. And at the time, 20 years ago, a current affair was more about if you put your card on the internet, you're an idiot. As opposed to now where it's, not that I watch a current affair, but more about how great shopping is online and everyone should do something online.
Yeah.
So I didn't really have one moment, but I guess I had a couple of pivots. One of them was when I met Rod from Xero, and I connected up to Xero, and we moved from shopping carts to accounting and doing payments in invoices. And then from that point, then just lots of things suddenly became payments, and that was a very interesting moment, a very interesting pivot. And then the other one I had where we were like a payment gateway, so we never actually touched anyone's money. And then we moved into merchant services where we were taking over that risk part from the bank. And what that meant, we took away a whole bunch of process from the bank that would normally, I don't know if anyone's got a merchant account. I'm sure lots of people have got a merchant account here. The process of getting it was very long. So we squashed it by taking over those processes from the bank. And that's when our numbers started going up.
Talk about the rise of the internet. In many ways, you started the company when the internet was an afterthought or a toy academic.
ISDN.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what ISDN is, but yeah.
Talk about how the success of the internet and people putting their credit cards online, how that has surprised you both, on the upside and how fundamental it's become to society.
I think it's got a crazy, still long way to go. You can't just walk to your TV and flick your wrist and buy something. So I think it's still got a long way to go. But I used to always still meet people who are going, oh yeah, I'm thinking about it. Like there's still a ton of people out there, and everyone would have that experience. You go to buy something off someone and you've got to download their form and send it back to them, or they don't have any way you can buy off them. So that it's still got massive, massive ways to go. I didn't mean to exit when I did. Yeah.
We'll talk about that a bit later. Let's talk about building a company in Canberra. The idea of you can only build a company in Silicon Valley, or if you're in Australia, you have to build a company in Sydney or Melbourne. Talk about building a company in Canberra and the pros and cons, and particularly the advantages of doing so.
I think you can build a company anywhere. I don't think it matters where it is. So what it's about is just getting the right people around you and the people that believe in what you believe in. The hardest thing for me is when I was starting and everyone would have this thing where you're going on a journey and you want someone to do it, and then the parents of the kid that I've just hired would say, no, you should go on the public service because he's not going to be around. Everyone thought I was not going to be around forever. I think probably right to even the end, the people go, are you still going to be here tomorrow? But it's this belief of trying to get people to really believe in you that you are going to be around, and it's not a 5-second thing. So convincing people of that is always a hard thing, because once you kind of work for the government, it seems to be this easy thing for life. That's all you do. And half the people in Canberra work for the government. So that was difficult, but I like Canberra. I think it's a great place. And there was a point in time where I could have moved the company anywhere, but I just chose to have it where it was. It's lifestyle. It's easy. And I wanted something that was easy for family, easy for the business. But I don't think it matters where you are. It's just if you're with the right people, and you know whether you're with the right people, and if you've got people that are the wrong people, then you should get rid of those people. But make sure you're with the right people, the people that believe.
Talk a little bit about some of the early customers who pushed you in terms of product development and their story being intertwined with your own success, and paint a picture of who some of those early customers.
I had 25,000 customers. There was people like Catch of the Day, Kogan that would push what we did. But I guess in the very beginning there was a company called Easy DVD. We used to buy DVDs and they would post them to you a while back. That company at the time said, well, we want to store the credit card, and that was one of their points of difference, and we'll bill you when it ships. And all the other gateways went, oh, we don't store the card data, but everyone stored the card data. But everyone just had this thing that they said they never stored the card data, but everyone stored the card data. So I said, I'll store the card data. And then we then built a whole product around that for them, which really helped them become really successful. And the money that I used to get off them, and everyone will get to that point when you're starting up, that one customer, I never told them that, but that one customer paid for everything. And that was great, because I just knew that one customer, they're just going to pay for everything. But by the end, I didn't want anything like that, and my biggest customer was Catch, and they were 1-point-something% of my revenue, which was really good when you got 25,000 customers. Because I heard so many times of companies where they'd have that one client, 20%, that client's gone, that business is gone, or 40%. I always want to spread it.
Talk about, obviously, dealing with a lot of money, the risk of security, and how you create a culture such that that is taken in the highest regard. And I know we talked a little bit before about the nefarious activities of the internet, and I'd imagine you were the honeypot for some of the hackers out there and a target. But talk about how you built that culture internally, and then some of the things you think worked in terms of building that trust and that impeccable record over a number of decades.
Well, security for me was very serious, and I just hired a whole bunch of external professionals to help me with it, and then internally I'd hardly let anyone even near it. And there was 3 people that could have access, and I was one of them, and I forgot how to even do it. So it wasn't going to be me. So it was very, very squashed, and we had a lot of professionals that helped us. And that was very important, because if we ever had a breach, it was just over, and we all knew that if it happened, it would be over. So we had hundreds of millions of credit cards, but we never had any issues on anything.
And talk about, you started off, Australian merchants accepting Australian credit cards, and then your sort of lens widened to all around the world. Talk about when you did that and kind of what you were feeling at the time, and then how similar or dissimilar expanding into other countries became.
Yeah, so 20 years ago, I just thought about Australia. But if I really thought about it, I should have thought about the world first and Australia second, which is what I'm doing now with my new company. So for me, the way I did in Australia, I just focused on St. George, and then once I had all the banks, it was done. So there wasn't much more to do in Australia other than just get more market share, but I said I had all the banks, so that was done. And then I just kept on getting more shopping carts, so that was kind of done. So it was like, what else to do? So I think I went to New Zealand for a holiday, and then I met a bank. And they went, yeah, okay. And then then I thought, well, I'll meet more banks. And then they went, yeah, okay. And similar sort of thing for the UK. Austrade actually set up a meeting in the UK, so I got introduced to the right level, which is much harder in the UK. But I always found that traction overseas was much more difficult, and I don't know why. Just maybe it was the competition or whatever, but I could never really kick it on in those other countries as much as what we did here.
We had a Salesforce video at the beginning, and talk about what you've learnt from that company and how they've built Salesforce, and then also let's talk about you've taken the Pledge 1%, and actually how we met was through Scott and via Pledge 1%. Talk about why that was important to you and the company and the effect it had over time.
So Salesforce, I love Salesforce. And it's clear from the video that I love Salesforce. I wouldn't have had eWay if it wasn't for Salesforce. And And I ummed and ahed about putting Salesforce on whenever it was. I think it was like close to 10 years ago. And by the end, I only did it because the Salesforce guy hassled me so much. I just thought, all right, damn it, I'll try it. At the time, it was the most expensive thing I'd ever bought. It was dearer than a car, and I didn't even own a car at that time. So it was quite scary for me. But when I did it, my revenue doubled in that first year. And because what it gave me was what I didn't have, which was process. Before I had Excel documents and bits of paper, and no one really knew what the hell they were doing with anything. I was using a help desk software that was free, and it was all crap. So even though I wasn't that good at Salesforce, and it took me multiple goes to get it right, by the end of my journey with Salesforce, I had every product. I'd been to 4 or 5 Dreamforces, and I just learned so much stuff. And I'd go to a Dreamforce, and I'd come back, and then I'd spend days like a mad person writing up on walls about all the ideas that I got. And then we'd use those ideas of what we were going to build and what we were going to do for that year. And it was all just focused on one thing, which is that video talks about, was just the customer. So like everyone's got customers or trying to get customers, and it was just about what can I do to make it easier for the customer. And that's what I just kept using Salesforce for. So whether it was sales or service or marketing, it was just this constant thing about how do I make it easier. And whether you use Salesforce or something else, it's really important to have a process, because quite often when you're small, you don't have a process. And I think it actually makes you go a lot slower because you don't have a process, and it's hard to get a process, but that whole working on your business is pretty damn important. So it was a big lesson for me. The 1% thing was part of seeing Benioff and what he'd done. He's like donated a hospital or something crazy. I took the pledge with Scott from Atlassian at the Opera House. I'm pointing over there. I don't know where the Opera House is, but roughly over there. It was a good thing. For me, what happened was my second child was born with no nostrils and couldn't breathe, and he then went. They had to put him into a coma, and we flew to hospital from Canberra to Sydney, and we thought he was going to die, and it was a terrible moment for my family. And I stayed at Ronald McDonald House, and anyway, they drilled holes in his nose, and he's all good, and so that's lovely. His name's Edmund. But I felt a debt to Ronald McDonald House. My wife volunteers there one day a week, and as part of me selling eWay, I set up a foundation with my wife, and I put $1 million into it, and we've just given $30,000 to Ronald McDonald House. And every year, I've got JB Ware doing the investment. That's just going to be money that we're just going to give away forever. So for me, that 1%, I tried to do it at eWay, but then I got caught up in the deal that I couldn't do it. I'm 100% into it, and I would say to everyone else, you should, when you're in the startup thing, if you don't do it now, it's the perfect time to do it, because if you're not making that much money, what's 1% of it? And then when you're making a lot of money, one day trying to think about giving up 1% of it might do your brain in. But if you start it from the beginning, and just the culture thing, the lift that it can give the staff to know that you're giving back, to give product, and to give cash if you want to. I mean, the cool thing about the 1% is you can do whatever you want to do. You have to do all of them. But I think if you look at the people who have done it, you're really surrounding yourselves with very cool people that are giving back, and 1%'s just a tiny number. So I think it's super cool, and the more people that do it, I think the better the world will be. Imagine if everyone gave 1%. Just all the problems that would just go. And you decide what you give the 1% to. That's why it's good. I give it to Ronald McDonald House. So Ronald McDonald House might mean much to you, but I'm sure there's something that does.
Wonderful. Let's get some questions from the audience. So make sure you ask questions either on Twitter and the app, and we'll get to them shortly. As you said, you did sell the business after such a long journey, and I'd imagine your whole life story being intertwined with eWay. Yeah. Talk about the decision to sell and to now depart the business and to do something afresh. Talk about how you knew it was time to sell, and I'd imagine with success you would have had offers along the way as well, and to why you said no to those other offers.
I had lots of offers along the way, but they were amazing offers of 1 times revenue.
Okay.
And I said to every one of them, but I'll make more the next year. Yep. Like, but you get it all in one go, and I'm like, yeah, but I'll make more the next year. So I just could never really take those offers of 1 times revenue to mean anything. so the sale, not that I can say too much about it, but I was at a conference called Money 2020 in Vegas, and I met this global company called Global Payments, and they took me out to dinner, and I had a big steak and a bottle of wine, and they said they really liked my company. And I was like, okay, well, fair enough. And then they said they'd wanted to pay some crazy multiple. And I went, wow, and I texted my CFO and said how much that is. And I was like, oh, wow. And I was just very shocked, and I'd never had anyone who'd done that before, and I didn't really think about selling it at all, and I thought my kids would be in this business. And then they said to me, do you like Lenny Kravitz? And I used to always like the song, Are You Going to Go My Way, You're Going to Go E-Way? And I went, yeah, I like Lenny. And then they said, oh, there's a private concert that Bain Capital's doing. We might be able to get you into that. And there was like 100 people with Lenny on stage. And I was like, from here with Lenny just going off with these crazy dances. Like, yeah, Gonna Go My E-Way. Lenny was amazing. And then it shows how much I worked. Then Snoop Dogg played, and I didn't even know who Snoop Dogg was. And from then, it was just an amazing experience. We came back, and it was 6 months to do the deal. And I'd never done a deal like that before, and doing that deal is hard. And the hardest thing about doing a deal is that you have to have people off the side who are your important people that know the deal's happening, but they can't tell everyone, because I was determined that I wasn't going to bust the company, because in case it didn't happen, I didn't want everyone to worry about their jobs and everything else that they could possibly worry about. So I've got the people off on the side, and then I had to hit targets as part of the projected revenue that I was doing. So not only did I have to hit great targets that I said that I could do, but the people to a side. So that was a major juggling crazy act, and I think it's the hardest I've ever worked, but we did it. And going through every day of when you do a deal like this, because the company was in the US, you'd get 14 questions, and you might have already answered 7 of them, but you had to answer them again, and you have to do it overnight. Then the next day another 16 questions, the next day another 26 questions, and so much detail that I didn't even really know about. I learned a lot about the business by just going through how many crazy questions I asked. And it was hard, but in the end, it was a good thing. And I just thought, for my decision in the end was I could keep doing this forever, but for what I'm going to get out of it, and I just saw it as a de-risk thing. I didn't want to retire, and that's why I started Spinify. And I thought, why not? So that's why I did it.
Let's talk a little bit about your new company, and after we do, describe what you're doing differently, or what are the sort of mistakes you won't make again.
So Spinify is about leaderboards, and it's about taking data from like Salesforce and then putting it on TV. So in my old office on that video, I had 70 TVs, and I had 6 in my office. So most people don't have 70 TVs in the office, but I was pretty obsessed with data and making it fun. But the product I was using was very difficult. So it was about what I'm trying to do now in this business is how do I turn something that might be 40 minutes or 4 hours into 40 seconds and really make it easy. The things that I've learned, so in my old world, as you saw a picture of servers, I had 70 servers in the end when I sold eWay, and the last thing I bought was 2 database servers that cost 350 grand, and I think they were half price. So I was just over servers, so I used this technology, AWS Lambda, and now I have no servers. I have no infrastructure. I pay for code per millisecond that gets executed. So that's been a beautiful thing for me. I guess the other thing that really learning, pivoting what I've been doing, I started with commissions, and now I'm on leaderboards because I just didn't like commissions. It was too difficult. What I've learned from all that stuff is really just, and it's not a new concept, MVP, but I tell you, when you can build anything, you normally do. And this whole thing about it's not ready yet, we'll make it better, And I find now I want to build something, and I'll have the idea in the morning, and I want it ready overnight. So I have guys programming in Canada, I have a guy in Poland, I have guys in Canada, and then I code 24/7 that they all hand over. So, which is also good for me because I don't really stop, so I can talk to the Poland guy, and if I'm up at some stupid time, I can talk to the Canadian guy, or if I get up really early, I talk to the Canadian guy, and then I've constantly got someone doing code, and what it's normally about is just getting that one bit out. And what I'd find at eWay, if I built something, I'd have a dozen or 20 programmers work on something, but it would take 6 months. And then I'd go, okay, and then it would either work or not work. In most cases, it wouldn't work. I'd go, okay, well, now we'll try another thing for 6 months. So I guess for me and definitely for you guys is that you should just try and do the smallest possible thing and get it live. And then do the next smallest possible thing, then get it live. And if that thing works, do a bit more of it. If it doesn't work, don't worry about it. Get rid of it.
Finish on a question of who are the mentors or other founders that you've watched from afar that you have great respect for, that you've learnt lessons from? Who have been the other founders that have made an impact on your business career?
For me, I mean, I was the sole founder. I wasn't a co-founder. I guess I just looked at all the internet companies around me, and I just knew the guys that were doing stuff, and I didn't really have anyone particular. I said, hey, I want to be like that guy. I guess someone like Benioff is a great role model for what he's done, and that's the whole 1% thing. But I didn't particularly have someone I want to be like him, because I want to be like me. And I was very focused on just making a difference. And that was my biggest thing, was making a difference. So for me, it was a great thing that I knew 3.5 million people got something that month because eWay existed. They got it because they bought something on the internet. So I really believe in when you can do something that actually makes a difference, it's super cool. And I guess there's a thing about business models. So whether you're a business model like eWay was an oxygen model. So if you don't have it, you're dead. So you've got to have it. Panadol, which is just relieving pain, and then there's jewelry, which is kind of nice when you buy it. And I guess you kind of figure out which model you are. And obviously the best one to be is an oxygen one, but normally an oxygen one is solving a very boring problem. And payments is pretty boring. I can't show you a picture what it looks like. What I kind of was in jewelry, now I'm kind of moving to pain relief, but I really want to get back to oxygen. And you should probably think about your business where you sit in those models and whether you are jewelry, because some jewelry's okay, but it's pretty hard to sell.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Matt.
Thanks.
All right, we are right on time, but I know that I stand between yourselves and alcohol, so I'm going to throw it over to Rick to do a few closing remarks, and thank you very much.
Why don't you stay up here? Let's get everyone up here. So, first of all, thank you all for coming. We're really close to the end now. I'd just like to ask Oscar McClellan to come up. Oscar's the newest member of the Blackbird team. We'd like to introduce him. Hi, everyone. And his role is to run StartMate. So I'm going to ask Oscar to tell us just a little bit about StartMate, and particularly in relation to what's happening in Melbourne for StartMate.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name's Oscar, and I'm the general manager of StartMate. So StartMate is the best startup accelerator in Australia. We started 7 years ago, actually, here in Sydney. And we've expanded. In 24 hours' time, so that's essentially when you go to bed tomorrow night, we'll be closing applications for our first ever cohort in Melbourne. Woo! Over the last 3 to 4 weeks, we've been traveling around the country. We've been to Canberra, Adelaide, obviously Sydney, Hobart, and also Melbourne. We've met with over 80 companies. We've met with some incredible talent. I think that is like one of the best parts about this job, are the people that you actually get to meet that are working on really extraordinary things. On the last count, we've had over 200 applications so far. Many of them from people from Sydney. So don't feel like because you're here that you can't go there. It's really important. So for those of you who are on the fence and you're in the audience today, or potentially you've got friends who you know who are interested in this kind of stuff. They're at the beginning of their journey. They've got an early stage technology company. Send them a text message. Give them a call. Share the inspiration that you've felt over the last 5, 6, 7 hours, and really encourage them to apply. My email address is, by the way, this is not how you apply, but this is how serious I am, okay? You can send me an email. It's oscar@startmate.com.au. Send me an email. I'm happy to talk to them, okay? So I just want to close by saying, one of the themes that's really come through in all the speakers today is this idea of taking action. And I think that, you know, a great next step for many entrepreneurs is to get involved with an accelerator program like StartMate. So 24 hours, do it. Thank you.
So next of all, I'd like to finish up by thanking all our sponsors. Can we grab our sponsors up on the screen? It does cost a lot to put on today, and we try and keep ticket prices as low as possible. And we try and give lots of discounted tickets away, and particularly for students. So these great companies have helped us out in putting this on today. We're really, really thankful for their support. You've seen a lot of them around the day, both up here and out in the network. Please do continue to support them and get to know them here in the Australian community. Okay, the next person I need to thank is our master of community at Blackbird, Mr. Joel Connolly. He's going to come up now. Come on, Joel. So Joel has been in charge of today. He's been working tirelessly for many months to get today to happen. He's been running around like a crazy man today, and he's done an awesome job. So huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Joel. Sam and Nick, would you like to come up too? So this is everyone from Blackbird. We're a really small team. We all want to thank you for coming today. We're really proud of the community that's building here in Australia. And I want to just finish by bookending today with repeating something that Nikki said as we opened today, and that's that Blackbird exists to supercharge Australia's most ambitious founders. And you've seen today how a whole load of ordinary people became extraordinary people by following their passions, building businesses, doing great things that are having an impact on the world. So if you've already started a business or work in a startup, I know that's a lot of you here today, the challenge is to think about how you can do things bigger, how you can grow your ambition, how you can do things on a global scale, how you can do things on a solar scale, solar system scale. And for those who haven't started a business, I think our challenge is find your passion and go and do that. Go and meet up with other people who share your passion and do something special. So, as Oscar said, let's just do it. So thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you all for drinks in the foyer. Cheers. On time.